Are you really in control of your life or just following a program someone else made for you? You've been told your genes decide your future, that you're stuck with what you've got, and that life is just about surviving. If you believe that, you'll stay small while others use your power to build their empires. In this speech, Bruce Lipton breaks down the biggest lies we've been taught. Genes don't control you. Evolution isn't random. Being the strongest doesn't mean you win, and you are more than just a body. He shows how your beliefs change your biology, how your thoughts shape your world, and how the collapse we see today might actually be the start of something better. The truth is, when you stop playing the old program, you start building your own heaven. Right here, right now. Special thanks to Liz Dawn for partnering with us to release this content exclusively here on my YouTube channel. And if you make it to the end of the video, put a hashtag believe in the comments below so we can feature you in a future video. Believe.
What I want to talk about is today, creating heaven on earth. I'm going to start and tell you very basically, I came from a conventional biological research background. I taught in medical schools. I taught at the University of Wisconsin School of Medicine. I taught at Penn State for a while. I ended up at Stanford University Medical School doing research there. So as well as it sounds like I'm a new age, woo-woo, fruity kind of guy, it's all based in the hardcore science. And what's interesting about this is that this was not my life when I started. I was doing the conventional, yes, we are controlled by genes and all that story like that. And it was interesting because everything I'm going to share with you today, I learned from the cells, being an observer of the cells and studying them, and started to realize what I was observing in my research in my laboratory completely conflicted with the teaching I was providing medical students. So either I believed the curriculum or I believed the cells. I believed the cells to the extent that I had tenure and walked out of the university realizing what I was teaching medical students was totally disempowering to the public. It was just to take away all your power, and it's like, oh my God, we have this belief that we're frail and vulnerable and, open to things like viruses, bacteria, parasites, sugar, and all that kind of stuff. It's like, no, you are so powerful, it's unbelievable. Except for the issue is now we understand it's based on belief. And if you understand that, then you realize if you've been programmed with beliefs of disempowerment, then you have become disempowered. And this is what has happened in this world today. There are many, many powerful people out there, and you go, well, how did they get all that power? And here's the joke. It is a joke. They didn't get any more power than you. They just took away your power, and they look very powerful. So the whole idea for me is return the power back to the people for a very simple reason. As the honeymoon book, the honeymoon effect book that I wrote about says, is when we get out of the program, which we're going to be talking about, the average person, once getting out of the program, will manifest heaven on earth on their own. They'll create a life that's so beautiful, and that's called the honeymoon. And then the honeymoon disappears. But there's a reason for that, and we're going to talk about it. But why do I appreciate it? Because the moment anybody gets out of the program, they create a much better world than the one that we live in with the program. So the whole idea is our evolution is to get the hell out of this program. It has limited you. It has made you sick. It has taken away your power and every other aspect of your life. So what I'm going to be talking about is the science, and I emphasize the word science for this reason, is because we live in a civilization that looks at science as a truth provider. If it's scientific, that must be really cool. If it's not scientific, we don't want to go there. And so let's talk scientific. But unlike conventional science, which is like the church in this regard, we put things in Latin so you guys have no idea what the hell we're talking about. I'm going to try and break it down so everybody understands it. Why? Because nature is simple and humans make it complex. So when you understand the simplicity, it's like, oh my God, how powerful everything is. Power. Knowledge is power. That's what it's all about. And everybody goes, yeah, I heard that. I said, yeah, but I want to make it more direct to you. I want to make it more applied to you. Instead of saying knowledge is power, look at it this way. A lack of knowledge is a lack of power. Why is it relevant? You have been deprived of the fundamental knowledge of how you work. And being deprived of that means you have no power over your own biology. And this is, we look at the world and we see all the illness here, as I'll talk about in a little bit. All the illness on this planet, less than 1% is related to genetics, heredity, and biology. So it says, well, what the hell is the other 90+% of illness do? And it's lack of knowing who you are and the concept of you've been programmed and you have lost your power. And people have taken advantage of that. And the people that have taken advantage of that, the pharmaceutical industry. They are the current church, in a sense. And it's tithing, as you well know. You can pay church tithing, but when you start paying healthcare tithing, it's a hell of a lot more money. And you don't need to do that. So, we'll start with this because we're on the edge of it. Civilization as we know it is coming to an end. Right now, what's going on in the world out there, it's falling apart. Everyone knows that. And I'm going to try to give you a good insight as to why this is one of the most exciting, positive things that has happened. It's like, how the hell can you stand up here and say the collapse of civilization is one of the most positive things? And the answer is because we're so self-destructive that if we continue in the way we're going, we will not be here. And it's like, oh, well, you mean evolution is we're going to be lost in 1,000 years? I go, no. How about 20 or 30 years? How about, ending things for humans within the century even? I say, why is it relevant? Because the changes are so broad, so fast, coming so hard, they're coming on you right now. The issue that civilization is coming to an end, it's not anything new. And the reason is why. Well, we look over the history of the West, where we are, and I say, guess what? Over time, civilizations have come and gone. So if I go back over history, I say, first there was animism, civilization of animism. Native Americans, First Nation people in Canada, Aborigines in Australia, Druids in Europe. I say, well, what is animism? Animism is the belief that God and nature are one and the same thing. That if you want something in the world, let's say an Indian wants to go hunt a deer. Before they hunt a deer, you have to make a prayer to the deer's spirit. Everything was spiritual. I was just up in Canada with a Sundance ceremony, and even cutting down trees, branches, and things like that to build this arbor, every time was a prayer to the plants. And so basically, this was really cool. Why? Because it was at this time that people started to recognize there are two realms to our universe. There's a physical realm, the one we're in, okay, and there was a spiritual realm. Well, how you balance those two is what's changed over evolution of civilization. So we start off with animism, perfectly balanced. Yes, spiritual world, physical world, one and the same. You want to be in one, you honor both, okay? Then we went to polytheism. Greeks, Roman, Egyptians is what we're familiar with. I said, what's unique about that? And I said, because the spirit was removed from the individuals. Indians, every blade of grass had a spirit. Every drop of water had a spirit. Polytheism, drops of water? No. All of water has a god. All of plants have a goddess. Okay? Why is it relevant? You take the spirit out of the individuals, you put them into gods, and guess what? Now you start putting more emphasis on the gods than on the real world. So we start to separate the invisible and the visible realm, start worshiping more the invisible realm. That comes to fruition in monotheism. When the church took over, polytheism disappears. They say, what happened there? I said, well, they took all of the gods, coalesced them into one God, and then even threw that God off the planet. So there's not even any spirit left on the planet. And the reality was this. We began to look at the planet as a detriment to your evolution. In other words, I'm going to go to heaven. It's like, well, then don't get caught up in the earthly realm. The earth is bad. Don't do it. It's, possessions are bad. Money is bad. And that's why the church wanted to help us. The church said, give us all your money. And the simple reality was, guess what happened? They corrupted the hell out of themselves. Why? Because they held absolute power, and anything absolute absolutely corrupts, and it did. And the simple reality was what? They would say this was damned, and that you get caught up in this, you're going to really interfere with going to that other place. So guess what? Now the spiritual realm is the ultimate everything. The material realm is the last thing you want to be in. So everything was balanced. Then we started to get more spiritual, and material dropped out. And so the church would look at you and say, you're living plays of morality. You're here to see if you don't get tempted by earthly desires. Okay, big deal. So the whole idea about it was this. We bought into that, until Charlie Darwin came in. And Charlie Darwin offered a new origin over the Genesis story, an origin story that had more basis in experience of the people on the planet. They could understand how breeding plants and animals leads to all kinds of variations, and that these variations could ultimately lead to all the different species. And it sounded much more realistic than 7 Days of Magic, where things just showed up like that. And so people started to pull away from monotheism, and today we live in scientific materialism. As I started with, I said, yeah, if it's truthful, who tells you it is? Science tells you it's truthful. If it's not truthful as science, then we let go of it. And there's an issue about that, and the issue about that is the understanding that we bought is so completely wrong that we are seeing the collapse of this civilization right now. And so the whole idea is we went from everything being spiritual to ignore the spirituality, everything is physical. And that's the difference between monotheism and scientific materialism. That's what it all comes down to, okay? And as it says right here from the picture on the screen right here, is that we are now at the ending of a civilization. That's why I say a civilization is ending. But when a civilization ends, the world didn't end. We just started a new civilization. So we're on the cusp. You being in this room is fundamental to the new evolution, okay? And I say, well, civilization has a life cycle. Civilization is like a living anything. A star is not, you don't think living, but guess what? It's born, it matures, and ultimately dies out. So it has a life cycle, okay? A human has a life cycle. You're born, you mature, you get rigid in your older beliefs, and then you die out. So a civilization is just like any other living thing. So when I look at it over time, I can tell you this. There's the first phase of a civilization. It's called development. It's the same as a child. So you can say civilization, child, same story. What is it? Hey, it's the world. What do you think's going on? Experiment. Have fun. Try different things, Children are always trying different things. To the chagrin of their parents, they're always trying different things. I go, why is it relevant? Because this is where we get the new ideas from. In the beginning, hey, how's that work? That's working pretty cool. Let's try it out. I say, then what happens? Well, then you mature. And as you mature, you get rigid in your beliefs. And this is the conflict between parents and children. Parents, rigid belief. This is exactly the way it is. Children, hey, let's try something new. Okay? And so the children go behind the barn and try development, and the parents are very furious that they're not being rigid in their belief. I say, well, what's the consequence of being rigid? What's the consequence of holding a rigid belief? I'll tell you simply. The universe does not stay the same. Nothing stays the same. Everything is evolving and continuously moving. There is no stop here, this is it. You have to move along with it. The moment you stop, guess what happens? The universe keeps moving, you stop. And I say, well, what's the consequence? I say, challenges. That's when we face the challenges. Why? The rigid belief does not accommodate the new world. So if you stay in the rigid belief, then you're conflicted with what's happening in the world. And this is why, look, when I grew up, my parents, swing, big band, I'm doing rock and roll. They looked at me as like, what kind of crazy crap music is that? And the fact was what? I was moving on. They found that period, and that was where they stayed. And so you find where people are by where their beliefs stopped. Oh, Elvis Presley was the best in music they ever had. And all of a sudden you find out, okay, that person stopped way back there, 1950 something, okay? And so the idea is everything's changing. The challenges provoke us. They say you hit the wall, you got to start doing something different. I say, well, yeah, but if you keep the rigid beliefs and you face challenges, the only way out is decline. You cannot move forward. So I go, oh, wow, so we're in this case of moving forward. And I go, yeah, well, the challenges I don't have to tell you about. Every day you get the newspaper, and every day, all of a sudden the headlines, every day, my God, this crisis, that crisis, this crisis. And it's like, take me back to the old days, no crisis. Well, guess what? This is the sign. These are the challenges. And what we're facing is you have to recognize we are not living in harmony with the planet. As a result, we are conflicted with the evolution of this planet. We bought old beliefs. I say, well, what are the consequences of these old beliefs? I go, we are facing what is called the mass extinction. I say, what does that mean? I say, 5 times in the history of this planet, life was thriving. It was all out go. Everything was going really great. 5 times something happened, boom, and life got cut in half, or actually up to 90% of it got wiped out. 5 times. I said, well, what does that represent? I said, our belief that evolution is this one slow, continuous process. And it turns out, no. It's got movement, stops, drops, starts again, drops, starts again, drops. And so we're in the 6th mass extinction. I say, how do you know that? And I say, because we're losing species of organisms faster than in the previous 5 mass extinctions. I say, well, what were the previous 5 attributed to? Comets or asteroids hitting the planet, destroying the environment, massive geological upheaval where there's, global earthquakes and volcanoes. These things wiped out life. And I say, okay, what about today? What about today? And the answer is this. Yes, we're facing a 6th mass extinction, but the problem is so clear that it hurts. The problem is us. We are creating a mass extinction. We are undermining nature. We have raped and pillaged the planet of its resources. We've undermined the web of life, and everything's falling apart. And we go, wow, what's going on out there? It's like, we did this. Okay? So we're on the 6th mass extinction. I say, what's relevant? Well, if you were here in 1970, and I see 3 or 4 of us were here, I'll give you a simple fact, as this says. Half the animals that were on this planet in 1970 are now gone. We're down to half the population of animals on this planet that was here in 1970. Why? We've hunted, we've destroyed the environment, we've destroyed the ecosystem, and we're involved with this. I go, and what about the ocean? Oh. In 2048, which is now recognized to be a longer expression than what we turn out is going to be sooner than 2048, is that there will be no fish in the ocean. At this point, science has recognized that we've overfished, and at the same time, by dragging all their nets through the ocean, throwing the oil pollution into the ocean, draining our land of all the chemicals that we put on it, throwing it into the ocean, at this point, we are down 90% of the fish since 1950. 1950, when I was young, I remember they used to have big fishing things on TV where they'd go out and catch those big swordfish and sailfish and all those big things. It's like they don't have them anymore because they're essentially gone. And the idea is anticipated it'll all be gone 2048. And we may not be worried about that because NASA has also recognized that we may be gone in 2048. The industrial civilization is facing an irreversible collapse, meaning it's not going to go back to where it was, which is great because where it was is the cause of the problem. So irreversible collapse is a very positive sign because it said the way we have been living on this planet is self-destructive. We have been destroying ourselves in this whole process. And they're talking about within about 20 years that this is going to happen. I say, what are they, base it on? What are they talking about? They have 2 reasons why, and you're aware of both of them. You ready? Number 1, we've taken the resources out of the planet faster than we have available resources, meaning we're running out of resources. We don't have enough planet to provide that. So that's a problem. And number 2, the big thing which you're also familiar with is the distribution of wealth on this planet is now 1% to 99%. And the relevance is not sustainable. It is no way sustainable to have 99% of the population with virtually nothing compared to the 1% of the population. So those 2 things alone are the driving force. I go, well, what's the relevance of that? And then here it is. This is so exciting. Crisis ignites evolution. In other words, when you hit the wall, you can continue going more in that direction. That means now is the time to make up a new direction. Making a new direction is, by nature, evolution. We're moving into a new place, okay? And the significance about that is, as one civilization is ending, a new one is beginning. And those in the developmental phase, trying out new ideas, are called cultural creatives. Thank you, cultural creatives. Yes. The evolution is in your hands because if you think outside the box, you're going to find answers. You think inside the box, you got the same answers to the same questions that cause the problems that we have. So the only way out is new thinking, okay? And this is actually what Einstein said. We can't solve the problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. And the issue is what? We have been living a way of life. This has created the problem. The only way out is to change the way of life. And so we're moving out of this old one. What's interesting is I said science has provided the truth that we live by. Now I'm going to show you what I refer to as the 4 assumptions of the apocalypse. And these are assumptions, beliefs that you and I bought into because science had programmed us to believe this. And it turns out these are so flawed that by continuing with living with these beliefs, we are actually killing ourselves. So these are 4 scientific beliefs that this civilization is based on, and they're completely flawed. And living by them is causing the problem. And here they are. Myth perception number 1. A myth that we bought to be true. Number 1 is this. Biological processes employ Newtonian physics. And right away, half the eyes go, Newtonian physics. Okay, I go, no, don't worry about this. We're going to make sense out of it, okay? What is irrelevant? I'll tell you very simply. Newtonian physics is a physics that says, yes, there are 2 realms to the universe, an invisible realm and a visible physical realm. But what they said was that the invisible realm has no influence on the visible realm. So the invisible stuff in this room, according to medicine, will have no impact on your life, okay? They left energy out of the equation. And the reality, well, why is this important? Why is physics important? The answer is this. Physics means mechanics. Quantum physics, quantum mechanics. Newtonian physics, Newtonian mechanics. I say, what's relevance? Mechanics, mechanisms. How does the universe work? I go, why is it relevant? Well, if you have a completely distorted picture of how the universe works and you apply that to your life, then by definition, you're not in harmony with the universe. Simple. I go, so what's relevant about this is the following. In 1925, physicists established a new physics called quantum physics. And that makes your eyes even close faster than Newtonian physics. Except for this very simple understanding. What does quantum physics say? Well, first of all, let me tell you something. When quantum physics came in, it didn't mean Newtonian physics walked out the door as being stupid and wrong. Why? Newton's equations still work. So they work. And so, well, there's a basis to Newtonian physics. I go, yeah, but here it is. You ready? Newtonian physics is a science this big. Quantum physics is a science this big. Relevance? Newtonian physics is a part of quantum physics. Okay? It doesn't stand alone or separate from. You have to understand quantum physics to even get to Newtonian physics. So, relevance? If you don't have a full understanding of quantum physics, mechanisms, the mechanics of the invisible field, then you have a complete misunderstanding of how you operate. Because you are this invisible field, which we're going to go into. Okay? So quantum physics says, you know that energy you left out of the equation? Well, bring it back in the equation. And don't just bring it back in the equation. The energy is more powerful in controlling your life than is the physical realm. The one they left out is the one that controls us. So it's coming back in. Myth perception number 2, genes control biology. And, well, that's a whole story about the biology of belief, which we're going to go into very deeply. And the issue why is I said, listen, when I was teaching in a medical school, telling medical students how genes control life, what was I teaching them? Think about it. What was I teaching them? A mechanism of science? Yeah, but what else? You're all victims. Why? Well, as far as you know, you didn't pick the genes you came with. You don't like the genes. You can't change them. And all of a sudden you realize your life is not under your control. Your life is under control of genes. And you have no control over the genes. I go, why is that relevant? Because you are a victim of your heredity. In other words, oh, I got cancer running in my family. I got Alzheimer's. Angelina Jolie will have a double mastectomy because she had cancer running in her family. And I go, wow, people, it's like, oh my God, I'm going to have cancer. You don't have cancer. I'm going to get cancer. Why? I have the genes. I'll just leave this. We'll come back to it. They never answer this question. If the so-called BRCA1 gene, the breast cancer gene, is causing cancer, then how come 50% of the women that have the breast cancer gene don't have the cancer? Well then having the gene did not cause the cancer, did it? Good point, because we've been focusing on the wrong thing. So it wasn't the genes, okay? So, if it's genes are not controlling biology, epigenetics is controlling biology, and I say, what's the difference? When I say genetic control, I am literally saying control by genes. Your life is under genetic control. Oh, your life is controlled by genes. Now I say, oh, but your life is under epigenetic control. It sounds the same. I go, yeah, but epi means above. So if I say epigenetic control, I am actually saying control, control above the genes. Huh? Why is it relevant? The whole idea, we're going to get into it, the whole idea, which almost every one of you have heard over and over and over again for 50 years or more, is a gene turned on and a gene turned off. It's like, that is the most false statement I could ever tell you in your life. A gene has no self-actualization, big word. What does it mean? No self-control. It does not control itself. Anytime you've heard that a gene turned on or off is an actual false statement. But that false statement is what limits you, because then all of a sudden, oh, your genes turned on and off and you didn't do anything about it. It's like, no. We control the genes. Emphasis big time in this lecture. Number 3, survival of the fittest, the Darwinian theory that life is a struggle. And we buy that. Yeah, you wake up in the morning, it's like, God, life is a struggle. Get out there in that rat race and let's go fight. Let's go fight and win. And so, survival of the fittest. Here's a little joke that most people don't understand. The word fit, F-I-T, in the dictionary, you ready? Means capable of surviving. Okay? Fit. I go, fittest, what does that mean? Oh, you ready? These people are fit. These people are a little more powerful. They're fitter. These at the end are the more powerful of all. They are the fittest. Well, it says survival of the fittest. What about the fitter and the fit? It's not relevant. Well, what does all this mean? Well, the whole story was this. Darwin came from Victorian England, had an upper class and a lower class. That he wrote a theory of evolution to support his position as upper class, the fittest. It says the upper class are the drivers of evolution. Anything less than that, feeder layer. So most of us are the feeder layer. Not relevant. And they say, what? Well, we don't. If you're not the fittest, I don't care. And all of a sudden you realize, oh my God, you've thrown out fit, which means capable of surviving. And then at some point, you have to get rid of the fit. Why? Because there's going to be too many of them. So guess what? Biology has recognized that war is a biological necessity. Got to have war. Why? Too many people. And so is it like, so the president should be like, oh, we lost so many people. No, he goes, well, we've lost our finest and bravest young men, and it's okay because we have too many of them anyway. And so they can deal with losing 1,000, 5,000 people. Like, just throw it out. And the reality is why? Because we bought into this story. And it says the world is based on competition. Competition, the way we interpret competition is what? One person against another, one group against another, one winner, one loser. And it says what? Oh, then evolution is based on you being in competition and you becoming the most fit of all of them to survive the competition. And that, what does it lead to? I said, well, competition leads to violence. Violence leads to war. And all of a sudden you say, yeah, there's a war, but hey, that's just the way biology is. And I go, absolutely false. Why? A garden is not a battleground. A garden is the fullest of cooperation. And therefore, the garden we were given, we have lost because we didn't understand what? Cooperation. It's all cooperation. Not just people to people to the environment, people to nature. We are living in one giant living system. And when you hear the story in Genesis, oh, the giant system was established, and then you were just added as the cream on top. We added people after it was all done. Well, what does the thinking say about that? Think about what it means. Oh, you and nature are two separate things. Nature got here with first, and then you came in as the dominant control of nature. You will dominate nature. So you are separate from nature. It's like biggest mistake ever possible you could ever have. You are nature. If you destroy nature outside, you destroy nature on the inside. That's why we have all the illness, the crisis in health. Survival of the fittest? I had to make up a new word for this. It's survival of the fittingest. Meaning what? Those organisms that fit in and cooperate and support the viability of the other organisms are encouraged by nature to be there. Any organism that comes into the environment, upsets the balance of nature, throws it out of whack, what does nature do? Gets rid of them. by either bringing in parasites that will eliminate them or other forms that will eliminate them. I say, why is it relevant? The Earth has a fever because it's infected with humans. And it's trying to get rid of humans. Why? We are the monkey wrench in a beautiful machine. So, yes, humans are facing their own extinction at this point. And myth perception number 4, evolution is a random process. I say, why is that relevant? Well, because in the Darwinian theory, the first step is called a random mutation. I go, yeah, but what does that mean? I say, well, if evolution was driven by random mutations, accidental mutations, then can I say there's any purpose for us to be here? The answer is no. It was a whole series of accidents, and look what it created, us. No. Every organism that was introduced by nature was introduced to bring harmony and balance into the field. So if one organism gets out of line, nature brings in another organism to bring back balance. Every new organism is more powerful in its role of bringing balance. I say, oh yeah, and what about humans? Well, we're pretty close to the damn top. And I say, why is it relevant? Because we are the most powerful influence on nature. We're supposed to be the most powerful influence bringing harmony and balance. Something like the Native Americans always talked about, the gardeners. I go, uh-huh. And being this most powerful thing, without knowing that we were tending the garden, that power is actually what has caused the destruction of the environment. How powerful are we? We were powerful enough to maintain balance, which was our original mission, and powerful enough to destroy it when we lost the mission. And so we're in that place right now. Okay? It turns out evolution is not really driven by the random mutations. There's a new type of mutation called a directed, adaptive, or beneficial mutation, which is completely the opposite of random, meaning mutations that are driven by an organism to stay alive in the environment. So the genetics of an organism are adjusting to the environment. Adaptation. Why is it relevant? It was not an accident that brought us here. It was adaptation. We're adapting to bring harmony to the garden. I said, well, science changed the story from the church. Church said we got here to have dominion over this whole thing. Science came in with a different story. We got here by accident. But to understand it, you have to understand the universe. And who could understand the universe? Well, Isaac Newton gave us the first picture. And that first picture of the universe that Isaac Newton provided was a picture that separated the invisible realm from the physical realm. Up and including the time Isaac Newton was in, the church was talking about, hey, we're all marionettes run by God. The earth is on strings. Everything is moved by spirit and God and all this kind of stuff like that. So invisible forces are shaping who we are. And I go, yeah, great. What did Isaac Newton show? Well, Isaac Newton came in the wake of René Descartes. And you go, what the heck does René Descartes have to do with it? Well, he was around when clocks became a big invention that came into the world, mechanical clocks. And understanding those mechanical clocks, René Descartes looked up at the stars and goes, you know, that looks like a clock because you can tell time by it. And the fact is this, maybe the universe is just a giant machine. It was an idea, but there was no science. Isaac Newton comes around nearly 100 years later, and what does he do? He says, let me study the movement of these planets in our solar system. Because if it's like a machine, then it's predictable, and we can understand it. So Isaac Newton, interesting enough, to create physics, most people don't understand, the more fundamental science than physics, because we always think that's the fundamental science, is mathematics. You can't do any science if you don't have mathematics. So it's interesting because, well, we say, oh, Isaac Newton gave us physics. He gave us calculus, which is how you can, read the moving objects, things that are dynamic, not just static. So you needed a calculus to show this kind of mathematics. So he created a whole new math. To do what? To show us physics. I go, okay, so what happened? Well, in his physics equation, and this is where the critical point comes from, he gives the physical characteristics of the planet, the mass, the size of the planet, how fast the planet is moving, the vector in which it's moving. And he puts this kind of physical data in. And he solves the equation, and guess what? He's able to accurately predict the movements of the universe. He goes, so what? I said, science is based on prediction. If you can predict it, it's likely you understand something about how it's working. So since he was able to predict the movements of the universe with accuracy, it was like, wow, this is a new science of how the universe, the mechanisms of the universe. I go, yeah, but what was so important about it? You ready? He did not put God into the equation. He did not put spirit into the equation. He didn't put any invisible forces into the equation. Okay, and I say, why is it relevant? He solved how the universe worked by only looking at the physical characteristics. Point. Oh, you want to understand the universe? Why is it relevant? You are a piece of that universe. You want to understand the universe? You can do it without invoking God. You can do it by just what? Studying the physical parts. And if you understand the physical parts, then you don't need to bring in spirit. So I go, why is it relevant? Because not only did he bring in physics, but he brought in a concept of science called scientific materialism. That's the era we're in right now. I say, what does it mean? It's science, but it's only based on the material world with the exception or the exclusion of the invisible world. So in medicine, where I worked for so many years, you were not allowed to use the word mind. Well, I couldn't use the word. Actually, I was writing a paper and I used the word mind. You thought my colleagues had apoplectic response. They got red-faced and angry. It's like, you can't use the word mind. It's not science. So I had to change the meaning of it. But the whole idea was we leave out these very important characteristics in a Newtonian world because they say, oh, it's invisible. It's not really relevant. So we throw it out, and that's why it's called scientific materialism. So I said, yeah, so in Isaac Newton, after Descartes, mind, body, Descartes, I am, what happened? I said, well, in a physical Newtonian world, based on matter only, then the concept of mind is now separated from body. That mind is looked at as an energy, a vital force, or something like that, and the body is a physical mechanical device. Well, this was great. I'll tell you why. Because who was in charge of the civilization when Newton was actually beginning his science? Okay, I will tell you. The church. And why was that important? Because anybody who came up with a belief separate from the church was called a heretic and then had to go through that monkey trial because if you were ever accused of being a heretic, there was no way out. You would never win in that trial. You were going to pay a penalty. So, why was this relevant? Because once they separated the invisible realm from the physical realm, that gave a natural separation that says science studies the physical body and will not get into spirit, mind, any of that invisible stuff. The church said fine. So there was physics, physical body, metaphysics, invisible forces. And this allowed science to operate pretty much independently of the church because it wasn't stepping on their toes. So it allowed science to move forward that way. But then we bought into the belief of what? Well, everything's physical, including the human body is physical. So I go, oh, well then if you want to understand anything and it's physical, then Newtonian science says this. Take it apart. Study the pieces. And when you have an understanding of how the pieces work, you can put them all back together and then voila, you have an understanding of the whole machine. It's called reductionism. Start with something complex and take it apart down to the smallest pieces. And when you do this process, you'll understand how all the pieces work. That makes sense, right? So that's called Newtonian physics. A, it's material. B, if it's complex, take it apart. And then there's a third part to the Newtonian understanding. If I know the pieces, and I know how the pieces interact, I can predict the outcome. Relevance to medicine. You come in, you're not working properly, your machine's not working properly. The scientist says, I know all the parts in your machine. Let me see which part's not working, and I will replace that part. That's called the pharmaceutical industry. Okay? But it's called determinism. What does that mean? It says, well, if you understand the parts and how they work, then you can control the outcome. And that's what medicine is based on. You go to the doctor, they look at you, know the parts, say what's wrong, and they will tell you, this is what you need to be fixed with. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. It doesn't work for a very important reason, and because A, it's totally wrong, and B, medicine, and this is according to the Journal of the American Medical Association, so not making this up. You ready? According to them, and I use this, and I use the quotes, they emphasize conservative estimates of the numbers. So in other words, they didn't have the real numbers, but they just made an estimate. They acknowledge, they being medicine, doctors acknowledge in the Journal of the American Medical Association that medicine is the third leading cause of death in the United States. Unfortunate part for them is that they never carried out the full numbers, because a guy by the name of Gary Null, in an article called Death by Medicine, did the real numbers. No, medicine is not the third leading cause of death in the United States. Medicine is the leading cause of death in the United States. Number one killer. It's called iatrogenic illness. Oh, now it's cleaned up. It's got a scientific Latin name. Oh, I suffer from iatrogenic illness. It's like, oh, did you catch that from your mother? I said, no. Iatrogenic illness means illness due to medical treatment. In other words, I go into the doctor with problem A, I get treated, I die of problem B. It wasn't my original A problem, it was from the treatment. So the treatment of medicine is now the leading cause of death. But we still bought into the body as a machine, and that's where the whole thing went wrong, because they just made it physical. And they said, they take apart the machine. Reductionism. How does the machine work? Well, you take it apart. Reductionism. Get down the bottom. And you get to the bottom, nuts and bolts, and here it is. DNA, 1953. Oh, I remember getting the newspaper that morning, and I was in New York area, and we had the Daily News, which was a tabloid with always a big picture, something gruesome, some mob killing or a big accident. And today, the one day in my life, I pick up the newspaper from my porch, not a picture on the front page. Big, black, bold font right down the middle. Secret of life discovered. Oh my God. There's the whole secret of life. I mean, they even took the picture off the front page. It was that important. I go, what's the relevance of it? Because we bought into the belief, we took it down to the very bottom, and this is the bottom, the DNA, and the DNA is what codes who you are, and therefore your characteristics are involved with that. Okay? And the central dogma, and let me give you this is very important. I didn't make up those words, central dogma. This is the official name in science for this hypothesis that was produced by Francis Crick. Who's Francis Crick? Oh, let's go back 5 years, because this is 1958. 5 years earlier, 1953, Watson and Crick show us a DNA double helix. A little correction sidebar right here. They ripped it off from a woman, Rosalind Franklin. She had the research. Her major advisor gave her research without her permission to Watson and Crick. They interpreted her research and came up with a double helix. Why? Because everyone knows women can't be in science, so they just took away her research and gave it to the good old boys club. And the fact was, it was Rosalind Franklin. But she wasn't foolish enough 5 years later to come up with a central dogma. And the central dogma is a hypothesis. And what is it? It says the flow of information, and you've heard this many times in your life, information in biology flows from one thing to another. I say, how does it flow? It starts with the DNA, goes to the RNA. DNA is the original blueprint, the gene. RNA is a Xerox copy of the gene. It's the one that you have a blueprint, you make a copy of it, and then you take the copy into the cell and you use the blueprint to make the parts. So RNA is the Xerox copy, and protein is the product made by the blueprint. Relevance? You are the protein. This is a protein body. This is a machine made out of proteins. I go, what's the relevance of it? Well, the relevance is you are the protein. I say, maybe you can see something about the relevance of the story by the arrows. Okay, you can't see it. I will tell you. You are the protein. Can you affect your DNA, yes or no? Yes. No! Look at the picture! Look at the picture! The information goes this way. Why? You're at the bottom. You cannot send information back. I go, why is it relevant? Because in 1958, it was an understanding that genes control you, and you do not control the genes. Okay? That's when you became the real victim of heredity. Okay? I go, why? Because if information only flows in this direction, you being the protein will have no ability to change the information above you. I go, oh, wow, that's pretty cool, except for the fact that it's totally wrong. And why, outside of disempowering you, is this wrong? And the answer is this. Because the new science of epigenetics, which we're going to talk about, completely throws the arrows out. But let me give you a simple fact. This was a hypothesis. You know what a hypothesis is? It's an idea, a suggestion. In 1958, 5 years after double helix, I said, what's relevant about it? Well, everybody was looking for, because it was Newtonian science, a physical, mechanical foundation for life. Reductionism takes us apart to the bottom. You get to the DNA and you go, that's it, the bottom line. That's the physical piece that makes life. And everybody accepted that. They were looking for a physical piece to make life. And therefore, it was published in 1958 as a hypothesis. Nobody contested it. Why? Because if you ask any scientist, well, what is that? Oh, well, we were looking for that thing. Okay? And I go, well, why is it relevant? Well, because now it's in the textbooks for 10 years, 1968. Then it's in textbook for 1978. Now it's 20 years. And I go, guess what? Nobody remembered that it was a hypothesis. They bought it as a scientific reality to the extent by 1980, 1990, all the textbooks were giving us the same fact. Yes, you come from the DNA, and it goes in the one direction, it goes like that. It's like, it was never a scientific story. It was just a suggestion. And we bought it, so it's our truth of the world we live in today. I go, yeah. So basically, what does it mean? It says, well, it's a central dogma. I go, oh, that word dogma. That's when I woke up. Because when I left the university and I was going back over all this stuff and putting a new vision together, I said, oh my God, what is the exact definition of the word dogma? I've been using central dogma for years. You ready? Dogma is a belief based on religious persuasion and not scientific fact. I was teaching religion in medical school for 10 years. The reality was, why? It was never true. It was bought to be true. And therefore, it is dogma. It was based on a persuasion that, yeah, I think this is right, but there was no scientific fact to it. And I say, why is it relevant? Because it took generations of us and put us into victim. I can't change my genetics. Uh-oh, and my genetics control me. Oh, my God, Genes control life. So we bought the model. You are a biochemical machine, and you're controlled by genes. And that's how everything is understood. Relevance, if your machine's not operating right, then the most likely issue is something in the heredity part. The genetics is messed up, and therefore that's where the cause of disease is. Okay? And I go, genetic determinism. This is what the ultimate science I was teaching in medical school. I say, what is genetic determinism? Well, it goes like this. Were you born that way? Were you born that way, meaning this. Not just your physical characteristics, but it became also your behavioral characteristics, and then your emotional characteristics were all attributed to genes. I say, well, as far as you know, you didn't pick the genes. And if you get the genes, you can't change the genes. And the genes control who you are. So you become, as shown, a victim. And I say, why is it relevant? Because the moment I convince you you're a victim, I've convinced you you have no power. The moment you have no power, then by definition you must seek power to take control of your life, because you don't have it. Who has it? Pharmaceutical industry. They're the ones that save your life with all their drugs, okay? And it's interesting because I said it's not just the physical characteristics that were attributed to the genes, behavioral characteristics, emotional characteristics, to the extent, because now I'm on the outside watching this research thinking, oh my God, these are just crazy people in there. One guy wanted to find the gene for happiness. Good idea. What does he do? He gets a whole bunch of unhappy people, a whole bunch of happy people, looks at the genes of both groups, and then comes up, he says, this gene is more active in happy people. This is a happiness gene. I go, really? Really? I go, why is that relevant? And then I go, all you have to do is answer this question. What happens if you're the recipient of a lousy happiness gene? You'll never be happy the rest of your life. Your whole life is now going to be unhappy because you have a gene that you can't control. Fortunately, that's all BS. That's belief system. BS, belief. Okay? So, we bought into the concept that we are victims. That we're victims of everything around us. I love this. Newsweek. When fat attacks, it's like your own cells are going to attack you. They're waging war on your health. Let's be intelligent for a minute. If you're a fat cell, what's the benefit of killing you? Oh my God, it makes no sense at all. We bought that we were victims, that even our own cells are attacking us. Your heart is attacking you. No. But we'll get into that. But what does it mean? You bought into the belief. So you ready? This is the full-out understanding of it. You are a victim. And the pharmaceutical company is going to save your life. And I love this because this is the miracle drug. You've all been waiting for the miracle drug. It's called lipozene. I'll let the woman talk.
Does it seem like no?
Okay, wait, we might have to, let me start.
You just can't get rid of excess.
That's the
body
second,
fat?
yeah, push that up.
It's not
I'll
your
start it over
fault.
again.
Many of us.
Okay,
simply-
let's back, okay, here we back it up. Let's go to this one. Here we go. Lipozene story, take one.
Does it seem like no matter what you do, you just can't get rid of excess body fat? It's not your fault. Many of us have simply given up the hope to lose weight.
Body fat builds over our midsection on top of the muscle underneath the skin. And over the years, it gets worse. Body fat increases from having kids, stress at work, lack of exercise, and poor diet.
The Obesity Research Institute
miracle.
has found the solution. It's called lipozene. What's even more amazing is that people were not asked to change their daily lives. It's so easy. Just take lipozene. That's it. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
It says it's so easy, you don't even have to change your life. It's your life that's causing the problem. And they said, unfortunately, you can remember that little chart? What are the causes of this weight? You ready? And it has nothing to do with you. You ready? Ready? Lack of exercise. That has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it. You're a victim. Second one, poor diet. No, that has nothing to do with you again. You're a victim again. Stress at work. No, it has nothing to do with you. Okay? Every one of these is you. And what are they saying? You have no responsibility. As a matter of fact, keep your lousy lifestyle. Take this pill and don't worry about it because you don't have to change your lifestyle. You go, well, what's this based on? Well, let me tell you. One of my medical students I talked with after 30 years after he graduated from school at Wisconsin, where I was, and we were talking about healing, and he came up, we were having a conversation. He said, Bruce, when I was back at Wisconsin when you were teaching, guess what? 4 years of medical school, the word healing did not come into any course in medical school. The word healing was never used. So I stopped and I said, but aren't you a healer? He says, no. And I said, well, what is it you do? And this is it. I couldn't make it up any better than this. I said, what is it you do? He said, my job is to help people maintain lifestyle. What does it mean? You got a crappy lifestyle. Okay, you can keep a crappy lifestyle. If I give you enough drugs, you can have a crappy lifestyle. Just as she said, you take this, you don't have to change anything. Just keep your life the way it is. Take the drug. That's the epitome of the whole idea. That's the pharmaceutical industry. It says, don't worry about your lifestyle. Poor diet, lack of exercise, stress, it's not had anything to do with you. It's like, they just told you what it was, and in your face, you took it in, and what did you hear? It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's like, okay, that's a belief system again. The belief system that it happens to you. Cancer happens to you. Okay? So we buy into this story about this thing like this, and I say, why? Big pharma. It makes money because it sells capsules. Okay? And I go, there's a new understanding now about big pharma that it transcends their original idea. Originally, they were out there to help us overcome certain diseases. Then when they made the so-called pills for each of the diseases, then it was like, oh, business is over. We made the pills for all the diseases. Some smart guy said, but if we get a bunch of these, characteristics and put them together, we can make a new disease. So what did they do? It's called disease mongering. They spread a fear about something, and then they already have the treatment to sell you. I got shaky leg disease. Okay? And there's a pill for it. But here's the point. I'm going to assure you right now that and probably half of you in this room don't even know you are suffering from a neurological disorder, and it's severe. You don't even know it. Okay, I got to tell you because you might need to run to the pharmacy after this room. Okay? I say, what disease is that? And it's like, Disease, obsession with healthy eating. Fixation with healthy eating can be sign of a serious psychological disorder. There's a name for it. There's the name. You are suffering from orthorexia nervosa. I say, well, how do you know if you're suffering? I say, if you have a belief that certain foods are good for you and other foods are not good for you, then that's orthorexia nervosa. If you believe that you don't want to eat this food because they sprayed toxins on it, orthorexia nervosa. And why are they saying that's a serious disorder? Because then people are going to miss out on eating things because of a belief that these things are not good for them. And therefore, that's a serious psychological disorder. So anybody who's a health nut, we're going to make pills. So sign up. What's that?
What was that in?
This is in the British Journal. This is in the Diagnostic Statistics Manual, the DSMI, or Diagnostic Statistics. It's DSM. It's the manual psychologists use.
Oh, DSM.
So it's a classified neurological disorder. Okay? Eating disorder charities reporting a rise in the number of people suffering from a serious psychological condition characterized by an obsession with eating healthy food. So I'm sorry. You thought you were doing good. All right. So, we have a story now that genes control our lives. We also know that in cell biology, 98 to 99% of the DNA in your cell is in a structure called the nucleus of the cell. Since the genes make the decisions about your life, according to that belief system, then all decisions about the cell's function come from the nucleus. And so and this is from the National Institute of Health for the public to understand, and they say about the cell, there was different parts, and we're in the nucleus. The nucleus is the cell's brain. Where the hell did they come up with that idea? And the answer was simple. DNA determines the cell's identity and masterminds its activities. What was the point? What is it saying? DNA masterminds your life. So what you're experiencing or expressing in your life is ultimately a reflection of the DNA unfolding from the nucleus, which is the brain, because that's where all the decisions are made. And hence, the nucleus is the brain of the cell. I go, well, nucleus controls the function of the cell. Nucleus is the cell's brain. Yes, that's in all the textbooks. It's here right now. You can pick up a textbook anywhere. I go, well, is that true? Well, I go, here. You remove the brain from an organism, and you throw it away, and there's one consequence to that, okay? Well, the organism dies. That's essentially a consequence if you take a brain out of an organism and throw it away. And I go, right. I say, well, I can go into a cell, remove the nucleus from a cell. It's a process called enucleation. This is not a new thing. I was doing enucleation experiments in 1966. And I said, what does it mean? I go into the cell with a pipette, a small pipette, puncture into the cell, pull out the nucleus, and throw it away. Well, that's the brain of the cell. So what should happen to the cell? It should die. I go, well, what happened? I go, the cell lives and its behavior is totally unaffected. In other words, a cell can live for 3 or more months with no genes in it. It's not just sitting there. It's breathing, it's eating, it's moving around, it's communicating with other cells, it's avoiding toxins. I go, wait, it has a normal, total life behavior, totally controlled, totally organized, not accident or chance. I say, yeah, but there's no genes in it. Point. The genes did not make the decision of what the cell should do and how it should do it. The whole belief was wrong. The nucleus is not the brain of the cell. I said, well, what is the nucleus? Well, I said, the genes are the blueprints to make the parts of the body. Simple point. A gene is a blueprint to make the proteins of the body, and the proteins are the building blocks. So a gene is a blueprint. I go, well, then what's the nucleus? Well, the nucleus, for sure, is the file cabinet with all the patterns in it. And so the nucleus is a repository of the blueprints. You go, well, what about the action of the blueprints? Well, here's what's action about the blueprints. How many blueprints are in that file drawer? Okay, conventional science goes into what is called the Human Genome Project in the early 90s. And what are they going to do? They're going to look for how many genes are making up a human and why they want to know this information. Well, first of all, how many genes did they expect? So let me give you an understanding. You ready? A gene is a blueprint to make a protein. Okay, you ready? Part one. Part two. There are over 100,000 different proteins in the human body. Question, how many genes must there be? Okay, over 100,000, because you need a gene for every protein. So I got to have at least over 100,000. You go, wow, that's a lot of genes. I go, so who really cares about this? Well, science comes to you. It's actually technology comes to you, not science. And so you're controlled by genes. But if we do a human genome project, we will identify every gene that makes up a human. And when we identify every gene that makes up a human, we will be able to identify every gene that causes a disease. And we'll also find genes that can enhance your characteristics. Maybe a gene for hair, so I could get, genetically engineered. I could get some more hair. Or a Beethoven gene if you want music. Or a smart gene, the Einstein gene. Oh, the future is so bright. If I make a list of all the genes, I can engineer you to be anything you want. Belief system, humanitarian project. True story, remove the front. There are a bunch of people in the pharmaceutical industry that said what? Holy Jesus. If every gene that's discovered can be a new drug. And that means we could have 100,000 new drugs. And then he said, yeah, but that's going to cost a lot of money to figure that out. I got a good idea. Let's tell the public it's good for them. And they will pay for this project. And you did. You paid $1 billion. You want to know the funny conclusion? Well, there's two parts to the conclusion. Part number one, every gene that was discovered has been patented by an industry. Every gene that has been discovered in your body is owned by a corporation. So you don't even own your own genes anymore. And how'd they do it? They had you pay for it, and they just put the patent on at the end. How smart is that? Mother Nature was pissed. She didn't like that at all. So she said, I throw the big monkey wrench in. And what was the big monkey wrench? How many genes were needed? Over 100,000 genes. And the results come in 2001, 2, 3, and they get clarified and get clarified. And I said, well, okay, what is today? Give me the number today. How many genes are present in a human? And the answer is 19,000. And all of a sudden it says, uh-oh, it doesn't compute anymore. The whole idea is how can I have 19,000 genes and create over 100,000 different proteins? And a gene is needed. It's like, oh my God, we didn't think of something. We actually missed an idea. We missed an understanding of the whole thing because we just central dogmatically gave, okay, that's true. And it turns out it's not true. The scientists were caught with their genes down, about 100,000. Oops, we made this big mistake. It's like, this big mistake is a revolution because the big mistake said their belief system of how life works with a gene causing this and a gene causing that is totally wrong. There are only about 6 or 7 diseases that is caused by a gene. All other diseases are caused by complexes of genes. So the concept that there's a gene that causes something, only about 6 or 7 things like hemophilia, Huntington's disease, a couple things like that, minor, relatively speaking. I go, wow, well, this completely changes everything. Why? Yes, because our belief system that DNA makes a gene and the gene controls life turns out not to be true. It's not to be true. I said, well, what does it mean? Well, first of all, let's understand what the nucleus is. The nucleus has the DNA in it. I say, yeah, but what's the DNA? It's a blueprint. I say, yeah, but what does it do? It makes the body parts. Oh, so if I want to replace proteins in my cell, I need a blueprint. Yeah. You want to replace the cell? You need the whole set of blueprints. I go, oh, wait. Replacing? Isn't that called reproduction? Yeah. Nucleus is reproduction of proteins in cells. The nucleus is the gonad of the cell. And you go, wow. I go, yeah, look, science, male-dominated profession. That's what males think with, so making the nucleus the brain just made sense at that time. But the fact is, no, it's totally reproduction. So here's the fact. Genes do not control biology. Let me simplify it this way. A gene is a blueprint, A. B, you walk into an architect's office, she's working on a blueprint, you lean over her shoulder and say, excuse me, is your blueprint on or off? She looks like, what are you, crazy? It's a blueprint, it's not on and off. Precisely. There is no on and off to a blueprint. It exists as a blueprint. But here's the most important fact. You ready? It's not, and I use the word more scientifically and then give you simple, it's not self-actualizing. Well, that's a big word. What does it mean? It says it doesn't make any decisions. It has no control. A blueprint does not control itself. If it did, the architect would just throw blueprints into a building lot, drive away, and come back in the buildings there. But that's what we believe. Put the genes in the cell makes the human. It's like, the genes didn't do that. The whole belief was wrong. Genes cannot turn on. Genes do not turn off. Genes do not even have an awareness of what the hell they do as much as a piece of paper with a blueprint on it knows that it's a building. And you bought the story that this thing was controlling you? And it doesn't control itself. The whole idea is wrong. Completely wrong. These two words are very critical, and this is where the error comes from in almost everything you read today. The word is correlation versus the other word, causation. I say, what's the difference? You ready? Correlation means a relationship existing between phenomena or things. There is a correlation between the BRCA1 gene and cancer. Oh, that means there's a relationship between the gene and the cancer. Let's look at the other word, causation. The act or agency which produces the effect. Oh, the gene causes cancer. I go, no, the gene is correlated with cancer, but does not cause cancer. You must understand this difference. Why? Because it's a death sentence when you say this gene is going to do this. No. As I said, 50% of the women with the breast cancer gene don't get the cancer. Why? The gene did not cause it, but it's correlated with it. So if it's not the cause, then the question is, what is the cause? And I say, well, you spent all your money looking for the gene, you forgot to look for the cause. And the cause is not the gene. The cause is lifestyle. It's how you're living. Okay? So please recognize this. It's so critical because every time you read about a gene that causes Alzheimer's. A gene does not cause Alzheimer's. A gene does not cause anything. And this is very important because our whole life we have been programmed with the belief that these genes are controlling your life, making decisions, and you have no control over them. You are a victim. And if I get you to believe that, as biology belief will tell you, you become a victim. And that's why we have a healthcare crisis today. Because we are not looking at our own lives as being responsible for it, and we're looking for a pharmaceutical industry to give you a pill to compensate. Okay?
My name is Liz Dawn, and I'm with Celebrate Your Life Events. And the presentation that you've been listening to was recorded live at one of our Celebrate Your Life conferences. And this program was created exclusively for Evan's audience. And I'm super thrilled to share this information with you. So come check us out. Take a look at all of our retreats and programs and conferences that we have to offer. Click the link below, and hopefully I'll see you in person. All right, now let's get back to the presentation.
So, medical model, the biochemical machine controlled by genes. That's not true. It's totally false. So we need to understand something. I said, well, where did my understanding start? My understanding started with stem cells. And I was working on stem cells in 1967, so that was a few years ago. And the relevance about my working on stem cells in 1967, which for me was kind of cool, I was cloning stem cells when there were only a handful of us in the entire world that even knew what the hell a stem cell was. And I saw things in those stem cell studies that were the things that caused me to leave the system. And what did I see? Well, first let me explain it. What is a stem cell? Another word for stem cell is embryonic cell. I said, well, why do I call it a stem cell? I said, well, 1 minute before you're born, I do a tissue biopsy. I show you a cell. I say, look, this is an embryonic cell. 1 minute after you're born, I do the same biopsy, show you the same cell. I say, this is a stem cell. Point. Once you're born, I can't call it embryonic cell anymore. The name changes. So what is a stem cell? By definition, an embryonic cell. It can become anything. I say, why do you have stem cells in your body? Simple reason. Every day you're losing hundreds, now when I say the word, it's very simple, hundreds of billions of cells. I say billions is a number that is so big that you can't mentally conceptualize it. I give you a word billions, it sounds, oh yeah, billions, that's really nice. I have billions. If you had to count billions, The rest of your life, you could start now counting billions and you won't get there. That's how big it is. I say, well, why is it relevant? Because if we're losing hundreds of billions of cells every day, then how long can you go and stay healthy before the loss of cells is going to interfere with your life? You ready? And all of a sudden you realize, oh my God, I must have something to replace those dead cells. And the answer is yes, your body is filled with stem cells. Point, if you're in this room, you have stem cells in your body. If you don't have stem cells in your body, you're not in this room, you're not even in this world anymore. Okay? What's the point? You're here because you are replacing your cells every day with stem cells. So you're filled with embryonic cells. Now the significance about that is I was studying embryonic cells and studying stem cells. And what did I do? I would take a single stem cell out of a person or an animal, and I put that single stem cell in a tissue culture dish. And the stem cell divides every 10 or 12 hours. So I put one cell in a dish, and this is why it's called cloning. I just put one cell in the dish. After 10 hours, I have 2 cells in a dish. After 20 hours, I have 4 cells in a dish. After a week, I have 50,000 cells in the dish because it keeps doubling and doubling. I say, yeah, but what's the relevance of that? You ready? They're all genetically identical cells because they came from the same parent. So I have 50,000 genetically identical cells. Then I say what? I say, I take some of the cells out of this dish and move it into another petri dish, and I change the environment. We're going to come back to this, so let's just emphasize, what is the environment? A cell is like a fish. It has to live in fluid. So when you cut yourself open, fluid leaks out. Underneath your skin, there's an aquarium in here with fluid and cells moving through this fluid, okay? So if I take cells out of your body and I put them in a tissue culture dish, what do I need to do? Grow them in a fluid. That's the environment they live in. I say, yeah, but what should the composition of the fluid be? This is going to come back and haunt us. It's going to be great, though. Where do I get the chemical composition to create culture fluid from? I say, I go to the animal where I took the cells from, look at the blood, and try to make a synthetic composition that has the components of blood in it. So I grow mouse cells, I look at mouse blood, make culture medium based on the composition of mouse blood. Does that make sense? Human cells, I make culture medium based on human blood. So the cells are growing in culture medium, the equivalent of blood. But here's what I do. I change some of the chemicals in that culture medium. So in taking cells out of my master dish and putting it into environment A means a culture medium with a slight change in the chemistry. The cells form muscle. Now watch. I go back to the same dish, get genetically identical cells out, put it in environment B, another culture dish, but I change the chemicals a little bit in the culture medium. The cells form bone. I go, wait. More cells, environment C, different composition of culture medium, the cells form fat. 1967. I'm teaching in the classroom over here, genes control life. I walk in the laboratory, what do I see? What's the answer? What's controlling the activity of the cells? The environment. Why? They were all genetically identical, so I can't invoke that the genes caused it. They all had the same genes. The only thing that was different was the environment. I go, oh my God. Then the genetic activity was not controlled by the cell, but it was controlled by the conditions of the environment. I go, absolutely, 100%. That was 1967. My colleagues ran away from me like I had the plague. I kept repeating the experiments and showing them that it was reproducible, predictable. I can tell you exactly what's going to happen to the cells when I do this. Oh, predictable, the hallmark of science. Yes, but for them, they didn't want to hear it. Why? It was the big time for genes. It was the gold rush. I call them the gene lemmings. They're all running toward the cliff. DNA, boom, gone. And the issue was I couldn't stay around for the rush, so I left the system. And during that absence from the system is really when I got to understand how it works, okay? And about 25 years later, new science, epigenetics, control above the genes. What's that? Environment. The environment is controlling the genes. No kidding. That's what I thought. Okay, so the whole idea about it is we have this understanding that the genetics do not control itself, but is a reflection of the environment in which the genes are in. So this changes it. This means that we now have a new insight into body, mind, and spirit. I've broken this program down to talk about body, mind, and then spirit. So we're going to go through each one of these. At the end, you put it all together, and it's like, oh my God, you're going to see who you are. Or you'll see it as it unfolds anyway. So we're going to start with the first one, body. Let's see how the body works. And then, once we understand how the body works, we can apply the information about how it's controlled. So to show you this, first of all, I'm going to show you pictures of cells. And you say, yes, I've seen pictures of cells in all the books and everywhere and all, in the HuffPost, they have a picture of a cell, they got a picture of a cell. I go, but it doesn't tell you the full grasp of it. You want to see the full grasp of it? It looks like this. They're alive! They're alive! They're moving around. They communicate with each other. They talk to each other. They live in a community. They divide. They're having a whole life going on in there. And it's just beautiful, but you never see them doing that. You only see the dead pictures of cells. The fact is they're exciting. They're a world of things going on in here. Okay? They also talk to each other. This is critical because we're going to talk about communication. I say, how do you know they talk to each other? I'll show you this one. This is a preparation where there's a fluorescent dye added to the tissue culture. And when the cells talk to each other, the dye lights up. So you can see where communications are occurring, right? So here's a community of cells, and you can see they're just little random conversations. They're talking to each other, blah, 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 all going on, blah, 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 like that. Then sometimes there's radical changes that come through. Something big like 911 or something like that will happen. You can see they're talking to me. Watch this. Here's the 911. Hey, it's a peaceful day. Everything is great in the neighborhood, and that's really nice, and everything is really wonderful. Boom! All of a sudden, the whole thing lights up. So what's the point? Cells have lives. They wake up in the morning, they eat, they breathe, they defecate, they move around, they talk to each other, they build a community, and they work in harmony. Okay? And I go, why is that relevant? So first of all, this is number one. A human body is a community of 50 trillion cells. You are not a one thing. This is very critical. This is very critical. I'll give you the insight right here. You look in the mirror, you see yourself, and you say, one person, I can see Bruce in the mirror, that's one living organism. I go, no. You are not a single living organism. You are made out of 50 trillion cells. The cells are the living organism. When you give your name, I say Bruce, that is a name not for an individual entity, it's the name for an individual community. I am a community of 50 trillion cells. You are a community of 50 trillion cells. Cells have the same function as present in your human body. In other words, I get a human physiology book and go, oh, we have a nervous system, a digestive system, respiratory system, musculoskeletal system, endocrine system, blah, 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 blah. And I go, guess what? Every cell, most every cell, I'm going to say virtually every cell in your body, not all of them, virtually every cell has what? A respiratory system, a digestive system, a nervous system, a reproductive system, a musculoskeletal system, an endocrine system. Cells even have an immune system. Point? There is not a new function in the 50 trillion cell community that doesn't already exist at a basic level in virtually every cell in your body. What's the point about it? What does that mean? The answer is this. Cells are miniature people. They live in a community. We can get right to I can give you the conclusion if you have to leave right now. I'll give you the conclusion. Ready? The nervous system is the government that controls the interaction of the 50 trillion cells. You have a good political nervous system, you have a healthy, happy community. You have a bad government in your head, and your cells will rebel like they would do in any country in the world, and that's called disease. And all of a sudden you wait, oh, I blame the disease on the genes. I go, no, it's the government. Okay? That applies at every level. Okay, so cells are miniature people. Now, how do they work? This is the fun part, because it is simple. And that's what makes it beautiful. It is simple. But when you understand it, it changes everything you know about life. This is a schematic of a machine. Can you see the pieces there? Let's label the pieces. The gears are called the mechanism. You say, well, what are these gears going to do? I say, whatever I design them to do. I have gears. Oh, look, I have a little clock right here. It's got hands on it. The gears are making time in here. Cool, right, okay. Did you drive here today? Oh, if you did, you used a lot of gears in your car to get here, right? Okay. Did you use an elevator in a building? Oh, you use gears to go up and down. And I always love it because I know there's always a group of us that have a margarita before they get here. Did you have a blender? There were gears in the blender. What? Simple point. Here's simple point. I use the word gears and mechanism generically, meaning I can design the gears to do different things. Respiration, one set of gears. Digestion, a different set of gears. Muscle movement, a different set of gears. The function of your body are due to the gears moving, okay? So I'm going to use them generically. Just say gears, and you can understand functions come from them, okay? But for the gears to work, you got to move them. So you have a motor. Motor causes the force that causes the gears to move. When the gears move, they do the job. Oh my God, this is so logical. It's like, come on, Bruce, get to something brainy. I will in a minute. But first we're going through the simple part. The next thing is this. You don't want the gears to run continuously all the time. If your muscle contracts, don't you want it to also relax? So you want to be able to turn it on and turn it off. You don't want digestion to go on 24/7. Why? Because if you're not eating, then you'll digest yourself. So the idea is you turn it on when you need it, you turn it off. So guess what? There are switches to turn the gears on and off. Okay? The functions. And lastly in my diagram is a gauge, which is feedback. What's going on in your system? How's it working? Parallel understanding? What are the gauges on the dashboard of your car? They're telling you about the performance of the vehicle. So we have feedback as well to see how we're performing. Relevance? All I have to do is describe the operation of these 4 parts. Do you understand how this works? Switch the switch on, the motor starts, the gears run, and the feedback tells you about how they... Does that make sense? Is it simple? Well, that's how simple life is. I'll just explain each part, and then you'll understand it. So it's not complex at all. So, the first thing we want to discuss is the mechanism, the gears. What are the gears? Ready? Oh, this thing is a little sensitive. Okay. There are over 100,000 different protein parts that build a cell. They're like go to Home Depot or Lowe's home building place. Why is it relevant? You go to the electric department. What do they got? Wires, switches, fuses, sockets, all kinds of things to do what? Build any damn thing you want. You go in there and you can get these parts and these parts and these parts and put it together and make something. You can make a shack. You can make a mansion. You got the parts. Relevance? The proteins are the parts to make a body. Okay? How you design the body is how you're going to use these proteins. There's over 100,000 different ones. No 2 proteins have the same shape. They're completely different. Okay? I say, what's the relevance about that? And the answer is simply this, is that it's like a giant Lego kit. 100,000 different parts. You plug them all together and you can create a muscle cell, a brain cell, a skin cell, just by how you assemble the parts. Does that make sense so far? So the cells of the body are built from blocks called proteins. How you assemble the proteins determines the character of the machine. Okay. 100,000 proteins each have a unique shape. I say, what's responsible for the shape? And what I'm going to tell you is this. Proteins have a backbone. I say, what do you mean? I say, well, you have a backbone. I say, guess what? The backbone determines your shape. If you have a crooked backbone, you have a crooked shape. So the whole idea is the backbone determines the shape. I say, well, what's the backbone? So I say, well, underneath that calm exterior, there's a backbone. Now, illustrated in biochemical terms, some of them are helices, and some of them are like arrows, okay? So if you see arrows and helices, that's the biochemical way of marking things, okay? So underneath, all proteins have a backbone. And here's the simple part. And it's not frequently you get a chance to say all something is like this, but here it is. All proteins are linear strings. Okay? You go, wait a minute, but these are very complex structures. I go, well, how can you make complex structure have as a string? I said, well, a ball of yarn is a string, right? I said, what can you do with a ball of yarn? I said, well, you can turn it into any kind of thing. Ooh, look at these. These are wonderful gloves for driving your car. I say, what's it made out of? One string. Each one of them is one string. I said, well, how'd you get that complex shape? I go, it's called a knitting pattern. There's a pattern of wrapping, knotting, and tying, wrapping, knotting, and tying. And when you put it in the right sequence, lo and behold, you get this beautiful driving gloves. Okay? So you need 2 things. A string, and B, a pattern. Got it? And I can create anything out of these strings. So I go, okay, interesting, let's go to another look at it and go, here's the DNA. I say, what's the function? It's a blueprint. To make what? I say, the proteins. I say, what are the proteins? Well, the proteins are linear strings like poppet beads, okay? I say, well, in the DNA, I don't use both sides. I separate and use one helix. I say, then what do I do with this one helix? I say, well, I create a protein, which is what? Poppet beads. Here's a protein strand. That's the strand. That's the backbone. I say, yeah, but there are amino acids. There are 20 different kinds of amino acids that can make up this string. I say, well, how do I know which amino acid comes after which? And you say, why should I know? And here's the answer. You ready? The final shape of the protein is due to the sequence of amino acids. I'll get to that in 1 second, okay? But here's the point. How do I know the sequence? And I tell you, the DNA is a blueprint. I say, what do you mean? I say, every 3 bases. Now, let me show you. In the double helix, this is like the stairway going up the spiral staircase. When you split it, they're called bases. There are only 4 different kinds. There's 4 colors here, orange, blue, and pink, and green. And there's a whole sequence of orange, blue, pink, and green. But the sequence is different for each blueprint. I say, why is it important? Here it is. You ready? Every 3 bases, the sequence, like this one, orange, blue, pink, this one, pink, green, blue, is a code. Now watch. I take 3 of those bases, and they tell me what amino acid that one is going to be. I say, what's this one going to be? I say, look at the next these 3 bases. These 3 bases will determine that amino acid. The next 3 bases will determine that amino acid. What's the point? The pattern of the gene is the pattern of the sequence of amino acids. That's all it is. I say, why is it relevant? Well, you gave this blueprint the control of your entire life. All it is just telling you how to make a protein. It doesn't do anything more than that. I go, well, this is really relevant, because then when I make a protein, it's this long poppet bead. And I say, what does it do? I say, well, it folds up and makes a 3-dimensional structure. I say, how does it do that? I say, because some of the amino acids are positive and some are negative. You say, so what does it mean? I say, well, look, what happens between positive and negative? They attract each other, right? So if I make this one positive and this one negative, then the tendency is for this one to pull itself toward this one. And that will fold it. Yes? Then the sequence of the positive and negative charges determine where the folds are going to occur. I go, absolutely. Here's an actual reproduction of a protein filament. This is a string of poppet beads, amino acids, that has just been synthesized. What you're going to see is what happens in 1/1000th of a second. In 1/1000th of a second, this piece of string will do what? Self-knit. It's creating its own knitting pattern. What was the point? Nature created self-knitting yarn. You don't have to bend and loop and tie it yourself. The sequence of amino acids will determine where the bends and the loops and the tying come from. Does that make sense? So basically it says, you just put the string with the right sequence of amino acids, let go of it, and it will automatically fold itself up into a 3-dimensional structure. Self-knitting yarn. That's what a protein is, okay? So I go, well, look. Here's a piece of wire turned into a wire sculpture of a dog. I go, you know what? There's a pattern built into this, but a human implied it. But it could be a protein, and therefore the pattern would be the sequence of amino acids, right? But what if I change the charge? Wait, that's a thought question. I'm going to give it to you again. So here's important before I show you. The shape of the protein when it folds is due to the charges inherent in the protein, the self-knitting. Now I'm going to ask you, what if you could change the charge on a protein filament? What do you think the protein filament will do? Come on now, come on. Pretend you know it.
Repel.
It will what?
Repel it.
Well, repel it, but what else will it do? The whole string, it'll cause it to change the shape, right? So if I change the charge, I can use the same string and create a different wire sculpture. I go, this is cool for a reason. The secret of life. You ready for what the secret of life is? This is the secret of life. You are made out of proteins. Your physical body is a sculpture made out of proteins. But that's not life. Why? A cadaver is a body made out of proteins, but it has no life. So proteins alone don't make life. What do you think proteins plus? I'll tell you. Ready? The force is going to cause something to change shape. I say, what's the force? And here it is. You ready? The force. This is a three-dimensional protein, 3 different ones. I say, what's the shape based on? The charges inside the amino acids. I say, yeah, but what if you change the charge on the protein? If you change the charge on the protein, isn't the charge causing the shape? If I change the charge, I will change the shape. And the charge comes from signals from the environment. These are 3 different proteins. These are actual reconstructions. When the signal that's complementary to a next shows up, look, it changes shape and get a little like that, right? Dehydrogenase changes shape like this. And calmodulin gives a big change of shape. I say, look, what's happening? The proteins are moving. Why? Because the signal causes the protein to go into another shape and then go back into the other shape and go back into this shape. And each shape change causes movement, right? From shape A to shape B. It had to move, yes or no? Thank you. Why is it relevant? It's the movement that provides for life. If the machine stops moving, you could have all the proteins, but if they don't move, it's a sculpture at this point. It doesn't change. So life comes from protein plus signal. What's missing from the cadaver? It's got the proteins. It's missing the signals. So in other words, the proteins are there, but they don't move anymore. Why? Signals are gone. So life is actually what? Protein plus signal. Okay? So you say, well, how does it work? And I go, I got to show you this because this is like from my hometown in California, Palo Alto out there, where I was at Stanford, and they were doing smart things. Well, they did something smart. They built a new car called a Tesla. Tesla is the most wonderful car on the planet. I'm not selling them because I can't afford one myself, but they did a safety test, and in the government safety test, it's based on a score of 5. The Tesla, the only car ever, scored 5.5. How the hell can it score higher than the score? And the answer was this. Because one of the tests was what happens to a vehicle when it turns over. In an accident, it turns over. They could not turn the vehicle over. They actually had to physically turn the vehicle over, so it violated the entire test. Why? The car would not turn over by itself. So it got extra points for that. I say, so what's the extra points got to do with this? I say, well, this is the plant in California where they make Teslas. I go, what's interesting about it? You see the red things in the picture? They're machines. I said, but they're like proteins. Why? Each machine has a very specific movement from A to B. A to B. I go, what's relevant? If you line up a whole bunch of them, each doing a small movement, what happens? And the answer is watch. They're building a car. There's nobody in there. Where are the people? It's building a car. How? Each machine has a very specific movement and does one movement. I say, why is it relevant? A protein is a machine that does a movement. I say, yeah, but what does it mean? At a nano level, inside a cell, the proteins line up like this, each one doing a movement to what? Not synthesize a car, synthesize a biology. Synthesize a cell, synthesize muscle, synthesize liver, whatever it needs to do. How does it do it? The protein machines, the red guys, each have a movement. They're like an assembly line. You put the right sequence of proteins together, it's called a pathway, a digestive pathway, a muscle contraction pathway. The word pathway means what? Sequence of proteins engage one after the other to carry out digestion, muscle contraction, anything. So how does the biology work? You've got nano machines called proteins. The machines respond to the signals. The signals are like the conductor in an orchestra that says, okay, time for you. Okay, time for you. And that's what it does, okay? So the relevance is this. Proteins are machines. They build your body, okay? Well, let's take a look at a real protein. This protein is called kinesin. And I say, well, what does it look like? Well, it looks like this, if you can see it. Imagine two pipe cleaners twisted together, so I have a helix of pipe cleaners. At the bottom of each pipe cleaner, I put a little globular protein that's in blue. Okay? I go, well, why is this relevant? This is if you get this, write this down, put a box around it, please. Protein plus signal equals movement or life. Protein plus signal equals life. Okay? There's two proteins up here. Kinesin, the pipe cleaner guy, kinesin, and on the bottom is a protein structure called a microtubule. It's like a railroad track. And watch what happens. Protein plus signal causes a shape change. Okay? So the protein kinesin is not touching the railroad tracks. It's not touching the signal. It's just flopping around in space. Oh, go back. Oh, my goodness. Okay. It's flopping around, but when it lands, it touches. This is now a reaction between the signal, microtubule, and the blue protein kinesin causes a shape change, causing this one to come to the front in red, trail in yellow. But now guess what? This touches the signal, changes the shape, and guess what? It becomes the trailing one, and that becomes the leading one. Oh yeah, watch what happens. This one now touches, and what does it do? It creates a signal, changes shape, and then this one becomes the leading one. I go, that's nice, that's cute. And I go, yeah, but let me show you what it looks like inside the cell to give you a better perspective. You ready? There it is. Walking down the railroad tracks carrying a vesicle from one side of the cell to the other side of the cell. It's a miniature... Ooh, 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 ooh. I got a signal. Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay, here we go. So did you see what happened? A protein is like a little miniature person. It's doing a job. This one grabs the vesicle and walks down the railroad track. With each step is a signal causing this next step to occur. All the functions in the cell are proteins doing these kinds of movements. Integrate the movements in an assembly line, and every function you call life is created by these protein machines. Okay? Point. Protein creates the body, but protein plus a signal creates behavior. Why? Behavior is what? Movement. Yeah, but what's the movement? Oh, it's based on the ability of the protein to change shape in response to the environmental signal. So behavior comes from protein plus signal. So your life is managing signals and managing the proteins. That's what your life is all about. I said, well, what about the signals? What kind of signals? What do they represent? This opens the door to the whole new world. Because in our conventional understanding, biological processes employ Newtonian physics, which means what? It's the physical world affecting the physical world, so that chemistry, drugs, things like that affects. Those are signals. And what about the invisible stuff? Not in a Newtonian world. It's not relevant, so don't worry about invisible. So I said, well, here's a story about deciphering the language of cells. And this is a Dr. Song. Let me tell you what he did. He was working on the fact, can electromagnetic fields create a signal? In other words, does a signal have to be a drug? Couldn't it be just an energy? So, of course, he does the experiments, and of course he gets the results that they do, and electromagnetic fields can adjust it. But why am I showing it to you? Not because of that. I want to show it to you because the conventional biomedical belief system is shown in the first, right here, right there. A prominent biochemist, in a recent conversation with the author, Song, even labeled his study of this type of cell-to-cell communication as astrology, and maintained, and this is the critical part, in red, and maintain that signals could only be carried by the substance of chemistry. You say, why is it relevant? Well, if you're in the medical profession, your behavior isn't working right because your proteins or something is wrong. We want to adjust the signal so that it works better. According to medicine, the only way you can adjust the signal is through the substance of chemistry, hence drugs. Okay? What about energy? No, substance of chemistry, it's Newtonian. Energy is not in the field. So what do we see? Well, we see a science based on materialism. You're a physical body. You have these proteins that do physical movements, but they can only respond to physical signals. So they draw pictures in a textbook like this. The blue is this three-dimensional protein, and there's like a keyhole where the signal is like a key. A signal is a key. Plug it in, and all of a sudden, the motion starts. So that chemistry, that's why they design drugs. They try to say, what's the shape of the protein, and can I make the shape of a key that will fit in there, and that's called drug design. Okay? So signal plus protein equals behavior. Conventional worlds, signals come from the environment, but what are they? Chemistry. Signals are chemistry, and hence, therefore, known as drugs. And all of a sudden you realize why the pharmaceutical industry is completely behind the medical profession, because, I'm going to tell you this right now, the pharmaceutical industry puts blinders on the medical profession. For what reason? If they could sell energy in a capsule or a tablet, we would all be doing energy medicine today. But I can't put energy in a unitized thing and sell it. Therefore, it has zero influence on the pharmaceutical industry. Unfortunately, the pharmaceutical industry has 100% influence on the medical industry. And if the pharmaceutical industry says we don't go there, medical school does not go there. I say, yeah, but I was in a medical school doing research and I read all the journals, and guess what? There were tons of papers on energy fields affecting biology. I say, how come it's not in the medical school? And the answer is, it has no relevance to the pharmaceutical industry, which has all the money. Okay? So they shape the industry. Okay? If there are any questions from the first part, we got a question.
Yeah. Can I just ask you a question? I'm very interested in what you're doing, obviously. What came into my mind just as you were finishing speaking there was, does thinking come into this lecture, our thought processes? Are you going to be covering that? Or
the thought processes?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the meat of the whole thing.
Oh, good, yeah. Yeah, I just had to ask the question.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The reason why look, this is really important. If you understand how the mechanism works, then you can control it. It's sort of like getting driver education.
Yeah.
You got a lousy teacher, you're going to destroy your car.
Yeah.
Okay? We've all had lousy teachers about how our biology works, and we're destroying ourselves. So this is a start from zero. How does it work? We got down to the very basics. A protein.
Yeah.
And it responds to a signal and creates behavior. Well, when we develop this, you're going to, next thing is, so what the hell are the signals?
Yes, that's...
You got to wait till the afternoon.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any others? Oh, a couple more.
So I have a question about what happens, what really causes a child to be born with, say, Down syndrome or some chromosome abnormality? Is it environment? Is it thought? Is it behavior of the mother? What, are you going to...
Let's put everything into one package. Everything is involved. Parents are genetic engineers. They don't realize that how they're responding to life is adjusting the genetics of the fetus that's developing. So parents contribute. Environment contributes. Okay? A part that we've not discussed in our conventional world that does make a big deal is there's a spiritual element to us, a field, an energy, and that this is profoundly influencing who we are. So when you come into this life, you come in with an energy, and then you create a life. The energy you're coming with can influence your life in the very beginning. It could be environmental, it could be parental, it could be just an accident of mutation, which is the least likely one. Okay? The idea about this, and let me say it now because it's important when we get into this so you see where we're going with it. And the idea is this. If you believe this is your one and only life, it changes how we live on this planet. Because it says, oh my God, I got to be careful. This is my only thing. I got to really, so I run a completely different life. But what if you were very familiar with, and it's just like everyday life, because most people are not, that you are not even in this body. That actually, what we're going to show you at the end of the day is that you're not in this body, that you're a part of the field, the environment. I say, why is it relevant? Because the energy is not created or destroyed. It's always here. So your identity as a field is always here, whether your physical body is here or not. So it basically says then, the belief in mortality is mortality of the physical body, but not the mortality of the spirit, the soul. Okay? I say, why is it relevant? Here's why it's so relevant. Imagine you come to this life 10,000 times. I go, so what if you come in once as a donation? to offer something for somebody else, a lesson to be learned. How many people died in the Holocaust? Did they die needlessly? If we forget what the hell the Holocaust was, yes, they died needlessly. But they donated their lives, not consciously, but spiritually, to do what? Teach us lessons so we never have to do those things again. So if you have a life where you can come back so many times, and you come back one time to help teach something, because you're going to give up your life with cancer or something like that, so those around you learn, that's a contribution. So basically then look at this. If you have unlimited number of lifetimes, what's giving one life to the education of the rest of the community? Or, so when you say, well, how come a child could have that? And I can say, well, there are many different reasons. A child came in to teach a lesson, came in with a history already, that the environment is influential, that the parents are influential, all of these. So I can't say which one is the issue, but I would consider all of them. Okay? And just, so the hopeful part about it is this. This is not your first time here. This is not your last time here. But if you understand why you're here, I'll just tell you why you're here, okay? So that you could go home now if you wanted. The whole idea is this, and I'll leave it this way because this is so blow-away cosmic joke. You ready? We have been programmed with the belief that you die, and if you live well, you go to heaven. I'm going to give you another belief. You were born into heaven. This is heaven. You say, well, how can it be heaven? Look at all the war, the violence, the environment, and all that. And I go, we're creating that. Because heaven's a place of creation. And the idea is this what you would naturally create? And I'm going to tell you the answer is no. Because when given your natural creation, which is best exemplified, because almost everybody has touched this at one point in their life, even if it was only a few days, you touched it. And what was that? You fell in love with somebody. And in those few days, no matter how crappy your life was up until that moment, all of a sudden, boom, it's heaven on earth. I go, what was the issue? And I'll give you the answer. And the answer was, it's the first time in your life you stop playing the program. You've been programmed. And the moment you stop playing the program, what do you create? Heaven on earth. Well, that was what your original intention was. Unfortunately, our programs have disempowered us and given power to other people. So we're not living our lives, we're living the control of other people's lives. My intention, you understand this. You take charge of your life. Because I trust us as individuals to create a better planet than I trust the leadership of this world, which has really taken us down the line. Why? Because every one of you, when you did have that opportunity, you did manifest heaven on earth. So the whole idea is this. We're going to get out of the program. But you don't know you have a program. So I can tell you that, now you can leave, or you can stay and see how you got the program.
With big pharma, is that similar to the fossil fuel industry where they keep lobbying and using control? I mean, because they really haven't gotten the publicity that climate change and fossil fuels have gotten yet.
Yes.
Is it that just sophisticated and the 1%'s sending the mind-numbing? How is that working? And
that is the 1% sending you the information about how unempowered you are and how much you need them to survive on this planet. They are not there for you. I had a quote, I could find it maybe after lunch, I'll show it, from the head of Valiant Pharmaceuticals. And he basically said, our mission is not to help people. Our mission is to make a profit for the shareholders. That is what pharma is all about. Pharma is not here as your friend. They don't give a damn about you. They give a damn about your money. And I can tell you a fact. They test a drug and they can find that death is a side effect. You would think, well, damn, we shouldn't do that drug. No. They actually have an equation. They calculate how much of the drug they'll sell, the profit margin they'll get, and the loss from lawsuits from wrongful death. If the profit exceeds the lawsuits, the drug is marketed with the fact is, I don't care if you die, I have enough money to pay you. And that's the mission of the statement. That's it. They're not there for you. They don't give a damn. They're there to make money. Monsanto, exactly the same thing. They'll destroy your planet while they're trying to make money. And for me, I'm very upset, and this is a caveat right now because maybe a couple of you are medical doctors. I know one already. I am not against the medical doctor. I am responsible in large part for the problems. I was a teacher in a medical school. A medical doctor practices according to the teaching. If I teach them incorrectly, they respond incorrectly. Do they know it? No. They're following the rules. The idea is the rules are not really made for the medical doctor, they're made for the medical industry. The medical industry is the one that makes money off of you. Is it a humanitarian-based process? No. Why? Because it's for profit. I said, well, where the hell do you get a profit from? I said, well, you charge people extra and then you make money. I said, wait a minute. This person's sick, and what are you going to do? You're kicking them while they're down. You're going to charge them extra money to get out of this sickness. Why? To pay the investors. This is not humanitarian. Why? Humanity, key word is compassion. That's zero compassion if I'm making a profit off of you being sick. By definition, medicine should be a non-profit organization. And that's where we have to go. Okay? So, when I'm talking about the medical system failing, I'm not blaming the doctors. I'm blaming the system. The doctors are caught between a rock and a hard place. They're saying, you have to perform this way. They don't even get a chance to talk to the patients anymore. They're given 3 minutes to see you, diagnose you, and give you a drug before you walk out of the room. That is standard medical procedure. And if a doctor does not give you a drug, guess what? They're liable for a lawsuit. Why? Because the patient can come back and say, well, I went to the doctor and he didn't give me anything. And it's like, oh, okay. And they say, well, I go to the doctor and I have a cold. I say, what's the problem? That's a virus. But what can you do about it? I don't have virus medicine, so what I'm going to give you is the antibacterial. I say, why is it relevant? Well, I gave you a drug, antibacterial. I go, yeah, but bacteria didn't cause the problem. They know that, but they give you the drug. Why? Standard procedure. If I don't give you something, I'm failing the patient. And then I said, well, who's pushing this? Well, who do you think is making the money from the selling of the drugs? And that's where the issue is. And this is why I love what I do. Why? You are powerful enough to take care of your own life. You just don't understand it. And you don't understand how you lost your power. And what my intention is to give you the power back by giving you knowledge. Knowledge is power. And what am I giving you knowledge of? Knowledge of self. So, self-empowerment. Let's go. Okay. So, we're stuck here with a belief in a Newtonian mechanics that the universe is made out of matter. Your body is made out of matter. You want to affect your body, you got to use matter. Drugs for bodies. That's the way it works. And I say, well, this was true all the way up until 1925. And then quantum mechanics came in and it said, wait, the universe is made out of energy. And I say, why is it relevant? Well, you've left energy, the invisible realm, out of every equation. And not only should it not be left out, as you're going to see, it is the primary source of information, is the invisible realm, not the physical realm. Okay? So I said, well, what's energy? I said, well, I can't really show it to you because it's invisible, but I can tell you what it's shaped like. You mean there's a shape to something? I go, yeah. Drop a rock into the pond. The energy from the falling rock is relayed to the water. The energy is moving through the water, but it's a force. And what does it do? It forces the molecules into the shape of the energy. You're not seeing the energy, you're seeing the shape of the energy imposed upon the water. So what is energy? Waves of force going through the field. Okay? What happens if you don't include energy in your model? And I say, this is an M.C. Escher print. It is a spectacular thing because if we build this, no problems anymore with energy. And I say, why? I say, it's a turbine that's turning down here, and it's cranking a generator making energy from the what? The water falling down. I go, yeah, then watch. The water comes down, the waterfall turns the turbine, the water goes back up through the trough, comes back down, and continues to turn the turbine. Perpetual motion machine. I love it. You know, get rid of Exxon. Let's build this baby. And I go, well, here's the problem. You can't build this baby. I say, why not? Because, you ready? It's a two-dimensional picture trying to show a three-dimensional world. You left out a dimension. When you put the other dimension in there, you cannot create this. I say, why is it relevant? It's because this is so beautiful analogy. Medicine is based on essentially a two-dimensional world, the physical, mechanical world. You make models. You say, well, this is how it works. And I go, yeah, but not 100% of the people work this way. As a matter of fact, you're lucky to get 50 or 60% to work the way your model does. How come your models are so wrong? And the answer is this. Medicine left out the third dimension. Medicine left out the invisible realm. You leave out the invisible realm, I can create any kind of model, but they're not correct. And today's medical model is incorrect because it's only based on the physical, mechanical realm. Okay? So, what we have to understand is when I talk about energy, there are two aspects of energy that we must understand. They both are connected, but they have different expressions. Energy can be as a force. Yes, I use energy to force the gears of my car to drive me up the hill. It's a force that took me up, derived from energy. But energy is also information. Right in this room right now is television broadcast, radio broadcast, cell phone broadcast. Solar energy is passing through this room. It's not going to move physically anything in this room. It doesn't have that force, but it does have information in it. And if you can translate the information, bring your cell phone in, all of a sudden there's a voice in this room that came from somewhere else. Information. So when I talk about energy, you can say, let's talk about energy as force. Let's talk about energy as information. They're two different things. Medical profession, and again, it's not the medical doctors. They're the guys that are caught in the web of bad education. Okay? Medical community only talks about energy in terms of force. It says, yeah, if an energy changes you because it forces something, then we're interested in it. I say, oh, what kind of energy is medicine interested in? Oh, X-ray irradiation, UV, burn yourself in the sun, get sunburn, all that kind of stuff, cosmic radiation, all those kind of energy, electrocution, energy that can kill you. Force is big. It's allopathic medicine, conventional medicine is tied up with force, but in this case, the force is called ionizing energy. Why? It causes a change in the molecules. It's a powerful force. So the idea is this. If an energy doesn't change the physical molecule, it's not relevant to medicine. If it causes damage, then it says, yeah, now you've affected the physical body. We want to talk about it. I say, what about information? Energy is organizing information. I go, well, this is really the relevance of the holistic community. They're doing energy healing. They're trying to change the energy field, not the physical body. Okay? But in regular medicine, they don't recognize it, so that's why we have two forms of medicine. One that recognizes the physical, one that's more emphasizing the energetic. Okay? I say, well, here's the issue. The Newtonian atom was thought to be the smallest particle in the world. In fact, the word atom comes from the Greek that says uncuttable. Meaning, that's it. That's the smallest thing. So we found out there were like 118 different versions of atoms. And that there are all these little round things like that come together. And it's like recipe cooking. You can make anything by mixing different combinations of the elements of the universe and put it together. And I said, well, this is really cool. Uncuttable, smallest particle in the universe, atom. Until 1895. In 1895, the whole thing changes for a reason, because in 1895, they started to look inside, and lo and behold, inside there are smaller particles. Now we have electrons, protons, and neutrons. They say, okay, so the atom is the smallest one. We got smaller things now, electrons, protons, and neutrons. These are really particles. I go, well, that's really cool. Until about 1920, when it was realized that when you look at one of those particles, and the deeper you go inside the particle, boom, nothing is in there. And this was the big sleight of hand that really messed up people. It said, what is an atom made out of? Well, an atom is physical. Look, I'm physical. You can touch it physical. I go, what's an atom really made out of? You take it down. Okay, electrons, protons, and neutrons. Yeah, take it down. Quarks, bosons, all these things. I say, well, yeah, but what are they made out of? And that's where quantum physics came into the world. Why? Because there wasn't anything physical inside. The atom is not physical. It becomes important because when we look at the atom, we say, yeah, that's the Newtonian atom. And I say, that's the quantum atom. And there's nothing wrong with the picture. And you go, come on, Bruce, we got a problem with you, Lipton. Why? Because I'm sitting in the audience and I can see you up there, so don't tell me you're not physical. I can see you. You ready? Turn the lights off and see if you can see me. Oh, you go, oh, that's silly. No, you see, you don't understand. Here's what it's all about. photons of light are coming from the light source. They're hitting my surface, which is energy, but being sent back, reflected. So you're not seeing deep into me. You're seeing the surface energy repelling the photons of light. You're reflecting light. So you say, yeah, but there's things inside of you, and you open them up. I say, not till you open it up can you see it, and then again, you must have the light on. The whole idea is this. What's under the, this layer of photons? And the answer is nothing physical. You're an energy. Then I get the smart guy in the back who says, okay, I got you in the lights out business, but guess what? If I could find my way to the front of the room, I know you're up there because I can feel you. So you are physical. No. Picture of a tornado. I say, get in your car, drive across the field where I've marked it, 100 miles an hour, and drive through that tornado. Question, just a simple question. 100 miles an hour, going in the base of the tornado, will your car go through the tornado, yes or no? No. Why? It's a force field. It pushes back on you. It's so powerful, not only will it push back on you, it will lift up your car and throw it away. I say, why is it relevant? Because when a force is pushing on you, and you're pushing on the force, it's physical. It's pushing back. You can feel it. It has a texture to it. It's physical. I go, but there was nothing in there. And I say, yeah, because, as I show right here, take the dirt and the dust out of the wind. You still have the tornado. You can still drive across that open field, be like, hey, joyride, going across there, boom! You got smashed into nothing. If you think that's a problem, talk to birds that hit my picture window. Hey, boom! They didn't see it coming. Why? It's invisible. Okay? What's the point? The energy that's in you has the character of visibility, not because the energy is visible, because the photons of light are deflected by the energy, just like a car. It's pushed back, okay? The physical character is not because you're physical, it's because you're trying to push through a force field that is stronger than you. So the forces in an atom are some of the most powerful forces in the world, but they're very small pinpoint forces. I go, yeah, but I got trillions and trillions of atoms here. You try and push on me, you're pushing on trillions of nano tornadoes. Force field stronger than you. So when you're trying to push through the energy, it feels difficult. Why? Because you're being repelled by a force field. Point? The expression of matter as something physical and tangible is an illusion based on the trick of light and the influence of forces pushing back on you. Because when a force pushes on you, it feels solid. And that's where the solid part comes from. You are not physical. You are made out of those quantum atoms, your energy force fields, okay? And I go, okay, wait. So the atom is like a nano tornado. Yeah, it spins. All atoms are spinning. I go, cool. Point. As you can see from my picture right here, here's an atom. This is our visualization. It's not a real atom, but this is the way we look at it. And we have the center nucleus in red, with protons and neutrons. And we have those little black dots running around and called shells. They're energy levels, and these are electrons. And I go, well, what's interesting about this? I said, well, number one, all atoms are neutral. Fact. All atoms are neutral. What do I mean? For every negative electron, there's a positive proton. So they cancel each other out. So there's no charge. But, here's the but. The charges are not equally distributed. Look at this. On the right-hand side, I have an electron close to the edge. I don't have one on the left-hand side. I say, why is it relevant? If I bring a voltmeter and bring the voltmeter up to this side of the atom, close to this electron, the voltmeter is going to read negative. If I bring the voltmeter on this side, it's going to read positive. Why? The negative and the positive balance each other out. It's neutral. So if there's negative on one side, it's positive on the other. Why? It's balanced. Does that make sense so far? Okay? Now, why is this relevant? Quick question. Test. Take out a piece of paper. We'll grade this after lunch. Okay, now, I put the voltmeter electrode right here. What's the charge? What's the charge if I put it there? Neutral. It's right between the positive and negative. So as it says, as I move the voltmeter around the atom, negative, neutral, positive, neutral, negative. Can you see what I'm doing? I say, wait, atoms spin. I don't have to move the electrode. The atom is going to spin anyway, like a tornado. So I say, well, what does it look like? Here, it's spinning. One side was negative, one side is positive. So negative is blue, red is positive. And I say, now put the voltmeter. Oh, look at the voltmeter, what it's doing as it spins. I say, get a printout. Show me the printout of an atom. Whoa! What's that? A wave. Atoms are waves of force energy with positive and negative cycles to it. That's the wave. So I say, what does an atom look like? You say, well, I can't see it. But I say, I can give you a character of it. The voltmeter just did. That's the character of it. I say, why is it relevant? Then I say, when you and I went to school, let's back this up a second, an atom was a physical particle. Quantum physics comes in and says, no, that physical particle is an illusion. An atom is more of these waves. These are the ripples of energy. When a charged thing is spinning, it's a generator. That's what is a generator. It's a charge spinning. So an atom is a generator. It's generating force fields that are alternating positive and negative. And I go, well, does it look like that? And I go, no, illusion. Why? There is no center physical character to it. That's what an atom looks like. There's nothing in the middle. It's a vortex of energy. So all of a sudden it says your whole belief of a physical realm and an energetic realm is an illusion. It's all energy, but some of the energy has characteristics of matter. It reflects light and has a force that you can feel. Okay? Is there matter? Not in the way you thought about it. Matter is just a form of energy. Okay? So now a big question is this, is now that I have this form of energy and this matter, detecting individual atoms and molecules with lasers, you go, well, who cares? I go, I don't care about the title. I want you to see the subtitle. Every atom or molecule emits and absorbs light of characteristic wavelengths. Every atom is emitting light. Why? It's a generator. It's a spinning turbine. It's setting off electromagnetic fields of which light is part of it. And it also absorbs light. You ready for this question? Are you made out of atoms and molecules, yes or no? Come on, answer that one. It's simple. Yes. Well, then it says, Scientific American, real paper stuff here, every atom or molecule emits and absorbs light. Are you emitting and absorbing light while you're sitting here? Yes, but you can't see it. But you're affected by it. Your energy is affecting the person next to you, and the next person next to you is sending off energy that's affecting you. Oh, well, this changes everything, the way we look at life. I go, have you seen this? This is was the only color picture in my science book when I went to school. I used to turn to it and go, oh, laser show. I mean, I didn't know what lasers were, but it was a light show. I said, what does it represent? I said, every element is giving off light. Why? It's a spinning generator. I said, yeah, but every element gives off a unique pattern of light. No two elements have the same pattern. I said, well, these are the patterns. Hydrogen. Yeah, I can show you the colors, but colors are numbers. They're frequencies. They're vibrations. So I can say, here's the color of hydrogen. Or I can say, this is the vibrational frequency of hydrogen. Every element has its own unique vibrational frequency. So basically it says everything you're made out of, the element that is in there is giving off its own spectrum. Point. I can't get to a star, but I can tell you what a star is made out of. How can I tell you what a star is made out of? I can't even get there. And the answer is, it's giving off light. If I identify the frequencies that comprise that light, then I will identify the atoms that are giving off that light. And hence, I can tell you what a star is made out of by reading the light. Okay? Does this look familiar in any way whatsoever? Say yes. Oh, you noticed. What is this? Well, you see it as a uniform product code, a barcode. And I go, yes, that's what you see with your eyes. But what does the scanner see when you put it over that device at the counter? It's scanning the spaces and the bars. If you would make a sound where there's a bar and shut off the sound where there's a space, then this would make a sound. I will, pretend. Put up with my singing. Beep, beep, beep. beep, 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 beep. What am I doing? I'm translating that vibration into a sound. But the fact is what? It's a vibration. In other words, with a uniform product code, I can identify everything on this planet, including you, as a unique vibration. I go, hey, we copied Mother Nature. Why? You already have a unique vibration because the atoms that make you up are the atoms that give you your vibration. And everybody has a different collection of atoms. Everybody has a different vibration. And therefore, we stop the illusion of matter, recognize the fact that you're actually turbines of generating energy, and your vibrational frequencies make you unique compared to the person next to you. In fact, what's interesting is medicine has been using this lately in scan technologies. CAT scans, PET scans, MRI scans, thermoscans, whatever scan you want to talk about. I say, why is this relevant? Number one, the scan system was not developed by the medical profession. The scan system was developed by physicists. Medical profession took it over. For what reason? It says, oh my God, here's a picture of a breast. Is this a photograph of a breast? No. It's an energy profile. It's scanning the energy. I say, why is it relevant? Well, every atom and molecule has its own unique vibrational frequency. Point, healthy cells have one vibrational frequency, and cancer cells have another vibrational frequency. So I can scan the breast, not photographically, energy profile, scan, and find where are the energies different, such as that cancer right there in the center. I go, why is this relevant? Because it was done by physicists, not by the medical community. I say, well, the medical community used it. Yeah, I know. Why did they use it? It's a roadmap. Oh, my God, give me my scalpel. I see where the cancer is now. I know exactly where to cut it out. And I go, well, that's really cool. I mean, you could use it for that. But maybe you forgot something what the previous slide said. What was that? And I said, not only do things give off energy, they absorb energy. You mean that instead of using a scalpel, if I put energy back into the system, I can alter the energy? And I go, exactly. It's called hands-on healing. It was around here for thousands and thousands of years before medical schools showed up. And people were doing hands-on healing. I said, well, what were they doing? Putting in an energy broadcast into the system. All atoms and molecules not only give off energy, they absorb energy. If they absorb energy, change the character. So you can take a pathological piece of tissue, put the right energy in it, cancel the pathology. No more scalpels. We don't need scalpels. It wasn't necessary. That was our belief system. Our belief system is based on Newtonian physics, chemicals, physical things. Yeah, like billiard balls. Boom, chemistry. Oop, what happened to my chemistry? Go flash. Do the flash. I made the flash. Boom, there's the flash. All right. I say, why is this relevant? Because then we look at biology and drugs especially as being these physical things. Your body isn't working right. Let me put in another billiard ball and knock it around and put it back into shape. So we're talking billiard balls and physical chemicals. I go, an illusion of Newtonian chemistry. Because in quantum physics it changes. It looks like that. And I go, well, it even looks different than that for this reason. There's no centerpiece. What's interacting are the waves of the energy. So when you interact with somebody else, you think I'm having a physical interaction. I say, no, you're having an energy interaction. Why? Because we're energy beings radiating energy. You're radiating energy. They're radiating energy. You come together, and the energies influence each other. So all of a sudden it says, I can change your biology by changing your energy. I don't need to change your physically. I just need to change the energy of the field. And when energy comes together, they interfere. You can see the ripples in the overlap are different than the shape of the ripples where they're not overlapped. That meant that the energy of one set of ripples is interacting with the energy of the other set of ripples. So energies interact with each other. That's important, because if we believe energy just passes right through you, then it has no influence on you. But if we understand quantum physics, says all energy will interact with each other in the form of waves. It's called interference. Okay? I say, well, what do you call all the stupid energy that's running? We're in the middle of an aquarium of energy right now. As I said, television, radio broadcast, cell phone broadcast, solar radiation is coming in this room right now. Give me a name for this energy. Okay, the name is the field. You've heard the word the field. I say, what's the field? It's the aquarium that we're immersed in of energy. And I go, is it passive? I go, no, because you're made out of energy, so everything in the field has an influence or opportunity to influence your energy. I go, wow. I say, well, I drop 2 rocks in the pond, the ripples come toward each other. I say, do they just pass through each other? I say, no. What happens is that when they approach each other, they become entangled. And this is a physics word, quantum physics, entanglement, meaning that the energy of one will influence and alter the energy of another. If you are one and your friend is the other, then you're entangled. Your energy and their energy are coming together and creating something different. Okay? So your involvements are energy level involvements. I say, well, what does energy look like when it interacts? Okay? So we'll go with this picture right here. And I go, here's the story. And you look at that. I say, uh-oh, science, waves, numbers, letters. I go, wait. Let me make it simple. I take 2 rocks, exactly the same size, same density, and the exact same height above the water. I drop them at exactly the same time. The 2 rocks hit the water. The energy is translated to the water, so the ripples are happening. The ripples are both going up, the ripples are both going down, the ripples are both going up, and they're both going down. I say, what happens when they meet? So I will show it to you. First, schematically. And I'll show you what happens. Watch. Watch, they're both going up, they're both going down, and I say, what happens when they meet? I say, well, they overlap. I say, yeah, but what happens, the overlap? I say, simple. Add up the values of the waves. What time is it? It's almost lunchtime. You may be able to get this. Math is better after lunch. +1 is how much? +2. Minus, this is harder because it's got minus. -1. So I said, what is a composite wave? And in C, what you can see is this. 2 energies come together, and if they're in harmony with each other, they're additive. They're interfering. Wave A is interfering with wave B. But note this. This is the heart of it all. This slide, next slide. 2 energies come together, and when they're in harmony, the resulting wave in blue is more powerful than the energy on either one. It's additive. Okay? And I say, well, what does it mean if the waves are higher? It means more power. And I say, well, how do you relate that to power? I say, look, drop a little rock into the pond, you get a little tiny ripple. You drop a big rock into the pond, and the ripple is really big. What's the ratio here? The ratio is the more energy, the bigger the ripple. Point. 2 low energies can come together if they're in harmony, add up, and create a more powerful wave than either of them alone. Does that make sense right there from seeing it? So it's called interference, but it's called constructive interference. And you go, oh my God, Bruce, you're throwing all those stupid big words at me again. Can you give me something that I can understand? I say, yeah, here's the word that you know. Good vibes. What are good vibes? Good vibes are you meet someone, you go someplace, doesn't have to be another person, could be you walk into somebody's house, and it's so beautiful, and you go, wow, it feels so good to be in here, because what? You got more energy. You've also gone to somebody's house, and it's like, oh crap, how could they put that? Ooh, that's ugly. And I go, you lose energy. Oh, wait, there's another form of interaction. I'm going to do both of them, then we'll come back. Good vibes is when 2 energies come together and the resulting combination is more powerful than either of the 2. So you've gained energy, constructive interference. Okay? Good vibes. I'm going to show you the next slide. It looks almost exactly the same. It's like, oh, you just showed me that. And I go, no. What's different about this? Here's what it is. You ready? I dropped the 2 rocks, but I dropped one before I dropped the other. Relevance? This ripple is going up. This ripple is going down. When this one's going up, this is going down. They're out of phase. I said, well, what happened? I said, well, you do the same thing. Let's show it coming. You can see they're out of phase. Watch them when they come together. They're not in phase. And I said, well, add them up. -1 + 1. +1 - 1. Net result. You ready? This is a result of 2 out-of-phase energies coming together. Boom. What happened to the energy? It disappeared. It's interference. It's not constructive. It's destructive interference. 2 energies canceled each other out. What do you call that? Bad vibes. What are bad vibes? You go someplace, you feel very insecure, and at that moment you're feeling insecure. What are you feeling? I'm feeling weak. I'm feeling less power. I go, what's happening? the energy in the environment that you're in is out of harmony with you. And when the two come together, you lost your power. And all of a sudden I say, why is it relevant? Ultimate relevance. Every organism on this planet, the first level of communication is vibration. What's it mean? Well, let me show you this chart. I hope it's coming up. Show me chart. Here is chart. Energy is equal to life, right? So if your energy is low, you're going toward death. If you increase your energy, you're going toward life. More energy, more life, right? Bad vibes, I'm going toward death. Good vibes, I'm going toward life. You say, what's the relevance? I say, where does a snail go to school? What do you mean go to school? Well, the snail is born, it's out there by itself, it's going to live in the world. How does it know it should go this way or should it go that way? Or what should it eat or not eat? Who teaches the snail what to do? You ready? No teacher necessary. There's a gauge, one gauge, energy gauge. If it moves in this direction and the energy gets lower, wrong direction. Turn around, go some other way. Why? If I go in the direction where the energy gets higher, it means I'm going toward life. Do you understand what I'm talking about? So the most primitive communication on this planet is energy. Why? If you have energy, you have life. You don't have energy, you lose your life. If you read the energy, then you can tell if you're going toward life or you're going toward death. It's simple as that. No words are necessary. Just read the energy. If you would do that in your life, you would not get caught up into problems in your life. The reason why we get caught up in the problems is we fail to listen or heed the energy response. We start listening with our head. I go, well, there's your problem right there. Why? Silver-tongued devil can sell you anything. Even if they're trying to rip you off, they will sell you something. You think you just got something marvelous and you just lost all your money. I say, what was the point? If you didn't listen to the person's words, but just felt their energy, you would say, I don't want to be around this guy. Why? He's sucking energy out of me. Sucking. I can feel my loss of energy right now. Energy is everything. If you go to the shoe store, what we have, Nordstrom, big shoe store, big. I use that because mainly women. Men don't give a damn about the shoes, but I have a bigger audience of women, so men stick with me on this a second. The whole idea about it is this. You go to the store, 10 pair of shoes on sale. Very wonderful, exclusive, handmade kinds of shoes. 10 different shoes. 10 different styles, all the same price, available in any size and any color. Okay? You go into the store, you're going to buy one pair of shoes. There's 10 on the table. You pick one. Tell me exactly what was it that made your decision. What's that? It felt good. Oh! Feelings. Feelings are vibration. What does it mean? It meant this. These shoes enhance your energy the way you see it. And therefore, they have a much better feeling than the other pair of shoes that doesn't. You select based on feeling. All of a sudden, I want you to know you based everything on feeling. If you own the reality of that. Everything is a feeling. I feel good about it, I feel bad about it. Well, yeah, but what is your feeling? The vibrational energy. This is how animals in the wild live. A gazelle does not know personally that lion is going to attack them. Does he have to go up and go, hey, Mr. Lion, do you like me? Yes, I do. Not in the way you think. But the gazelle does not have to go to the lion. The gazelle can feel the vibration over here. That's like, whoo, that feels really bad. I think I should go this way. Right away. What's the point? Life is based on reading the energy and the vibration. I don't need any other education than that. All I have to do is read that. And it's the same whether you're buying a pair of shoes or meeting up with a friend. Is it really a friend or not? What's the energy vibration? The energy, vibration friend, enhances constructive interference, good vibes. Okay? You don't feel good vibes, you stay away. I'll give you this. A mugger stays in the shadow. A mugger stays in the shadow. They're going to pick somebody to mug. What do you think look at the watch on that. Oh, I like that watch. I think I want to take that watch. What's the mugger looking for? Just the same as the lion and the gazelle. Who's the weakest energy out there? Why? The weakest energy is the one that's going to give me everything without any fight. The strongest energy might be a little upset with me trying to take something. I have to deal with that. So what am I going to do? I stand in the shadows. I scan everyone who comes by just as the lion and the gazelle does, and finds the weakest one, because that's the one that's going to give it up first. And in reality, what was it based on? Not your name, not how you dress, not what you wear, or anything like that. It's based on your vibration. So all of a sudden we have to say, there's this other level of communication that you've known about, but you've never really placed it high enough on your scale of importance. How high should it be? Above everything else on your scale. Anything you use your rational mind for, forget about it. An error in rational mind, you're dead meat. That's the way it comes out. Vibration is true and pure. The guy's going to rip you off. He's got all the right words, but he's still got the bad vibration. So all of a sudden you can read that if you paid attention. And yet we were programmed mainly not to go by your feelings, but listen to what the person has to say. And I go, biggest mistake ever. First read the vibration, listen later. Okay? So we have this understanding of vibration. And I go, well, that's really cool. There are droplets in the pool here. And I go, but look at it this way. If I only have two ripples, like I showed you in the first picture, I can make a diagram and I can tell you the exact readout of where the ripples meet and what's going to happen. And then I show, yeah, but what is real life? It's more than two ripples. Look at real life. Look at all the ripples. Can you tell me what's going to happen? If I stop this film right now, stop at one point, do all the calculation, I can predict the next second. But there's too many things. I can't do it. There's way too many. I say, why is it relevant? There's a tendency for us to act based on what we perceive. And I go, yeah, but you're not reading the entire field. And the issue is, if you make a decision to act without knowing the entire field, is your decision right or wrong? The best thing, and this is new for me as well, is not act. Wait. Don't jump into something. And the reason is why? Because all the details will be made apparent. But if you're trying to predict way in ahead, you're in a lot of trouble, because there are things that are involved that you have no vision of. And this is where it makes a very difficult problem for us to jump in and act right away, when maybe it was the time to sit back and wait for the field to generate what you're looking for. So it's like not being proactive, it's being pro-smart, waiting. Because we have a tendency as humans to be doing. And I'm saying, no, start being for a little bit. Just being a bit will give you an opportunity to see a bigger picture than if you act on any of the sets of ripples you see immediately in front of your face. And it's very hard because we have a tendency to act right away. Okay? So, a picture of a family. I go, this is really nice. And that's our visual picture of a physical object right there in the field. And I go, yeah, but we're not physical objects, we're energy objects. They say, why is it relevant? I say, well, if you can't see through your eyes, you could see through energy. What would this picture look like if you saw the energy? And this is what it looks like. You say, what's relevant about that? And I say, all the ripples are interacting with each other. Relevant. How's your health? Well, if you only look at me and try to assess my health by looking at me at this point, you're not including my entanglement with everything around me. This is the problem with our perception of a Newtonian medicine. Oh, it's your physical body, you have a physical problem, we'll look inside your body and fix it. Quantum physics says you have a problem, what's going on in your world? What's going on in your family? What's going on in your job? Why? Every one of these is an entanglement that alters the energy of who you are. If you leave this out, the whole thing is lost. A story. Mom, I'm sorry, I got to tell the story because it's kind of funny. Okay, here it goes. My mom remarried when she was much older. My stepfather, they lived in Philadelphia. They finally moved out to the coast, Atlantic City. His doctor's in Philadelphia. So he hasn't been to his doctor. He goes for a checkup. My mom drives him into Philadelphia, goes to the doctor. He gets to the doctor, and the doctor starts to do an assessment. First thing is look at his blood pressure and goes, geez, Phil, your blood pressure is really high. It's higher than it's really too high. Come back in a couple of days. I want to just see, what's happening here. So a few days later, my mom drives him back into Philadelphia. He goes to the doctor, and the doctor says, well, it's still high, so I'm going to give you this medication to reduce your blood pressure. So they get the script filled. They get back to Atlantic City. He takes the drugs. My mother comes into the room later, Phil's unconscious on the floor, spread out unconscious. It's like, what happened? Well, the drug lowered his blood pressure so much he went unconscious. I said, well, what was the issue? And the issue was this. If you had to drive from Atlantic City to Philadelphia with my mom driving the car, as soon as he went home, all that pressure was off, the blood pressure went away, and boom, now he has no blood pressure because they gave him the medication. What was the point? A diagnosis requires more than just looking at this. A diagnosis requires what is going on in your life at every aspect of it. Because everything is entanglement. So everything is affecting your biology, not just you under your skin. And this opens up medicine to a much bigger question. So what the heck is going on with your life? If you can't answer that question, you can't do a diagnosis, basically. It's what it comes down to, okay? So, we are now left with an understanding. Stop it, I didn't ask you yet. Okay. It wants to go through faster than I am. It's probably telling me I'm going slow. But okay, here it is. The energy is called the field. And I want to show you the power of the field because we've so focused on the material particle aspect of this thing, we've let go of the field. To show you this, I'm going to show you an experiment. Not a major experiment like my cell cloning experiments. This stupid experiment. I buy a piece of iron. I get a file. I file that piece of iron, make a dust pile of iron called iron filings. I take that iron filing dust, put it in a salt shaker, and what? Now, I sprinkle that iron. Come on. Okay, let's do it again. Go. I sprinkle the iron filings. Look, random pile of iron filings, just random pile. Every time if I throw away these iron filings, sprinkle again, I get the same random pile. But this time, I change the experiment. Because before I sprinkle the iron filings this time, I put a magnet under the piece of paper. Now, when I put the piece of paper over it and sprinkle the iron filings, I get something different. Now I sprinkle it, and what happens? And all of a sudden you say, oh my God, it's not random anymore. I'm forming this exquisite picture of what? The magnetic field. I go, why is it relevant? I say, what controls the pattern? You say, well, matter controls the pattern. I say, oh, then dissect that iron filing and tell me where the pattern is. Okay, it's not in the iron filing, it's in the field. Ah, difference. Why? Pretend that's cancer, and the iron filings are cells. I say, what's the reason for the cancer? Oh, give me a cell, an iron filing. Let me take it apart. I will find inside where the problem is. Oh, I found a cancer gene. I go, guess what? It doesn't always cause that. What's the relevance? It wasn't the iron filing that gave the shape. It was the energy field that caused the iron filings to form into that shape. There's a point then. The point is simply this. Matter plus field equals structure. Matter without the magnet, no structure. Iron filings, no field, no structure. So where'd the structure come from? Not the physical particles, the invisible energy field is shaping it. Where's the cancer come from? Not the genes inside the cell, but from the field in which the cells are living. Relevance? If you change the field, the cancer can go away. Yeah, that's called spontaneous remission. Okay? I go, well, what's important? This quote, big time important quote, Albert Einstein. The field is the sole governing agency of the particle. Well, particle is matter. The field is the sole governing agency of matter. The invisible energy field is the governing agency of the physical expression of your iron filings called cells. And why is that relevant? Well, you keep trying to move the iron filings around. You say, I don't like the structure, so I'm going to go in here and I'm going to move the iron filings and move them around. I go, fine. The moment you stop moving them around, guess what? The iron filings will come back and fill back into the field exactly the way it is. You want to know a secret here, a really cool one? People get cancer, and there's two fundamental outcomes from cancer. Whatever the treatment does, the cancer is gone. Or, whatever the treatment does, the cancer is gone temporarily and comes back again. That's your two choices, okay? I go, what's the difference between these two in regard to the patient, the outcome? I'm going to tell you what it is. You ready? There are two ways to look at the cancer. One, my cells got stupid. I got some stupid cells. They went crazy. But I'm going to go to the doctor. The doctor will cut out the stupid cells, then I'll be okay again. That's one way of looking at it. The other way, a person gets a cancer diagnosis, and the first thing they go, oh my God, my life is so out of balance. My life is so, this isn't right. I'm not living well. I'm not living right. I say, what's relevant? If that's the interpretation, then that person has an opportunity to do what? Change the way they're living. And if they change the way they're living, then the field has changed. And the cancer won't come back. The first person said, it wasn't me, it was the cells. I am a victim. Relevance. I cut out the cells. Is the field still there? Yes. What's it going to do? It'll pick some other cells and form the cancer. What was the point? If you blame the cancer on the genetics, you have no power. If you recognize you're creating a field, then you have absolute power, because you're the one that can change the field. We never talk about the field. That's never talked about. They only talk about the cancer and the genes. Why? Field, quantum physics, non-pharmaceutical based, has no use for it. And yet, it's the only resource. Why? The field is the sole governing agency of the matter, be it a tumor or what. And therefore, you really want to work on the field, okay? So, how important is this field? How important is this vibration versus the physical chemistry? I'll give you an understanding. This is from a Dr. McClare at University of London, a biophysicist. And what is McClare's work? And here's what it is. He said, cells apparently respond to physical things like drugs, and cells can also respond to vibrational things. Is there a preference one way or the other, or are they both the same? Okay, all of you have taken chemistry at some point. And in school, in a lab, you mix a couple of chemicals in a test tube, and you held on to that test tube, and what did the test tube do? Got warm, gave off heat. Right? Yes or no? Now, definition time. What is heat? Wasted, dissipated energy. Okay? Now I say, why is this relevant? I can signal in either of two ways. I can send a chemical drug. Okay? That'd be like creating the reaction in the test tube. When I send a physical signal, it's going to bind to a physical part of your body. I say, what happens when two chemicals bind? Well, you already felt it. It gave off heat. It's called a thermochemical reaction, heat-related chemistry. I go, why is it important? Listen, it's so cool. Two atoms or molecules come together. One of them a drug carrying information. I say, okay, the drug binds to the target. I say, what happens then? Heat's given off. I say, and what is the heat? Wasted energy. I go, oh yeah, how much? About 98 to 99% of the energy carried by the drug is lost as heat, wasted energy. So the information carried by the drug is reduced down to what? About 1% of the available energy. Remember, force and information? Well, now I got about 1% left for information. So a chemical drug is about 1% efficient. How about a vibration signature? And the answer is this. Vibration signatures do not give off heat. They resonate. What's the point? They don't affect everything in the field. They only affect what they resonate with. When they resonate, they don't give off heat. Point. No loss of energy. So an environmental energy signal is 100 times more efficient than a chemical signal. Why? No loss of heat, no loss of energy, no waste. And all of a sudden, the first thing it says is, well, if I have two signals, physical and energetic, which one will the cell respond to most effectively? And the answer is energetic. Why? I'm not wasting the energy of the signal. Okay? And number two, you ready? Which is faster? A drug moving through a solution or an electromagnetic broadcast? Okay, I'll tell you the answer. I'll make an exception. I'll make a wild claim. A molecule of drug moves, let's say, a foot in 1 second. That'd be really fast. That'd be like the drug goes like that, okay? That's not the way drugs go. They flow through solution. You can't go. So 1 foot a second is a very fast signal, right? And I say, and how fast is an electromagnetic signal? 186,000 miles in 1 second. Which is faster? It's so obvious. What's the point? As McClare will tell us, and I'll show it to you, but I'll just give it to you first. Cells respond to both types of signals, but the energetic signal is 100 times more efficient and infinitely faster. You say, well, which one would you select? And I'll give you a simple thing. Your life is based on receiving and understanding a signal. The faster you get it, the more effective the signal, the more you stay alive. So if I'm going to offer a chemical signal for healing or an electromagnetic one is miles beyond chemical healing because of its efficiency and its speed. But what does McClare say? In competition, resonant molecular machines, resonant vibration machines, would undoubtedly be selected over conventional thermodynamic machines. In other words, give a vibration signature, give a chemical signature, and he says the vibration would undoubtedly be selected over the chemical one. Okay? What else? Conclusion. We must conclude there's another level of organization in biological systems, a tuned resonance vibration in different molecules that enables bioenergetic machines to operate rapidly and yet efficiently. So from physics, mechanisms, how the universe works, it says if I'm going to signal you, I better use the electromagnetic vibrational signature because it's infinitely faster and 100% more efficient. And all of a sudden I say, yeah, but are we using that in biology? And the answer is no. We're totally avoiding all the energy. Why? Because it's not part of the pharmaceutical interest. Pharmaceutical interest is how can I get the molecule to you faster? And the fact is, wrong way to go. It's not even in the physics to go that way. You've left out of the equation the most powerful, effective way to communicate in biology on this planet. You left out the communication that is so primal, the most primitive organism, a bacterium, uses the vibration to determine where to go. If you leave that out, you're left with an M.C. Escher print, an impossible model, and that's called the medical model. It's impossible. It doesn't work that way, okay? And you say, well, does energy really affect it? So, okay, I'll just show you a few of these just because, is it real? These are pages out of scientific journals. These are published articles in mainstream science, not weird journals, in-stream, main. I say, what does it mean? Time-varying magnetic fields affect on DNA synthesis. In other words, electromagnetic vibrations can cause cells to activate DNA synthesis, okay? Pulsing electromagnetic fields induce cellular transcription. That's RNA synthesis. In other words, I can activate RNA synthesis with electromagnetic fields. Exposure of salivary gland cells to low-frequency electromagnetic fields alters protein synthesis. DNA, RNA, and protein synthesis, the whole core of life, are all controllable through electromagnetic vibrations, much faster and more efficiently than through the use of chemistry and drugs. And yet, we pay no attention to it. Okay? What else can it do? Besides the DNA, RNA, and protein synthesis, endothelial cells respond to electromagnetic fields. That means I can put cells in a tissue culture, put electromagnetic fields in there, and guess what? The cells form blood vessels. They won't do it by themselves, but I put the electromagnetic field in at the right vibrational frequency, the cells will form blood vessels. Mononuclear cells, peripheral blood, cell division. Yes, I can regulate cell division by electromagnetic vibration. Again, more efficient and faster than through chemistry, okay? Nerve release and hormone release. I can have cells release hormones by hitting them with electromagnetic vibration. Faster and more efficient than through a chemical, okay? Magnetic fields on nerve growth. It controls the nerves. The fields, the nerve cells are responding to electromagnetic signals that determine where they go. Last one. Nerve function, the release of at synapses of the signals that activate things, are controllable by electromagnetic fields. What am I trying to tell you? Do electromagnetic fields have an influence? Yes, at every level of biology, from the synthesis of the components to the morphogenesis and differentiation of the biology, there are specific vibrational electromagnetic fields that will activate all this. Are they effective? They're a hell of a lot more effective than chemistry. Why? Chemistry has to go through a solution and get to a target. Electromagnetic vibration goes right through the system and binds to whatever it is effectively with no loss of energy. Okay? Oh my God, the church is here. Here it is. Science. You love that article. I'm sure that at night, if you have trouble sleeping, that will help you. Hyperconjugation, not steric repulsion, leads to the staggered structure of ethane. Oh, who cares? Well, let me tell you why it's relevant. Ethane is a molecule that twists in response to environmental signals. Is that any relevance to life at all? Please say yes. Thank you for saying yes. Here's the point. What? Protein movement is due to the protein changing shape in response to environmental signals. So what is this study? The mechanism of how those signals alter the shape. Well, how do you study it? Well, you take this molecule ethane, it goes from shape A and twists and turns into shape B. And I say, well, how do you study it? I say, if you know the mechanism, you can predict the steps between A and B as you go through the sequence of change. If you know it, that's what prediction is all about. So I say, okay, they wanted to study the movement. They applied Newtonian physics, mechanics of Newtonian physics, where local physical things and local charges versus energy fields. And guess what? They were unable to predict the movements of the molecule. Significance. The mechanics of Newtonian physics were not applied to shape change of molecules. I say, yeah, but shape change of molecules is a source of life. That means the Newtonian physics is not really applied as a source of life. I go, no, it doesn't. And so, well, then what kind of physics is responsible? They switched from Newtonian mechanics to understand the process through quantum mechanics with energy fields and a whole different way of looking at it. And then they were able to accurately predict the movement. Well, an accurate prediction means you understand the mechanics. What's the mechanics? It was an energy field interaction, not a physical chemical interaction. So the energy fields are what were causing the molecule to change. Yeah, but life comes from molecule changing. Energy fields are responsible for life. Okay? While this was in one of the research articles, there was an editorial about this article in the same journal, Nature, one of the most prestigious scientific journals. I say, what was the editorial? Frank Weinhold, physical chemist, writes, a new twist on molecular shape. What I just need you to read is the subtitle. The subtitle, what are the forces that control the twisting and folding of molecules into complex shapes? This is the key. Don't look for the answers in your organic chemistry textbook. And you say, why is that relevant? And now let's put it on the table. Is exactly why. The principles of organic chemistry are used to define the principles of biological life. Basically, it says if you want to know how molecules twist, which is where life comes from, don't look in the organic chemistry textbook. It's not there. And since that is the foundation of where medicine is coming from, then by definition, medicine has no insight into the nature of how life works, because they're still locked in the physical realm. When it said it's the mechanics of quantum physics that control it, you're looking at the wrong thing. So medicine, via the pharmaceutical focused interest on chemistry, has taken us away from understanding how life works. Life does not work through the chemistry. It works through the vibration. So the concept of materialism, that's out of here as well. It's not material things. It's energy. Your energy and the signals are energy. If you avoid the energy signals, then you are losing the connection between you and the world in which you live. And you are missing what causes things to happen. Energy can cause disease as much as energy can cause health. If you don't look at the energy in either way, then you have no understanding of health or disease. Okay? Controlling biological functions. I'm going to just use this because this is a scientific paper and we got scientific blah blah going on in here. But guess what? I just explained it and you just saw it, some of it. So now, when you see this, you'll have, oh, I got it. It works like this. Right out of that third paragraph down there, let's blow it up. For a quantum mechanical object, one can arrange interference of several paths to create constructive interference that selects one state and destructive interference that blocks the others. What does it mean? Now you already have an insight. What is interference? The energy of one interferes with the other. It says, so one energy can activate the protein in this one, but another energy can cancel it and block it. So all of a sudden it says, oh, then you're looking at the action, and what are you basing it on? The environmental signals. And all of a sudden you say, oh, it's the environmental signals that are involved. Why? Because now we're understanding this is new. Manipulation of the quantum properties of matter can influence the course of biochemical reactions. And you say, what does it mean? Pharmaceutical industry is Newtonian, and energy healing is quantum mechanical. And right away you can see the profound difference that energy healing offers over mechanical healing. Because mechanical healing is not in the physics. It doesn't work the way we thought it did, okay? So, Newtonian mechanics said, oh, separate the mind from the body. Why? Mind is invisible energy force, and energy doesn't affect matter. I go, yeah, that's Newtonian physics. But in the world of quantum mechanics, we changed the whole thing around. Why? Because in the world of quantum mechanics, you bring the mind back to the body, but not just bring the mind and the body. You put the mind over the body. Why? The mind is the generator of the energy field. The mind is thought energy. The energy field is shaping you more than the chemistry. Change your thought, you change your biology. Relevance? You have the power to control your life without drugs. Because you've had the power to actually cause the problem. And if you understand where the problem was coming from, then you can use the same power to heal the problem. But if you didn't understand that thought had anything to do with it, or energy had anything to do with it, you're completely blind. I say, what is the concept of putting mind over body? I go, remember the quote from Einstein, the field is the sole governing agency of the particle. Let's update it for this picture. The mind is the sole governing agency of the body. The mind. You think you can? You think you can't. As Henry Ford said, you're right. If you think you can or you think you can't, you're still right, either one of those, because you're going to make it happen. Okay? Many of you have seen this before. I just want to show it to you. It's called a medicineless hospital in China. Maybe some of you see my friend Greg Braden has showed it a lot. Okay, those that haven't seen it. This woman in a Chinese hospital is there because of a bladder tumor. She's there because the medical profession had said, there's nothing we can do anymore. That's it. Can't do any operation. This is it. So she goes to this medicineless hospital. What's interesting about this medicineless hospital is you just don't show up today and at 2 o'clock they put you on a table and they do some energy healing. You have to go through a period of training and learning about who you are, your mind. Get your mind back in. Why? Your mind is powerful. If your mind's not working with us, I can't do anything with you. So the first couple of weeks is just getting mind training and getting consciousness back in. Now what's going to happen is this. They're going to show you with 3 healers standing in the back doing energy healing. She's going to point to an oscilloscope screen here, which is giving you a scan of the bladder. On the left side, there's going to be a static picture. That's the picture at the start of the healing process. The right side is live time. Okay? So let's watch it. Okay, it's kind of loud.
看到了没有？就是在这个膀胱，撒角球的左侧。
Left side, tumor.
和一个压糊，这么一个。
That's a static picture. That's fixed. Okay, the right side, they're going to tune it in and show the live. They're going to set the register, get it right at the right place. That's the live image. They're adjusting it to get to the right focus. There it is. Okay, so left static, right live. The guys in the back are going to do an energy healing. And we can see how fast a spontaneous remission is. They're doing their energy. May means already done. Now they celebrate. And they applaud. 1 minute and 40 seconds and the cancer is gone. And it was done by spontaneous remission by what? Changing the field. The field is much more empowering than the chemistry and the drugs. You can't get there with chemistry and drugs. And so why is this relevant? Because it's a visual picture to actually show you that these things can actually occur. And they do. Unfortunately, you can't go to this hospital because the moment this got public and everybody in the world wanted to go to that hospital, the Chinese government closed the hospital because they couldn't handle the outflow from the world that wanted to show up at that place, okay? So, we now recognize, and we're coming to a conclusion, and here's where it comes from. Signals plus protein equals behavior. We've been programmed to believe that the signals are chemistry, being drugs or anything else in the physical realm. We now know that that's not fully true because in the new physics, yeah, chemistry works, but it's not as powerful as energy. Energy is also called a vital force, vital life-giving force. It's a life-giving force. You have physics in your body that is responsible, okay? And the relevance about all that is that we have disregarded the energy, and it turns out it is the more important aspect of change. So the concept that biological processes employ Newtonian physics, I said, it employs quantum physics. Relevance? You don't need to buy energy. You can't buy it. You can make it. You can generate it. You can do it yourself. You don't need a prescription. And guess what? No side effects. And this is the future of our healing. But it turns back responsibility to us because we're the ones that are responding to the fields and we're the ones that are generating the fields. If you don't have any idea that your thought in any way is influencing you, then you realize you have no power over controlling your health because your thought is directly tied to the expression of your health. So the first thing we have to understand is this. Your thoughts are powerful creators of the life experience you have. And if you don't see it, that's the big problem because we've been programmed to believe, oh, you have no control over this, it's genes. And it turns out 100% false. You have absolute control over this. But if you don't have any knowledge, you have no power. So think about that as you go and enjoy some physical essence you call food. And come back and we're going to go deeper into your personal power to know about where these vibrations come from. We're going to get deeper into it, how you've been programmed. Every one of you has been programmed and not successfully. So we're going to change the programming or at least talk about it. Okay, I'm going to try and save, and it's always difficult for me, I'm going to try and save some minutes at the end for the question and answer. And let me ask this question while you're all sitting down here. Are there any Psych-K facilitators or instructors in the audience? If you raise your hand, 1, 2. Okay. The reason I'm bringing that up is that people always ask me, when we're going to talk about belief change modifications, there's a whole variety of different ones. The one I'm most familiar with is Psych-K because that's the one that changed my entire life. Okay? So I asked, I have a couple of Psych-K people. I talked to Vanessa, and maybe you would participate. At the end, if anybody wants to see how to rewrite a belief in about less than 10 minutes, yes. It's a good idea. Okay, so we're going to leave that to the end. Okay, where are we now? We did misperception number 1. The idea is what? If you believe in a Newtonian world, then you're going to believe in a physical mechanical biology which requires physical mechanical drugs and all that stuff. If you understand quantum physics and you recognize it's the energy field, why is it relevant? It's much more effective to use energy to heal with than chemistry. Chemistry has got all the side effects and all the crap, and as I said, it doesn't work really. I mean, it works to a certain degree, of course, but not like energy could work. Okay? And so we're going to talk about this. I'm going to get into how the programming and all that stuff connecting it, but first I had to show you, A, you're made out of proteins, B, proteins change their shape changes motion, which is used to create life. Then I say, C, the protein needs a signal to change the shape, okay? That the issues that we have are more in the signals than in the proteins, and I'll give you a demonstration of that, okay? So, misperception 1, no, we don't operate by Newtonian mechanical physics, we operate by quantum mechanical energy fields and vibrations. And that everything is radiating energy, every atom is radiating energy, and that by definition, as I showed you, you are radiating energy. And that energy interacts. Interference, constructive, destructive interference. And energy is shaping. So we're taking it out of the realm of, hey, New Age, woo, there's something invisible that's happening. I go, no, it's quantum mechanics, it's energy fields, it's electromagnetism, and it's proteins and other subtle energies. So, fine. Myth perception number 2, though, is interesting because that's the one I said, genes control biology, and that's the one that makes you a victim. Because it says, well, you didn't pick the genes, as far as we know. Inside, sidebar, quote, I think we did pick the genes, but we'll talk about that later. Okay. And that if we give up that your power is under the power of genes, then you have disempowered yourself and you've lost your strength because you say, I am not powerful. And if that's the belief, I will show you, you will manifest that belief. So, we go back to our system. We got the 4 things. Mechanism we talked about, force we talked about, the energy in the field as interfering with the protein structure, causing movement. We need to talk about the switch. And the reason why, the switch is how things are turned on and off. So basically now we want to say, I know I have mechanisms, but now how do I control the mechanisms? I say, you got switches. I say, well, how does it work? I say, well, the proteins are the gears. And I say, when an environmental signal shows up and plugs into the protein, again, let me just emphasize this. The environmental signals that interact with proteins are more on the order of like a lock and a key. They're very specific vibrational frequencies that affect very specific proteins. So there's not like one vibrational thing, all proteins respond, okay? So I say, we need a signal. I say, yeah, but the proteins are inside a cell. There's a membrane on the outside. The signals come from the environment. So by definition, the signal has to pass through the membrane to get to the proteins, engage the protein, cause the movement of the function. So environmental signals control proteins, but environmental signals have to go from the environment inside the cell through the membrane. So there's 3 things we need to know. The signal, which comes from the environment. B, the proteins, which movement causes the behavior. And C, there are switches in the membrane that read the environmental signal and then send the signal into the cell. So it's the interface. I'm reading something, I'm sending it into the cell. So we're going to talk about the switch and how it works. So the first thing is this. I grow cells in a tissue culture. I said if I change the chemistry of the culture environment, this culture medium, the equivalent of blood, that if I change the chemistry, I change the fate of the cell. So here's how it works. Let's say I add chemistry to my culture medium. Some of the chemicals land on the surface of the cell. Well, the membrane holds on to that signal, and then guess what? It relays the signal from the surface inside the cell. When the signal goes in, it activates behavior. You say, well, how does it activate behavior? I say, signal causes protein to move. Protein movement is behavior. So signal activates behavior. Simple. But here's the point. If I need a protein to make a response, but I don't happen to have the protein in the cell at that moment, where do I get the protein from? The answer? The blueprints for the protein are in the nucleus. So what happens is the signal from the cell surface is now sent in to activate the genes in the nucleus. This process of signals controlling behavior in genes is called signal transduction. I'm giving you the name for this reason. For years we focused on studying genes and studying different aspects of biology. The current focus in biology is on signal transduction. Why? Because it's finally becoming recognized that if you want to see biology work, you have to understand the signals. And the signals can go into the cytoplasm, affect the proteins, or it can go into the nucleus, affect the genes. So now, the new science of epigenetics. I say, where does epigenetics come in? You ready? It's a form of signal transduction, but it only covers the signal going to the genes and activation of the genes. So epigenetics is signal transduction only affecting the genes. Signal transduction doesn't have to go in the genes. It could affect the proteins already in the cytoplasm. So the brain of the cell is not the nucleus. The brain of the cell, membrane. The membrane. It's the skin. And this becomes so interesting for this very important reason. You may have heard me mention earlier that cells are miniature people. And the interesting thing is, why does studying cell biology help medicine? And the answer is, if you understand how a cell works, you understand how a person works. So basically, a cell is like a miniature person, a fractal. But what's interesting is the structure and function of the cell is replicated in the structure and function of your own body. Okay? Now here's the interesting part. Where's the brain of the cell? The skin. And where's your brain? Oh, well, it's the spinal cord and brain. It's inside. And I go, if you understood embryology, in the very early stage of the embryo, the skin on the back of the embryo folds up into a tube and drops in, and that forms the spinal cord and the brain. So you and the cell are exactly the same in this regard. Your brain is your skin. Why? It's the interface between the outside and the inside. It's the one thing that can read two environments at the same time and adjust the biology when the environments change. So saying the membrane or the skin is the brain actually also applies to the human. So we're not, it's not weird, okay? Membrane. So I say the skin is doing it. I said, well, how does it do it? So then basically what I show you is this. This is an electron microscope picture. This is a very high magnification, hundreds of thousands of magnifications. I go, why is it relevant? This little structure on the surface of the cell, the membrane, dark, light, dark, you see that little like sandwich, dark, light, dark sandwich in there? Wasn't visible until the electron microscope in the late 1940s, early 1950s. I say, why is it relevant? Because they didn't even know a membrane existed until the electron microscope. They thought cells were like, remember that Jell-O dessert, where you put fruit cocktail in there? Well, they thought cells were like a little fruit cocktail Jell-O thing, that all the organelles were stuck in the Jell-O, and a cell was a little blob of Jell-O. Now we know that every living cell has a membrane with the same structure. So it's called the unit membrane, the unified membrane. It was the same membrane image, and no matter if it's a bacterium or a human, same membrane. So they saw it, and then they now recognize that every living cell has this membrane. But here's an interesting character of biology. There's always a connection between structure and function. The more complex a structure, the more complex the function. Then they look at this membrane and go, there's nothing to it. There's nothing to it. So the function was attributed to being like saran wrap, plastic wrap. It's something that holds the cell together. So it has no more function than like a membrane skin to hold the cell together. What they fail to realize is the elegance of nature. They miss something, and it's so profound. So I'm going to show you what it is. First of all, where did the dark, light, dark come from? Well, let me give you a molecular model. You can see there's a line right through the middle. It's like a mirror image. The molecule on the top, which has an orange head and yellow legs, there's a mirror image of it underneath, another orange molecule with the yellow legs. The orange part is water-loving. The yellow is like butter. It's oil. Relevance. Well, if there's water outside of the membrane, can it go through the membrane? The answer is no, not really. Why? Because there's oil, butter. It's a barrier. So the membrane is a barrier. And therefore, it looked like just what they said, a skin that holds it on, but they left something out. And built into that, Jesus, don't be so sensitive. Okay, here you go. There are proteins built into the membrane that they couldn't see with the microscope. There's two classes of proteins. One class has antenna on it, okay? The antenna protein is called a receptor. Do you have receptors? Come on. Yes. Give me the big ones only. Eyes, ears, nose, taste, touch, pain, temperature, pressure. Where are your receptors? They're built into the skin. You and the cell are the same. This is equivalent of eyes, ears, nose, but it depends on what the antenna is picking up. What vibrational frequency? Is it in the frequency of light? Is it in the frequency of different chemical vibrations? It's a vibration receiver. It's a receptor, receiver. The second protein is given the name, and I gave it that name. No, not this name. I gave it effector, but it's channel is a version of it. A channel. What is a channel? It's like an opening, right? Well, guess what? The protein is closed in its normal configuration. Oh, remember? Oh, God, don't ever forget this one. Protein plus signal changes the shape, right? In a closed state, the channel is closed. Nothing can get through it. But if you change the charge, the channel opens up. And when it opens up, it makes a tunnel that things can go inside and out of the cell. So I can control what can go in and out of the cell by the channel, okay? So I said, well, how does it work? And I go like this. Receptor is stimulus, channel response. Here's a stimulus from the environment. Channel makes a response, opens up and sends a signal in, okay? Another way of looking at it is this, is that receptor is input, information coming in, and channel is output, sending information down to the cell. If there's anybody that knows anything about computers in this world, there's something called an I/O. Anybody ever hear that? I/O, input/output. What is that called in a computer? One I/O. Okay, you ready? A bit, an information bit. A signal coming in and a signal going out. I/O, input, output. The membrane, and this is what changed my life back in 1985 or so, I worked on the membrane. You see, scientists had trouble with my research because there was no understanding of how an environmental signal was going to control genes. So they could see my environmental signal change the genes, but they couldn't see how it worked, so they just disregarded it. So I worked on the membrane, how to do it. And then about 1985, I wrote another definition of the membrane. I've been doing biochemistry, writing up, trying to describe how it works. And in 1985, I wrote a different definition than I'd ever written. And here's the definition of the cell membrane biochemically. The cell membrane is a liquid crystal. Remember, you see the molecules lined up back here? They're all lined up. The phospholipids, they call them. They're crystalline. They're not randomly through. They're crystalline, but they're flexible, so it's called liquid. The membrane is a liquid crystal. Is it a non-conductor? Well, if there's no proteins in it and just got the fat layer, it's a non-conductor. Nothing can get through. I said, well, does it conduct everything with the proteins? I said, no. Only certain things that the channel will let through. Sodium ion or potassium ion, they're different. And so I say, well, wait. It's not a non-conductor. It's not a full conductor. It's a semiconductor. So I write the cell membrane is a liquid crystal, semiconductor with receptors and channels. Another word for receptor is gate. So the membrane definition is a liquid crystal semiconductor with gates and channels. If anybody's familiar with electrical engineering, that is the definition of a computer chip. And I thought, wow, holy jeez, it shares the same definition as a computer chip. What a coincidence! No coincidence. The reason is this. The cell membrane is an information processor. It takes information from the input and then makes an output. It's exactly the same as a computer chip. It has the same structure in a sense as well. So here's the point. The cell membrane is not like a computer chip. That's called analogy. The cell membrane is a computer chip. That's called a homology. And once you understand that, then you realize how this thing works. And let me show you how it works, okay? On the surface of the cell, the proteins that have receptors stick through the cell. These are sugar molecules on the receptor. So these are receptors. So there's a sugar molecule at the top. That's the equivalent of the antenna, and it's anchored to a protein, which is what goes through the cell. So if I back it up one slide, let's go back it up. The protein is extending an antenna. Okay? So I say, what's the relevance of that? Well, I say, what are the antennas? They're reading environmental signals. So you want an analogy that is perfect for this? And that is the following. Cell membrane is a keyboard. Every receptor is a key. Oh, is sugar here? I have a sugar receptor. Is there calcium in the room? Oh, yeah, I have a calcium receptor right here. Is the light on? Oh, I have a receptor that's tuned to photons. Okay, why is it relevant? Everything in the environment that the cell can see, it can only see it because it has a receptor to see it. And the receptors are built into the membrane. So the surface of the cell is a keyboard with keys. And the cell is in the environment. And what is the environment doing? typing on the keys. What's in the environment? Types on the keys. I say, why is it relevant? Because the cell becomes aware of what's in the environment. I say, yeah, but what happened? So the receptor sees it. So what? I go, the receptor is a protein. What happens to a protein when it sees a signal? Come on, you didn't forget that one. I just said 3 minutes ago. Changes shape. So how does a cell know what's out there? And the answer is this. If I have a calcium receptor and all of a sudden it changes shape, it says calcium's out there. And then I say, why is that relevant? Because the receptor then couples to the channel and opens up a signal pathway that says, make a response to the calcium that's out there. So the whole idea about it is you type on the keys. I go, look at this. All those antennas. I say, why is it relevant? Because if you're in the apartment, you have no idea what's going on in the world. But if you have the antenna out there, you can get the whole idea of what's going on in the world. So the idea of a cell is all the receptors are antennas telling the cell what's going on in the world. And then the cell can make a response that is not random. Okay? So I say, well, how does it work? I go, okay, I take a cookie cutter, cut out a piece of the membrane. In my cookie cutter piece, I have a receptor with an antenna and a channel. In this case, the channel is closed. So this is the outside of the cell. This is the inside of the cell. And I say, so what? I say, receptor is scanning for a signal. This is the connector. Look at the shape of the connector and look at the shape of the receptor. They don't match. I can't connect them. Now watch what happens, though. A signal from the environment will show up, changes the shape of the protein, causes the receptor to hook to the channel changes shape, and sends a signal into the cell. Input, output. When the signal is gone, the switch doesn't work. The signal shows up, it changes the shape and connects, and now the switch is working. So when a signal is present, I'm sending a signal in the cell. When the environmental signal is not present, I'm not sending anything into the cell. So the cell understands what's going on in the world. Okay? Does that make sense, what you see right there? First, and this is a very important question. Do you understand that this is a switch? What does I mean by that? It means that there's a function capable inside the cell, a protein that does a behavior. Will the protein do behavior? Nope. Not until what? The signal shows up. How does the signal show up? The switch is sending a signal. So the proteins in the surface receptor channel complexes are switches. When the receptor is activated, the channel will send a signal in and the function will happen. Does that make sense? Okay, so why is this relevant? This is a picture of a switch. Receptor receives a signal, input, channel responds to the signal, makes an output, I.O., bit of data. And I got to the bottom and I said, oh my God, this is how life works. I took, what was the word? Reductionism? Anybody remember the word reductionism? Take it apart down to the smallest pieces. I get down to these two pieces and I say, what? If you separate these two proteins, the channel from the receptor, no awareness. So that's the bottom line of awareness. And I go, wow! And then the moment of absolute reductionism, taking it down to the smallest part in the world, profoundly changed my life for this reason. And the significance is this. There are about 100,000 of these receptors complexes on the surface of the cell. I say, why? Is this important? Well, I can tell you how one works. But then I say, well, what does that mean for your life? I say, I can't tell you. You want to know what it means for your life? Tell me what 100,000 of these things are doing at exactly the same time. It's the ripples on the pond. I can't tell you what the cell is going to do. Why? Because reductionism, just showing me how one works, doesn't show me how 100,000 of them work because they're all working at the same time. So the idea of trying to understand from one single reductionism is no. What do you need? Holism. You have to put the whole thing back together to understand it. You cannot understand it from looking at any one. So reductionism goes out the window and holism comes in. Why? I can know one, but I can't tell you what the cell's going to do. Okay? And I say, well, what's the name of this thing that's so important because it controls life? Okay. The Latin from the Church of Science is... This is a receptor-effector integral membrane protein complex. And you're all going, big deal. I say, yeah, big deal. Why? Because that name is just a bunch of words. It doesn't have meaning. I'm going to give you the meaning. This is the critical part. You ready? What is the meaning of the switch? Well, what's the function of receptors? Eyes, ears, nose, taste, touch. What's the function? What? Sense? Awareness? Of what? The receptor, function. Go ahead. Stop that! My little button wants to push everything. It's trying to speed this up. Okay. The receptor, awareness of the environment. Yes, eyes, ears, nose, taste. Tell me what's going on in your world. The effector is to relay a physical signal into the cell to engage the function to match the environmental need. So I say, then here's the definition of the switch. Not in Latin. You ready? The switch is awareness of the environment through physical sensation. Okay, that's more better than, receptor, effector, integral membrane protein complex. I go, but it's a big thing. There's a whole definition. Is there a word that means the same thing so I can put it in one word, English word? You ready? Oh my God, there is a word. It's in the dictionary. Perception. Awareness of the elements of environment through physical sensation. Stop. Take it in. It's very deep. What controls biology? Perception. What happens if you change your perception? Change your biology. And all of a sudden you realize the genes, I never even brought the genes in this, they're not relevant to any of my discussion at this point. I say all of a sudden it's like how you see the world then makes your biology. If you're afraid of the world, then you're going to have a whole different biology than if you're fearless and go forward. Why? Changes the functions of the cells. So the switch equals perception. Now, are all of your perceptions correct? Yes or no? Well then, some of them might be wrong, but since they're your perceptions, they're called what? Belief. Perception equals belief. What controls your biology? Your belief. It's your belief. Change your belief, you change the switch. Change the switch, change the function. All of a sudden, why is this powerful? Well, you're the one that can change your perception. And since perception controls your biology, then by definition, you are the one that is in actual control of your biology. If your perceptions are incorrect, unfortunately, then you're not living in harmony with the world around you, and that is the first cause of disease. You're not living in harmony. Okay, so I go, wow, how does it work? This is so cool. When I say, what's heredity? You go, the DNA, the genes. I go, okay, no, that's not really a true story. Because heredity, when it was first understood, it was because of what we call chromosomes. And inside the nucleus of every cell in your human body, there are 46 chromosomes. 23 from your mother, 23 from your father. I go, yeah, but what's a chromosome? I go, well, it's 50% DNA and 50% protein. I say, okay, the DNA is the code, the blueprint. What's the protein? Nobody cared for 50 years. Why? We got locked into the central dogma. Genes, DNA, I don't care about anything else. Genes, DNA. So what did they do? They'd isolate a nucleus, take out the chromosomes, split the protein from the DNA, save the DNA to do the valuable experiments, and throw the baby out with the wash water. They threw away the proteins. For 50 years, they threw away the proteins. Why? It's not relevant. DNA is where the story is. And somebody finally said, 50% is a lot of nothing. Maybe it's doing something. That changed the whole world. Because now we know what the protein's doing, the whole biology changes upside down. So if you understand what the protein's doing, then you have a new power coming right here. And here's where it comes from. A chromosome is a core of DNA, the DNA double helix. And DNA is, it's a very long molecule. It's made out of genes, which are segments of the DNA. So it's a code. And down the length of the DNA, there's a code to make this protein, and then it's a gene. And then there's a code to make this protein, that's another gene. Okay? And the rest of the stuff out here is protein. Okay? And I say, well, what is the relevance? I say, well, this is like a chromosome inside the nucleus of the cell. It's got a DNA core and a protein sleeve. And some of the proteins are called regulatory proteins. Well, that's a wonderful name. What the hell are they regulating? Watch. When a signal, reminder for the 50th time, when a signal binds to a protein, what happens to the protein? Changes shape. Okay? So what happens is we're in the nucleus, chromosome, a signal comes from the environment, sent into the nucleus, the signal, like a lock and key, binds to the perfect complementary protein. Signal plus protein causes the protein to change shape. When the protein changes shape, it disconnects from the DNA. Now the blueprint is exposed. Now what do? Well, I want to copy the blueprint, so I send up another protein, and this is called a polymerase. And what does it do? It makes a copy, but it's not DNA, it's called RNA. So DNA is translated into RNA. This is the copy, the RNA copy. It goes into the cell. It's a blueprint to make the proteins. Once I have the RNA copy, I don't need the gene, so the signal is removed and the gene's covered up. I say, why is it relevant? Well, how many years have you been told that the genes control everything? And that we're like fans of the gene. So all you fans of the gene, let's root for the gene to do its job. Here we go. Let's watch it again. The signal comes in from the environment. It complements a protein, binds to it, changes the shape of the protein, exposes the DNA. Now, DNA, do that thing that you're supposed to do something. Do something. Do anything you do something. Do a thing. Protein didn't do anything. No, the protein did everything. It was the DNA that didn't do anything. And yet for 50 years, you've been talking about DNA controlling your life. DNA does nothing active. It's passive. It's a blueprint. I copy the blueprint, RNA. I send it out to the cell. What did the DNA have any decision in this? Absolutely not. DNA doesn't even know what the hell it is. It's a blueprint. Go to the architect's office and ask the blueprint, do you know what you are? No, I don't know what I am. I'm a blueprint. What's the point? The point is this. 50 years, you have given your power over to a blueprint that doesn't control anything and said that this is what controls me. And I go, no. It's the signal coming from the environment that specifically identifies which gene is going to be read by exposing that gene and not exposing the other genes. Okay? Okay. I know somebody's old. I heard that laugh. Okay. In the old days, I can talk, with awareness. In the old days, television wasn't on 24 hours. So at the end of the broadcast day, they put on a test pattern. Is the test pattern built into television, yes or no? No, it comes from the broadcast. Is it a pattern? Yes. Is a gene a pattern? Yes. So let's make an analogy. The broadcast pattern is a gene making a pattern. Okay? Now watch this. I go on the dials of the television set and I fiddle with the dials. Well, what kind of dials? I have on and off, so I can turn that picture of the pattern on or turn the pattern off. I have volume control. How much of this pattern do you want? Okay? But look, I can also change the shape of it. Look! Change the horizontal and vertical hold a bit. Look at this one. Change some more. I'm changing the pattern. Most important point. Please get me on this. I've shown you I've just changed the pattern. Did I change the original pattern from the broadcast station, yes or no? Okay. Epigenetics, lock it in, changes the readout of the gene but does not change the genetic code. Epigenetics are the dials on the television set. The gene is the pattern. The dials can alter the expression of the pattern. So, how does it work? Here's a piece of DNA. This little loop I separate because this is a blueprint. This is a gene to make something, a protein. Okay? I go, well, what's all this DNA? Well, scientists being very smart said, it's junk DNA. What the hell do you mean by junk DNA? Well, only 3% of the entire DNA in your body codes for genes. That means 97% of the DNA in your genes nucleus don't make a program. So they say, oh, it doesn't make a program, so it's extra junk. And its cell has been carrying it around for several billion years because cells are so stupid, they're carrying junk. Okay, that was totally wrong. What is it doing? It is the most important of DNA. Why? Because along the junk DNA, there are protein modules. Okay, protein modules. It's like a double switch there. Thank you. Protein modules along there. I say, what are the modules? Well, they're protein interaction sites. I say, yeah, but what do they actually do? And I say, here's what they actually do. You ready? They are the dials. The modules are the dials. Some of them turn the reading of the gene on. Some of them tell you how much of the gene product you need. Some of them change the shape of the protein. And why I'm doing that? Well, I showed you on the screen, I can change all the shapes. I go, oh, so then any one protein you have can make a whole variety of different proteins. I go, well, that's how you explain how I can have 100,000 proteins in the body and only 19,000 genes. Because genes can make more than one protein. I go, oh, how's that work? And I go, well, it works like this. Epigenetic science can attack either the DNA directly or the proteins. When it attaches to the proteins, it regulates, it's protein regulation of the DNA. It can also, epigenetics can attach methyl groups directly to the gene, which activate or inhibit the pattern from being used. So I can put epigenetic tag, methylation, and say this gene is not going to be used. Why I can do that is because I get 2 genes for everything. I get one from your mother, one from your father. In almost every case, you can only use one of them. So that means in every one of your cells, one of the genes is essentially canceled with methyl groups to keep it from being active. Okay? But I say, but these things adjust the reading of the gene. I say, well, how's it do it? So I said, here's how it does it. RNA is a copy of the gene. So let's say, here's my RNA for the reading gene. Okay? This is the copy of a gene called reading gene. I say, but what does epigenetics do? This is so cool. Watch what it does. Epigenetics is scissors and tape. I can cut the reading gene into the read gene. Okay, that's a different gene. Oh, I can cut it into the ding gene. Oh, I can cut it together and make the add gene. Or I can do this one together, cut, splice, tape together, and make the ring gene. I'm just showing you 5 different things that I can make from the same message. The letters in the genes are thousands long, so not 5 letters, 6 letters, thousands. That means what? I can rewrite the gene readout and create over 3,000 different proteins from the same blueprint. You go, wow. I go, here's the wow. Because I can enhance possibly a protein by changing the gene, or I can cause it to be worse. And this is what we're beginning to find. That the illnesses on this planet are not because we had bad genes. It's because our epigenetic readout of a healthy gene can turn it into a mutant gene. In other words, you can have no cancer gene and end up with cancer. Why? Your life, environment, signals, perceptions change the readout and can take a healthy gene and out of 3,000 different versions give me a version that is not a working version or a healthy version. So all of a sudden it says, this is why less than 10% of cancer is connected to genes. 90% of cancer, normal, healthy genes, bad lifestyle. And the lifestyle caused the rewriting of epigenetics. So epigenetics is profound. It's how an environmental signal adjusts your genetics so that you can fit into the environment. Because the environments are always changing. Remember that story we talked about, civilization, developmental period, rigid, and then going down? I say, yeah, but if the environment changes and you stay rigid, you can't survive. If your genetics stayed rigid in an environment that kept changing, you would not survive. So your genetics change the readout based on the environment. But then I go, well, that's really cool, except between the environment and the genes is what? Perception. A misperception can misread the environment and alter the genetics to a way that is not in harmony with you anymore. So that's how cancer, 90% of it can just show up. You didn't have a cancer gene, you didn't need that. This, two mice, okay? The mouse on the right is the normal-looking mouse. The mouse on the left is obviously a different-looking mouse. It's got different color fur. It's obese. It's got cardiovascular disease. It's got diabetes. It's called an agouti mutant, and it dies very young. The mouse on the right is a normal-looking mouse. Except it has the agouti gene. and should look like the mouse on the left. I say, well, how come the mouse on the right looks normal? It's got the same genetics. And I go, because during the development of this fetus, the mother was fed elements that affect epigenetics that include folic acid, vitamin B12, and choline at a window. And this is important. It wasn't fed the entire period. It was fed a certain number of hours in a window. And what did it do? Epigenetically, change the readout of the agouti gene so it reads as a normal gene. So you can have a total mutant gene and totally be normal by what? Environmental influences. Okay? Because I can rewrite the gene. I can take a bad gene and make it normal, or in most cases we take a normal gene and make it bad. Well, what's the point? The genes you have are not you. The genes you have are raw materials that can be adjusted to make you so that you fit in the environment. You're not your genes, you're your gene readout. And why is this relevant? Well, I can engineer a new gene and put it in your body. I go, well, that's fine. Can you engineer epigenetics? Why? Because I don't care what gene you put in my body. If my environment is not supporting me, then my readout of that new gene you put in won't work any better than the old gene. I am creating the readout of my genes through epigenetics. That means you have power over the genes. Show you this? Twins doing the genetic readout. And don't ever get caught into buying a genetic readout for a simple reason. As I said, there are only about 6 or 7 diseases that you can tell me that I could have with a genetic readout. Even the guy who was in charge of one of the big parts of the Human Genome Project, Frank Collins, no, it wasn't Frank, it was the other guy, who was head of Gene Corporation, got his own gene shred. And I like it because when they reported what he said, this is what the report said. He laughed when he said that by looking at his own gene readout, he couldn't tell what color eyes he was going to have. With the belief that you would be able to know everything about somebody, he realized at that moment, you can tell me every gene, but I have no idea what the hell is going to happen. Why? Because it's not a direct readout. You get epigenetics in between, and it changes the readout. So you can get a genetic readout, and I say it's irrelevant. Why? It's your lifestyle, not the genes that you need to understand. It's your lifestyle, okay? So what did they find? They read the genetic readout of identical twins the moment they're born, and guess what? They're almost identical. Well, you would expect that. They're identical twins. I go, then what? And I say, then read the genetic readout 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, and 20 years later. Every year of life, the genetic readout moves away from each other. In the end, one of the identical twins can have cancer, and the other one not. I say, yeah, but they came from the same genetics. It's like, yeah, it wasn't the genes that caused the cancer. It was your lifestyle. And you can watch how your lifestyle changes your genes, because if you do a gene readout today and do a gene readout later, you're going to find it's not the same genes. They're reading differently. It changes dynamically. You are not concrete readout of genes. You are dynamically changing your genes by how you respond to the environment. Dean Ornish in San Francisco, wonderful researcher. In this particular project, he was working with prostate cancer. What did he do? He divided his patients into 2 groups. Both groups are prostate cancer patients. One group, conventional medical pharmaceutical treatment. Second group, for 90 days, no genetic treatment, no medication. Here's what they did. You ready? 90 days. He taught them how to eat on a better diet. He taught them stress reduction techniques, and he taught them how to meditate. 90 days. They took the gene readout before in both groups, then they take the gene readout after 90 days. In the pharmaceutical group, genes stayed exactly the same as they were over the 90-day period. The significance was in the other group. And what did he find? In 90 days, 500 genes changed their function from what? Diet, lifestyle. Basically, in 90 days. And most of these genes were associated with the prostate cancer. What was the point? It was the lifestyle that gave you the cancer, not the gene. Trying to affect the gene is indirect and it doesn't work. Affecting the lifestyle, well, that's where it comes in. So it basically says, changing the lifestyle, you change the genes. That's epigenetics. Okay? And this one is interesting because they found that meditation changes inflammation genes. I say, well, how fast does it change the genes? Answer, genes change in 8 hours. Why is this relevant? There's a belief, oh, your genes are your life. Give me a readout, I will tell you about your life. And I'm saying, no. You can show me the gene readout, and in 8 hours, I can show you I can change it. What's the relevance? You are not fixed in your genetics. You're fixed in your belief, which will affect your genetics, but you're not fixed in the genetics. Okay? So, remember central dogma? DNA goes to RNA, goes to protein. Well, there's a problem with this, which is also called primacy of DNA, primacy first cause, everything in your life, first cause, DNA. And I go, what's wrong with this? And I say, oh, they left something out for 50 years. And I say, what did they leave out? Oh, they left out the proteins. Like what? The regulatory proteins. Because they control the DNA. And I go, yeah, but what controls the regulatory proteins? Environment. And all of a sudden I say, is this the primacy of DNA? No, DNA's in the middle. It's not primal anything. It's the primacy of what? Environment. You change your environment, you can change your life. Or you change your perception of the environment. Why? You can live in the healthiest environment in the world, and you have a perception that it's negative and threatening. You will change your genes to what? Healthy genes or scary genes? Scary ones. Why? Let's say I have a liver cell. The liver cell has to adjust its biology for me to live in the world. So the liver cell needs to have what's going on in the world? Bruce, tell me what's going on so I can adjust my biology. You're living in this world. I send a signal, give them the wrong information. The genes don't have... Bruce, are you sure that's right? No, no question. I send the signal, they adjust themselves. I send the wrong signal, they adjust themselves the wrong way. And this is epigenetics. I don't care what genes you have, it's the signal you're sending that will determine what's going to happen. And therefore, you're not the victim of the genes. Genes control the biology? Epigenetics. Signals above the genes. Environmental signals, including lifestyle and direct environment. Okay, we've now gone through, mechanism, force, and switch. Oh, we're left with a little feedback issue. So let's do a little feedback. What are the feedback? Gauges. We go, oh, gauges, yeah. Feedback, gauges. Like, oh, there they are. Gauges on my car. I say, what do you got all these gauges on this car for? Why do you have that many gauges? What are they doing? They're telling you about the function of the thing. How's your car going? Is the engine overheating? You have enough oil? You got gas? You going too fast? How do you know? You got gauges. And that will tell you about the operation of your vehicle. I say, we have gauges, as you just saw, but they're different. And it's interesting because when I wanted to make up the slide, I needed to go get some gauges, so I went to the auto store. I bought the 3 available gauges they had, and it's like, oh my God, they work out just to be perfect. The stress gauge is pressure. Stress is pressure. How much pressure you got? How much stress are you under? Okay? The anger gauge, temperature. Anger heats you up. You get too hot, you don't want to be there. You know, and I say to people, you're driving a car, the gauge on the car says it's getting hot, you're in traffic, backed up, hot day, the temperature starts going up. I say, what are you going to do? And if you answer me hopefully in the right way, you say, I will pull over and cool off. I go, you know, if you had an anger gauge, it would help you a lot better. Why? Anger gauge is temperature. If you start to see your anger going up, what do you think you should do? Pull over and cool off, baby. Why? You continue to heat up with the anger, what do? Blow a gasket. And the simple reality is, well, I don't have that gauge. I say, yes, you do. We all have these gauges. The love and fear, battery charge. When you're in love, your battery charge is up. When you're in fear, you dissipate the battery. So all of a sudden I say, well, these gauges are pretty damn accurate, except we don't have gauges. I go, yes, because it's much more sophisticated. How come? You don't need the gauge. You have sensory readout. The gauges are senses. If you then tune into the senses, then you are monitoring your life. If you start to recognize you're getting angry, if there's no gauge there, it's like, I'm just getting angry and now I'm really getting pissed off. I go, if there's a gauge, it's like, ooh, my temperature's going up. I should cool off. without the physical gauge and not owning the need of what is the emotional content, the emotion are the gauges. That way you don't have to walk down the street like this. You can walk down and feel what's going on, okay? And this becomes important. And lastly, in addition to emotions, which are the primary gauges that if you listen to them and drove them according to the gauges on the dashboard and not take things personally, when you take them personally, you forget what was the meaning of the gauge. The gauge was informing you where you are. So I say, well, the feedback includes, yes, we just talked about emotions, but it also includes this, and this is one that really upsets me, having been a professor in a medical school, and it's called symptoms. I say, why does it affect me? Because a patient goes in to a doctor and says, I got a symptom. What's that symptom? Well, it hurts right here. Yeah, well, okay, don't touch it. Yeah, but it still hurts. Okay, here's a pain pill. Okay, now you don't have to feel anymore. Isn't that great? Oh, we just did medical doctoring. This is really great. And I go, okay, I have a swelling. I twisted my ankle. Okay, let's throw ice on it. Okay, here we go. You ready? The symptoms are not the problem. The symptoms are feedback that you have a problem. You cover up the symptom, you have done nothing to deal with the problem. Give you an example. I walk, I twist my ankle, I get a swollen ankle, and they say, oh, that swelling doesn't look that good. And especially if you're a woman and you're wearing stockings and nice shoes, it's like, ooh, that's an ugly looking swelling on your ankle, so let's get rid of the swelling, we will put ice on it. And I go, it took 1,000,000 years to create the swelling response. It's not punishing you. What is the swelling response? The answer is simple. You damaged tissue and you twisted the ankle. You got broken debris and cells and just junk in there. And you want to fix it. So what do you want to do? You want to clear out the debris. So how do you clear out the debris? Well, in your house, let's say you have a garage and there's a bunch of stuff on the floor. You take the garden hose. And what are you doing? You're washing all the debris down to the drain. I go, this is what the lymphatic system is all about. The leakage of fluid comes from the blood vessels, not blood, fluid, and that swells up. And I say, yeah, but why is that important? Because the extra fluid in the system is removed by the lymphatics, which filter and clean the system. So the idea is, if I put extra fluid in, swell it up, the extra flow going down the lymphatics is going to carry the debris and clean up the area. And you say, but I don't like it, so you put ice on it, now you closed it down. I say, where's the debris going? Nowhere. Now you've got you got garbage in there. It could make things worse. So the whole idea was, why did you do that? Well, it just wasn't pretty and it wasn't comfortable. I go, yeah, but it took 1,000,000 years to learn how to clean this thing up. Okay? A fever. Oh my God, a fever. I'm getting so hot. Maybe I should take some aspirins and get rid of this fever. I go, another 1,000,000 years of evolution down the drain. Why? Why do you got a fever? To punish you? No. The intelligence of the system recognizes that the inflammation you're experiencing is temperature sensitive. If you raise the temperature, you will kill the infective agent. So the body raises the temperature. It's called a fever. Now, it could get extreme. I'd do something about it, but if it stays below 105, then you're in the operating zone. I go, why is it relevant? Well, I don't like the fever, so I take some aspirins and I cool myself off, and I say, oh, great, you stopped the fever. What did you do? You prolonged the infection. The infection was going to be killed by the fever. You know what the right response is to a fever? Completely opposite of what you think. The right response? You got a fever? Wrap yourself in a blanket. Get in there until you sweat, and it's like, oh, Jesus, it's so uncomfortable. I'm sweating like a pig in here. And I go, good. You're helping the system. It wanted to raise the temperature. You're encouraging it. Relevance? In the shortest time period, an hour or whatever, within an hour of a high temperature, the inflammation is gone. You cool down, and your sickness is gone. You stop that temperature from rising. You keep the inflammation. Again, so the fever wasn't the problem. The fever was helping. Swelling wasn't the problem. Pain. Wow, oh my God, doc, I twisted his leg, and every time I walk on it, it hurts. Okay, I'll give you a pain pill. Oh yeah, it doesn't hurt anymore. Oh, it doesn't hurt anymore. I go, Why do you think the pain was there? Punishment? No. The pain was saying, you broke something delicate, we need to fix it, you keep walking on it, I can't fix it. So if you take a pain pill, then you've completely violated the whole system again. So, summary. You have gauges, you have feedback to tell you about the operation. The emotions are gauges, and if you use them as gauges instead of something to create anxiety and stress over, just read it, you can use it the same as use gauges on the car. If you do a standard medical procedure and cover up the symptoms, it'll be the same as this. You ready? Go out to your car, put masking tape all over the dashboard, cover up the gauges so you don't have to deal with it. Why? No problem anymore. I have no problem. Why? I can't see anything going on here. And I say, yeah, after the tickets and after you run out of gas and after all these other problems, you might realize taking the masking tape off the gauge is a good idea. I'm trying to get you to not put the masking tape on. Know what emotions are. They're feedback of a machine. Okay? And you can use them. Symptoms are the consequence of a problem. They are not the problem. Eliminating symptoms interferes with or creating a resolution for the problem. Okay, cool. Oh, stress. Whoa, that's really scary, man. How scary is stress? Well, the whole idea about stress is it involves this, that when our behavior isn't right, remember this little chart, signal plus protein, every time I bring it up, right? Signal plus protein equals behavior. If the behavior is not right, by definition, it's called a dis-ease. My biology isn't working right. Something's wrong. It's not working right. And I go, tell me, now look at the chart. It's real simple. What can cause a disease? Well, if you look at the chart, there's only two things on the chart. I presume one of them might influence the disease. Matter of fact, both of them can influence the disease. If your proteins are defective, your machine isn't going to work very well. Okay? So a defective protein can cause a disease. I go, oh, tell me about that. And I can go right here. Blame genetics. Flawed genes cause less than 1% of all diseases. Relevance? We keep saying the genes are causing all this. I go, genes cause less than 1%. So it's the other 90-some%. I say, well, wait a minute, let's go back. The protein can be bad because the gene is bad. And I say, well, what does that mean? I say, well, genetic birth defects, random mutations, about 1% of illness associated with it. That only leaves one thing left, folks. Where do you think the stress is coming from? The signal. The signal. And you say, well, how can the signal cause a disease? Well, I'm going to give you 3 ways the signal can cause a disease. Number 1, trauma. Stop doing 2. 1, trauma. I fall off the podium here, wrench my back. What am I going to do? Interfere with the signal that's coming from my nervous system. So I interfere physically with the signal. I've interfered with the behavior. I get a disease. Does that make sense? Yeah? All right. Number 2, toxins. If you put chemistry in the body that doesn't propagate a signal correctly, it's a distortion chemical, then as the signal is being sent to the cells and I distort it, then the signal that arrives at the cell is not the one I wanted. And as a result, the behavior that comes from that is not going to be in harmony with my life. So toxins in your system will distort the signaling. Emphasis, get away from industrial farming. Start eating full-grown, organic, healthy, natural food. We are eating chemically destabilized food. It is toxic. How toxic is it? Watch the farmers in the field wearing hazard suits spraying on this stuff. I say, God, if they're wearing a hazard suit, how good is that for me to eat? Well, I leave that for you to think about, basically. So, toxins. And lastly, this is for you. Thought. I say, what does thought have to do with it? I say, thought sends a signal. If our thoughts are not in harmony with the world around us, our perception of the world is skewed, then the signals we sent are not going to be the appropriate signals. They're going to be distorted. And therefore, my thought is going to cause a disease. I go, absolutely. Absolutely, that's where it comes from. Primary source of all disease is thought. The toxins and trauma, minor percent. And I say, thought, why? I'm sending the wrong signal in a world where the signals are supposed to keep me alive. I send the wrong signal, then my biology, by definition, is not in harmony with the world. That's where disease comes from, okay? So trauma is physical stress. Toxins are chemical stress. Thought is emotional stress. Stress! Boom it, babe. Stress is the problem. How much of the problem is stress? Oh, American Psychological Association, stress, how does it affect us? From 75 to 90% of all physician office visits are for stress-related ailments. Up to 90% of the illness that people have on this planet is not because of genetics, it's because of stress. Doing what? Altering the readout and activity of the genes which take you out of harmony, out of life, and by definition, when you're out of harmony, that's called a disease. Okay? So, we're going to deal with the mind. And here's the important part. You ready? The mind. The mind, stress, there's two kinds. And this is not to confuse them because there's a good stress and there's a bad stress. Let's make the difference, okay? So we don't just use stress. Good stress is called eustress. What's good about it? Well, you're stressing the system, but you're not, scaring the system. You're not threatening the system. You're building the system up. What does that mean? Athletics, exercise, doing whatever you're doing, yoga, whatever you're doing, you're stressing the system. Is it bad? No. Why? Because the stress is not threatening to you. It's just saying your system could get stronger by this stress. So exercise is stress, but it's not threatening stress, and therefore it helps you grow. Okay? Then I say, what's the other one? I go, oh, distress. I say, what's distress? You ready? It's just as simple. Anything that gets between you and your intended direction. Anything that gets in, interferes with where you want to go causes distress, which is simple. You have a vision. Anything that compromises that vision, distress. So sports, good stress. Bad thinking, bad stress. Exception, if you were a gladiator in Rome in the Colosseum, that sport might not be called eustress. If you lose that game, it's very distressful at that point. So the point is this. I put cells in a petri dish. I split the cells into two groups. In one group of cell, I put nutrients in front of the cell. The other group, I put toxins in front of the cell. I put them back in the incubator, and I say, where are the cells going to be when I take them out of the incubator later? And you can guess this one, I surely hope. The cells are going to be in different places in each of these dishes. You ready? Okay, you already know the answer. When there's nutrients, the cells move toward these signals. Why? They're positive signals. They're needed for growth. Okay? When there are toxins in the dish, the cells move the other way. Why? That's threatening. So you move towards signals that give you growth, and you wall yourself off and go backwards from signals that threaten you. Simple as that. It's logical, right? I go, well, here's important understanding. Cells cannot move in both directions at the same time. Relevance? Your cells can be in growth, or they can be in protection, but they can't be in both at the same time. I say, well, why? Well, think about it this way. Growth is taking the stimulus and bringing it in, assimilating. Whether it's nutrients or love, I'm open, give it to me, I'm taking it in. Protection, that's opposite. Protection is wall it off, I'm closed down, don't let it in. I say, well, simple point. Can you be open and closed at the same time? No. Can you move forward and backward at the same time? No. Point. A cell cannot be in growth and in protection at the same time. So the moment a protection response is needed, growth gets shut off. And you go, why is that relevant? Day one, first hour, I said something about growth. I said every day you lose hundreds of billions of your cells. So I don't care what age you are. Every day you're growing by having to replace hundreds of billions of your cells. But if you get in a stressful situation, stress shuts off the growth. Ooh, you're in a problem then. So let me explain how it works. It's called the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, HPA. Hypothalamus, the portion of the brain that does interpretation. What's that signal? Good signal or bad signal? Hypothalamus will take an interpretation of it. If it finds out it's a stressful signal, the job of the hypothalamus is to send a signal to the pituitary gland. Is it pituitary gland? Yes. High school name? Master gland. Yeah, it controls the fate of 50 trillion cells. So if I want to change the action of the community, I go to the pituitary gland. So hypothalamus sends a message to the pituitary gland saying, there's a threatening world outside here. Okay? Pituitary gland says, okay, listen, we can be in growth or protection, but now it seems the moment protection is really good. I said, well, how do I engage protection? I go, the pituitary gland sends a signal to the adrenal gland. I go, what's the relevance of that? And the answer is simple, this. The pituitary gland got a stress signal from the hypothalamus. The pituitary gland then directs that to the adrenal glands, which do what? Release stress hormones through the body, and the stress hormones prepare the body for protection. Okay? So that's our protection response. You ready? Now, what does this mean? This is how simple why stress is the biggest cause of health issues on the planet. Number one, let's say you're being chased by a saber-toothed tiger. That's the evolutionary historic perspective. I'm being chased by a saber-toothed tiger. What do I need to do? I need to summon up a lot of energy. Where do I need the energy? Pancreas, liver, arms and legs. Listen to this. This is out of a book. When stress hormones are released into the system, the blood is preferentially sent to the arms and legs. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, but you didn't catch preferentially? Where the hell was the blood before I sent it to the arms and legs? Well, take off your arms and legs. There's only one thing left. Okay? The viscera. I say, what's the function of the viscera? Growth, maintenance, taking care of the body, filtering the blood, filtering the air, doing all those stuff, engaging immune system. In other words, it's maintenance and care of the body. I say, blood has energy in it. So if I want to run away from a saber-toothed tiger, I want the blood in arms and legs. Why? I need the energy. I say, yeah, but I need it for growth. I go, well, if you're being chased by a saber-toothed tiger, growth is not relevant because if it catches you, there is no more growth, So basically says what? I want this, so here it is. Step one. There's three things. One, in a state of threat, the stress hormones are released into the body, and the first thing they do is cause the blood vessels in the gut to close shut. And you feel that. It's called butterflies in the stomach when you get scared. What is it? It's the blood vessels click, 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 closing. You can feel the fluttering of the blood vessels. It's the fluttering of butterflies. I say, what's it doing? It's closing the blood vessel flow to the gut. I say, why? Because now the blood is being pushed preferentially the arms and legs because I'm not using it in here. So the blood is going to arms and legs. Yeah, so I can run away. At the expense of what? No growth. Okay? I go, okay, where's the issue? I go, in history, this is where it comes in. You only had to run away from the saber-toothed tiger. If you got away from the saber-toothed tiger, no more stress. So it was only used in intermittent periods for running. I say, and what about today? 24/7, 365 stress. We were never designed to be under this stress. Why? Because that means every day you are compromising your growth. I say, why is it relevant? Because every day you need to make hundreds of billions of cells, and now you're not growing them. You cannot go very long without breaking down. So, chronic stress. Okay, number two. That's only one source of the problem. Number two is a bigger one as well. There are two protection systems in the body. Adrenal system, fight or flight. Immune system, protection from the internal environment. Adrenal system, protection from the external environment. Okay? This is your job. Energy distribution management. You can put your CEO of energy distribution. Little office right here in the prefrontal cortex. You're sitting there as a desk, telephone. Go to work Monday morning. Quiet morning, phone rings, and you hear a call coming from the stomach. Hey, listen, energy management. I think we're having an infection here of some bacteria, and I think we could have a bad case of diarrhea building up. How much energy can you send me? So you hang up the phone and you're going to do a calculation of how much energy you can send to the gut. And while you're doing the calculation, the phone rings again, much more excited voice. Holy jeez, we're being chased by a saber-toothed tiger. How much energy can you send me? Well, your energy management. How would you manage the distribution of energy? You've got two things going here. You got to figure it out? 100% of energy goes to arms and legs. Why? Who gives a damn about the bacteria? The tiger eats you, the bacteria are the tiger's problem, not yours anymore. Okay? And so why is it relevant? And this is a fact of science. Stress hormones shut down the immune system to conserve energy. I go, really? I say, so much so that the medical profession uses stress hormones therapeutically. I said, what do you mean? I said, well, if I want to transplant an organ into your body, it's coming from somebody else, and your immune system, by definition, will try to reject it. So what do medical people do when they give a transplant? Before they give the transplant, they give the person stress hormones. They inject them with stress hormones. Why? Because it will shut down the immune system so that when I transplant the organ, I'm not going to have immediate rejection. Oh, well, that's really interesting. So what happens when you're under stress? You shut down the immune system. I go, is this a good idea? No. Why? Because there are all those infective agents. Viruses, bacteria, parasites are all out there, and you're shutting off the immune system. And then you say, oh my God, I got stressed and then I got sick, and now I really want to flip the tables and tell you the joke. The organisms I'm talking about are called in medicine opportunistic organisms. So why do they get that name? Because right now, every one of you is infected. If I took a blood sample from every one of you, I can assure you we're going to find bacteria, viruses, and parasites. And you're going to say, but Bruce, what do you mean I'm infected? I feel really good. I'm good. I'm healthy. I go, this is why it's called opportunistic organisms. They're in your body. They cannot grow because the immune system represses it. But the moment the immune system starts to shut off, these organisms take the opportunity to start growing. What was the point? When you're stressed, you get sick. But you didn't necessarily catch it from anybody. You already got it. You just took the cover off of it, and now it exposed itself. So now you have two injuries from stress. One, you stop the growth, which means you're losing hundreds of billions of cells every day and not replacing them, which means there's only a short period of time before a loss of cells is going to interfere with you. And number two, you shut down the immune system, which was protecting you, and in this case, then sickness on top of the weakness. And that is why stress causes disease and illness, okay? And it's really interesting because the third one, I call the third one very specifically adding insult to injury. Meaning the first two things I said, shutting down the growth and shutting down the immune system, that's really promoting, the injury response. This one is an insult for this reason. Do you think in a time of stress you will operate by conscious reasoning or hindbrain reflex? What do you do in stress? Which one? Yeah, hindbrain reflex. I say, why? It's fast. Conscious mind is very slow. I mean, if you're in a car and it skids out of control, icy road, not that much in Phoenix, but here we are, icy road, car's going out of control. Let's say you're only operating from conscious mind. Okay? Here's the vignette. Oh. Why? Conscious mind is too slow. I say, what happens if you get from hindbrain? All of a sudden, feet on the brakes, things start, boom, you're in charge. It was fast. It was instantaneous. You could not have done that with your conscious mind. You need your subconscious mind. So what is the nature of a chronic stress response? What does it do? Remember I told you the stress hormones squeeze the blood vessels shut in the gut and force the blood to the outside? The same stress hormones cause the blood vessels in the forebrain, consciousness, to squeeze shut just like the gut one. In this case, why? When I squeeze it shut, it sends the blood to the hindbrain, where I'm going to operate from. We become less intelligent because we're not operating from consciousness when we live in stress. Now, I just want to show you how effective it is. You might remember a game called Pac-Man. Remember that? There's the player, and it's supposed to gobble up all the dots. There's the ghost, and the function of the ghost is to gobble up the player. Now watch this. They did a brain scan of the player playing the game. When the gobbler is far enough away, the player has time to think. I'm going to move this way. I'm going to gobble up the dots here. Then I'm going to go this way, and then I'm going to go this way. I got a lot of time to think, right? And I say, well, let's look at the brain scan. Forebrain, hindbrain, function. When the gobbler is far away, the player is creatively thinking with conscious mind how I'm going to actually do all thinking, creativity. That's what consciousness is all about. Here's what I'm going to do and everything. And then I said, but what happens if the player gets close? And it says if they get within 2 centimeters. If the ghost gets within 2 centimeters of the player, watch the brain scan. Now it's all hindbrain. Jesus, if a Pac-Man game can shut down your consciousness, I think life might have a big influence as well. We become less intelligent when the fear is close to you, when the stress is close to you. I go, why is this relevant? This is Tony Benn, a member of Parliament, was a retired member of Parliament in Great Britain. And I want to let him talk for a second, then I'll explain it. Okay? Tony, go for it.
See, I think there are 2 ways in which people are controlled. First of all, frighten people, and secondly, demoralize them. An educated, healthy, and confident nation is harder to govern. And I think there's an element in the thinking of some people. We don't want people to be educated, healthy, and confident because they would get out of control.
Now that I'm old enough, I can say when I was younger, 60 or more years ago, that this country was a different country. We were a leading country. We were the healthiest country. We were providing all the technological advances for all the rest of the world. And I look at us today, and I say we are the sickest country of the big nations on this planet. We are also now becoming the least intelligent of all the nations on this planet. It was not an accident. It was a way of disempowering you. We are so disempowered that we are being worked to death compared to every other country on this planet. And we accept that because of our lack of consciousness and our fears and all that. We have been programmed to be sick and stupid. And how do you do it? Control the stress response. Because both of those things get compromised as soon as you get stressed. So I do not look at the current situation as just a natural consequence. I look at the current situation as a manipulation to control us. We have a healthcare crisis that is so big, we're going bankrupt. We have an intelligence crisis that's so bad that all the other countries are doing the technology and we're like third world country at this point. This is not an accident. We need to get our power back. How do you get your power back? We must stop responding to stress, because that's where everything is coming from at this point, okay? And I said, well, what is stress also affecting? And this one is like so cool, because this is called the fountain of youth. Ponce de Leon was looking for it, but he was looking outside. I'm going to tell you where the fountain of youth is. It's in the nucleus of your cells. You go, what's the fountain of youth? Now I will show it to you. A DNA is a double helix. If the helix unwinds without being controlled, it destroys the DNA message. So you don't want the DNA helix to unwind. So I say, well, how do you prevent it? Well, I say, here's a shoelace. And at the tip is a plastic little thing. It's got a name, aglet. And it's a little plastic thing. I say, what happens if the plastic thing comes off? I go, it goes like that. It frays. It unfolds. It comes undone. I say, try and put that damn shoelace through your sneaker, through that little hole, and you did that for years. It's not going to work anymore. Okay? It interferes. So I'm going to tell you, guess what? There's the equivalent of aglets on the end of your DNA. If you don't have the aglets, the DNA starts to separate, and that breaks apart the message inside. Okay? So at the end, there are pieces of DNA, extensions of the DNA. Point. While they're DNA, they don't program for any genes. Okay? They're just pieces of DNA, extra length. And they keep it from unfraying. That's one of the things. But here's the second thing that telomeres do. At the end, let me just show it to you first, so where the telomeres are. Chromosomes that we showed before. Here's an X and a Y chromosome. Look where the red is. That's where the telomeres are. They're at the ends of the DNA strands. Why? They're keeping it from unfolding at that point, okay? I go, why do we need them? Oh, this is so cool. A DNA is a double helix. If you want to copy the DNA double helix, then you intentionally put in an enzyme that splits the DNA double helix into single strands, because right behind it, another protein will land on the DNA. This protein is called a polymerase, okay? It's going to make DNA. How does it do it? It moves down the DNA like a train on a track. You see what it did? Let's look at it one more time. The polymerase lands on the DNA, and as it moves down the length of the DNA, it copies the DNA it's on and leaves a new copy behind. You see that? Now here's the problem. This is the problem. You see the last piece of DNA the polymerase is sitting on? It can't copy it. It can't copy it. It can copy the one it went over, but it can't copy the one it's sitting on. Relevance? Then when this polymerase comes off, guess what? The new strand is shorter than the first strand. Why? Every time I copy the DNA, it's like the locomotive on a train track. Imagine a train moving down the track. The locomotive is laying new track right behind it. So as it's going down the train track, we're making a brand new track along with it. The locomotive gets to the end of the line. I say, yeah, but the locomotive is sitting on the track. It can't copy what it's sitting on. It has to move over it. Yeah, but if it moves anymore, it's off the track. That's the story. I say, why is it relevant? Because every time the DNA is copied, it's shorter than the previous version. Relevant. I can copy it officially, okay, until I run out of telomeres. Because after I run out of telomeres, the next copying is going to do what? Cut into the gene program, the blueprint. If I cut in the gene program, I'm destroying the blueprint story. So the whole idea is this. How many times can a cell divide? Why? Because if it gets shorter each time, there's so many cell divisions before you run out of telomere, and then when you run out of telomere, that leads to depression, disease, and aging characteristics, okay? Why? Because now you're messing up the blueprint. I say, oh, well, this guy, Leonard Hayflick, years ago, before we even knew about telomeres, said, how many times can a cell divide? Put it in tissue culture, came out 50 to 60 times. I go, why is it relevant? You have stem cells. They divide every day for what? Replacing hundreds of billions of your cells. How many days in a row how many times can you divide a stem cell? There's a point where it runs out of telomere, and now the replacement stem cell is defective. You will age. You will have sickness. You will have disease. So 50 to 60 times they came out and they go, well, yeah, that's, like a human lifespan, 80, 90 years or so. You can get that many copies before the stem cells are no good. So you're going to die around 80, 90 years. It's a lifespan. Cool, but wrong. Why? Because the telomere length, it's a predictor of aging, disease, and depression. The shorter it is, the closer you're getting to aging, disease, and depression. And we said that was it. But guess what? An enzyme, telomerase. What does it do? An enzyme that increases telomere length. Wait a minute. I can activate an enzyme and make the telomeres longer? If I can make them longer, I can have more cell divisions? Yeah. How long can I make it? No limit. How long should you live? No limit that we know right now. Why are you not living that long? Stress? Issues? Let me tell you why. This enzyme is affected by many things. Let me show you what it's affected by. Ready? These things shut down telomerase. You ready? Stressful prenatal development. That will shut down the polymerase. And especially in embryo, this is bad because there's so much cell division going on in the embryo. You start to shorten the life of these cells in the embryo stage. You don't got a lot left when you're born. Number 2, childhood abuse. No difference between verbal and physical abuse. They have the exact same effect. People think, well, I never hit him. I just yelled at him. I said, the same thing. I don't really care. It's the same thing. Abuse. Domestic violence shuts down polymerase activity. Okay? The telomerase. 4, PTSD, post-traumatic stress. Yeah. The lives of our soldiers come back and they're automatically shortened to the degree of how much stress interfered with the enzyme and prevented them from replacing the cells. Nutritional deficiency. If you don't have the right nutrition, the enzyme's not going to work. So it says basically come back to, let's stop with the junk and let's start putting back natural food in the system. I say, why? Because if you start putting in natural food in the system, the telomeres get longer. If the telomeres get longer, you have a longer, healthier life. It's simple as that. And the last one, most important, loss of love. Loss of love. If you do not have love on this planet, you will not activate telomerase activity. It becomes that important. Okay? Now, in contrast, what are the things that activate the telomerase, that increase your life, that add to the fountain of youth, which this is? You ready? Those things that increase telomerase. 1, focus on the positive. Yes. If life is not so scary, we're not adding stress hormones. If we see life as beautiful, then we're enhancing our life, saying, hey, life is great, let's live it. Telomerase activity. 2, love. Especially self-love, and I'm going to explain that, okay? When I was involved with programs with belief change modification, we have a group of people come in and we want to do belief change. One of the questions I always had them do first is, I want you to test for the belief, I love myself. I can tell you this from a fact. Over 80% and usually about 90% of every audience will not test positive for I love myself. I say, why is that a problem? Well, if you don't love yourself, then you have no reason to extend your life. There is no reason. I'm not lovable. Let's end it. And the reality is that belief right away shuts off the enzyme telomerase if you don't love yourself. Why don't you love yourself? Bring that up if we don't run out of time. Oh, we're running out of time. Okay. Let me finish this slide and then give you a short break. But you got to come back because why you came, I saved to the end. Okay, love, especially self-love. Okay, exercise, yes, keep the system moving. That's the eustress that encourages it to grow and maintain its health. Happiness and gratitude, fundamental. If you're not happy or you're not in a gratitude, you're not showing appreciation for life. And what you're telling yourself psychologically, life sucks, what do I care? I don't need to be here, boom, no telomerase. That's how fast it works, okay? Good nutrition, especially omega-3s. Omega-3s are shown to be very effective in influencing telomerase. And lastly, and this is a very critical one, lastly, being in service. Meaning, you have a reason to be alive. If you're taking care of somebody, your mind is going, listen, I can't get sick. I got to take care of this person. If I don't take care of them, they're in a lot of trouble. So I am what? Enhancing my vitality because I have to do something. This is why people, when they retire, a large number of them retire in a very short time. Boom, gone. Why? They lost service. I have nothing to do. My father worked 6.5 days a week. His life was get up at 5 in the morning, come home 7 at night. And when he got to be 70-something, he said, oh, you should retire. He didn't know anything in his whole life but going to work 6.5 days a week. Then he got retired. And then what did he do? Nothing. He didn't have anything to do. And guess what? He died within 1.5 years of retirement. Why? No function. So you want to stay alive? Then participate. And do it so with a positive attitude and gratitude. And look at it. Why? Because you're feeding the telomerase, which is going to keep you healthy and a long life. We should live easily 140 to 200 years. And yet we shut it off. Why? Because of the stresses and the way we perceive life. Okay? We've been learning nuts and bolts. We're getting down to the understanding that energy is the signaling process. That the brain is the source of the signaling. So all of a sudden it says, well, then your life is controlled not by your genes as much as it's controlled by your brain. The brain is where all this is coming from. So we talk about a mind. I say, can the placebo be the cure? Prozac, one of the biggest selling drugs on this planet today, $1 billion a year, is scientifically revealed to be no different than a sugar pill. They get $1 billion a year. But I have to tell you, it's a sneaky placebo for this reason. A sugar pill you take and it's just like, okay, this pill is going to heal me and that's what I'm hoping on. You take Prozac and like all the pharmaceutical drugs, it's got side effects. And one of them, it makes your body feel a little weird. And why is it relevant? It's like, oh, I took the pill and now I feel weird. It's working! So a little side effect help it, but it's no different than a sugar pill. The issue is, well, that's positive thinking. Everyone talks about positive thinking. What about negative thinking? We never talk about negative thinking. Well, here's a little bit of an excerpt. I hope the volume, it might be loud, so you ready to play with it?
Very important for people to know that words can powerfully affect their brains in ways that are beneficial or harmful. That if you tell people things that are negative about a medication, or you can communicate by body language or tone of voice that you really don't think this is going to work, but oh well, let's try it. And that could actually reduce the effectiveness of a powerful analgesic.
The placebo effect's evil twin is a big issue. Called nocebo, it can do much more than reduce the effectiveness of a drug. It may even have the power to kill. Years ago at a hospital in Birmingham, England, patients with gastric cancer were divided into two groups. One group was given chemotherapy. The other group was told they were getting chemotherapy, but in reality received a placebo. Incredibly, 1/3 of the patients in the placebo group suffered the side effects of real chemotherapy, including hair loss as well as nausea.
The significance of that is the following. We've only talked about the negative beliefs, and we just refer to them as negative beliefs. But when we talk about positive belief, we also bring up the concept of placebo. What is placebo? Positive belief. It influences the healing, whether the pill is a sugar pill or the medical therapeutic action was just a sham. And I say, then what healed you? It was the positive belief. Now, the issue about this is negative beliefs constitute a greater percentage of our beliefs than positive beliefs. And we ignore them, except as this is saying, negative beliefs, you ready, are equally powerful in affecting the body as positive beliefs, but in the opposite direction. So a negative belief, as he said, can kill you. A negative belief can cause all the diseases. You go to a doctor, you get a diagnosis. The moment it's a negative diagnosis, you are already on the track toward whatever that illness is. You put it in your mind, you will manifest it. And why is this important? Because we disregard the negative thinking, and I'm trying to tell you, it's equally powerful to the positive thinking, but goes in the opposite direction. Our biggest problems are in the thinking. Now, when I was working with cells in a tissue culture, I would tell you that the blood equivalent called culture medium was determining the fate of the cells. Listen to this. I take this dish of cells, take it from a good environment, put it in a bad environment. What do you think happens to the cells? They start to get sick and they die. So I got a sick cell population, a dying cell population. My culture dish, I call a cell doctor. House visit, totally amazing. Comes over, looks at my dish, and he goes, Bruce, yeah, your cells are sick. You should give them some medication. And I go, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You want to make the cells well? This is how you do it. Take the cells from the bad environment, move it back into the good environment, and they will instantaneously get well. The expression of a cell is a complement to the environment. This ease is reflecting an environment that is not supporting you. Okay. You say, yeah, but Bruce, cells in a plastic petri dish, what the hell does that have to do with me? I go, well, here's an interesting understanding. I already told you you're made out of 50 trillion cells. What's the relevance of that? You are a skin-covered petri dish. And inside you've got culture medium. The culture medium is called blood. The composition of the culture medium called blood determines the behavior and the genetics of the cell. Does it make a difference if the cell's in a plastic dish or a skin dish? Nope. It still responds to the culture medium. Got it? So why is this relevant? Well, I say, well, culture medium is equal to blood. Significance number one is this. Nutrition is very significantly involved. I'll give you a simple insight. When I was creating culture medium for my cell cultures, I did not buy the ingredients at Kmart. I bought the best damn ingredients I could put into the culture to make the best damn growth for my cells. If you do other than that, you are compromising your own culture medium. You put toxins in it, you put pollution in your culture medium. That's basically what it's all about. Nutrition becomes a very important element. But on top of that, cellular signals are in the culture medium. There are hormones, growth factors, other things that are in there that control you in your blood besides nutrition. So you say, blood, nutrition. I go, yeah, blood, nutrition plus information that is coordinating 50 trillion cells. I go, wow, well, how's that working? I go, well, here's how it works. There's an environment where signals are coming, internal and external. The membrane's right at the interface, reads both environments. I say, well, what is happening? I say, well, the information is picked up by the brain. That's called perception. Yeah, I perceive what's going on. If it's cold out when I walk outside, cold on my skin, perception tells my body to raise my body temperature to stay at 98. Okay? So I say, good. If I walk outside and it's hot out, skin temperature recording says it's too hot. Reduce body temperature, perspire. So guess what? Your temperature was totally controlled by what? The environment that you're in. Not your, this is important, okay? So perception of the brain picks up the information and uses the nervous system and the blood to do what? Send signals from the nervous system to coordinate 50 trillion cells. And those signals, epigenetically, signal transduction, control behavior and gene activity. So the environment is primarily controlling behavior and genes. But then we introduce this concept. We have a mind. A mind does interpretation of the signals. Relevance? We could have a misinterpretation. And if you have a misinterpretation, the cells in your body do not see the real world. The cells in your body see a misinterpretation. So the signals from a mind that's not in harmony is going to be signals that go through the body. They're going to take your body out of harmony. So all of a sudden you realize, then your mind and belief is what controls behavior and genes. And this becomes the important part because now we're finally getting to where the hell's the control of all this? It's not in the genes. So I say, okay, look, how does it work? Well, I say the brain is a chemist. The brain makes the culture medium. Blood. The composition of the culture medium influences the cells in your skin-covered petri dish. I say, here's how simple it is. You ready? I say, you're sitting here, your eyes are closed, you open your eyes, and someone you love is in front of your face. Consequence? As a self-biologist, you're now going to alter the chemistry. In what way? The interpretation of love in the mind leads to the release of these chemicals into the blood. Dopamine, pleasure, oxytocin, bonding, vasopressin, attractiveness. It makes you more attractive to your partner. And growth hormone, which obviously handles growth. I say, what's the relevance? A vision of love releases chemistry into your body that makes you more attractive, healthier, and happier. That's what it does. How does it do it? Interpretation, love, chemistry released from brain, chemicals going in blood to the cells, engaging functions. Does that make sense that way? I go, yeah, but wait. Same people you are, sitting where you are, close your eyes this time, but when you open them up, something scares you in front of your face. These chemicals aren't coming out of your brain. In a case of fear, I release different chemicals, stress hormones, inflammatory agents. What do these do? Shut down growth, shut down the immune system, shut down consciousness, get you ready for fight or flight. I go, well, then the composition of your blood is totally based on the interpretation of the world in which you live. Some interpretations are growth enhancing, and most of our interpretations, unfortunately, are growth limiting. And the whole idea about it is you're the one that is creating the chemistry of the blood based on your interpretation or what you learned. Okay? So, we can talk about the emotions as chemistry because I told you they were the gauges of telling you how you're operating. And we can equate emotions with colors. Oh yeah, red, love and passion, green, envy a little bit right there, blue, sadness. I go, great, we can attribute colors to emotions. I say, yeah, but they're not like just basic colors. Emotions look like this. What's the relevance? There's an entire range of colors. I go, why is that important? Because your emotions are not one simple emotion, this one, or one simple emotion, this one. They're mixed variations of combinations of emotions coming together in different concentrations. I say, well, how do you know what color do you want to make here? I say, well, on the back of the paint chip, there's a color code that says how many drops of each different tint has to be added to white to make that color. You got what I'm talking about? So I go, okay, then I say in the back of the paint shop, we can make all these different colors. And I can say, again, there are ranges of colors. If this is love, well, this color, I like you. This one, oh, you're really nice, better than just I like you. You're a deep, close friend. By the time we get down here, I adore you. I go, what's it? Well, they're all love, yeah, but they're different concentrations. So it's not one on-off thing. It's a concentration thing, okay? So I say, go in the back of the paint store, paint mixer. Function of the paint mixer. Drop the different tints into the white paint. According to what? The code on the back of the paint chip, and that's how I can make it. You got that? Now, let's make it human. You ready? The brain is the color mixer. But it's not colors. They're hormones and neurochemicals. Why? They control the function. So you are creating a culture medium by putting drops in of these different things. Each one is related to something different. So I can't just say there's love emotion and, fear emotion or whatever it is. I'm going to say, man, it's a whole mixed bag. And therefore your brain is interpreting your world and releasing these chemicals based on your interpretation. So whatever you see is being turned into chemistry. Does that make sense? Well, here's the simplest understanding. I love this one. Paint by numbers. You must have done that sometime in your life. I go, why is it relevant? Well, you start with an outline with numbers in it. And I say, what do the numbers represent? In step 1, I say, well, in step 2, there's a paint kit with numbers for each color. And what you do is the numbers represent a paint color, so you take the paints from the different colors, fill in the little spots, and lo and behold, in step 3, you are Picasso. You have created a masterpiece. The mind is create by numbers. This is how simple it is. You ready? It works in reverse. You start with a picture in your mind. Life is good, life is hard, life is easy, life is filled with love, life is filled with pain, life is this, life is that. That's a picture. And then what happens? The brain converts the picture into numbers. The numbers in this case are not paints, they're neurochemistry. The neurochemistry is released by the brain into the body, and the body becomes what? The three-dimensional image of what you had in your head. And all of a sudden it says you took a vision and you turned it into chemistry, and the chemistry turns the body back into the vision. Life is paint by numbers in reverse. The issue is this. What the hell picture are you holding in your head? Why? Because that picture will manifest as physiology and control your biology, behavior, and genetics via epigenetics. Change the picture, change your life. That's how fast and easy it is. It really is, okay? So, we have this understanding. And I say, well, what's the function of the mind? This now becomes critical. The function of the mind. Listen, this is so critical. Short sentence, ultimately critical. You ready? Short sentence. The function of the mind is to create coherence between your beliefs and your experienced reality. In other words, whatever that picture is in your head, what is the function of the mind? Take that picture and make it real. Well, what if it's a positive picture? Well, then great, because now you're going to manifest something really great and wonderful. What if it's a negative picture? Sorry, you're going to manifest that. Why? That's the function of the mind. So, because your life matches your beliefs. If they don't match your beliefs, it'll be a crazy world for you. It's like, well, I expect the sun to come up, but maybe it's not. You don't know. You live with belief. Okay? So all of a sudden it says, the life you experience is a result of taking a picture in your mind and converting that into neurochemistry that represents the picture in your mind. Okay? Oh my God. Buddha, 500 BC. What we think, we become. How many years did it take us? 2,500 years to come around full circle to say, yeah, Buddha was right. It was right. What you think, you will become. Positive or negative, that's up to you. Okay? Recent article, Poverty and Genetics of Health. This is Steve Cole, University of California, Los Angeles, working on the immune system. And as an internist in the medical school, he was concerned about immune function. What he was noticing was this. Poorer people have worse health outcomes than rich people. Okay, So there must be something about rich people that enhances their genetics of their immune system, and poor people screws with the genetics. So he wanted to find out, was rich or poor? It turned out it was neither. Here's what it was. How a child is raised, meaning if a child is raised in a very tight family unit, a community, they feel secure and part of a community. But if the family doesn't have that, nucleus of strength in the center, and it's just a bunch of people in the room at the same time, there is no connectivity. No connectivity means that a child is sort of like free falling. I'm out here by myself. And this is very scary for a child because there's no place to feel secure. And it turns out it was how a child feels in regard to their being part of a family or not being part of a family that determines the genetics of the immune system. Why I'm presenting it is after all the years of BS, in this case, belief system again, of all the years where I was called crazy lunatic man, a couple of years ago it was kind of fun because there was a scientist came to one of my lectures, and at the end he came up and, what are you saying that's new? I go, I went from, freaking them out to boring them in this time period. And the simple reality is this. Let me just quote this because I love this quote. Why? It's everything I've been talking about, and it's from somebody else, so it makes it better. Okay. He goes, to an extent that immunologists and psychologists rarely appreciate, we are architects of our own experience. Okay? The next line is, your subjective experience carries more power than your objective situation. Well, that's a complicated bunch of words. Let's simplify it. Subjective experience is called belief. That's subjective experience. That's what I believe, okay? Objective situation? Oh, that's the reality. Your belief carries more power than your reality. And that is the bottom line said by other people, same thing I've been saying for years. Your belief is manifesting your reality. Positive or negative, that's the choice that you are playing. Okay? So, consequence, new science, behavioral epigenetics, how nurture, how you being raised shapes your nature, your genetic activity. And all of a sudden you realize you're not the victim of the genes more than you are the victim of being nurtured incorrectly. Okay? An elephant. Oh my God, we're running out of time. Can I talk faster? I don't know if I can. Okay. An elephant. How do you train an elephant? Why? It's 12 feet tall. You say, elephant, please stay here while I go in the house. It's like, yeah, right. Like it's going to stay there. You say, well, let me tie it up to the house. I say, yeah, tie your elephant up to the house. It'll pull your house down. So, okay, right away, we got an issue. How do you train your elephant? Answer, you get the elephant when it's only 2 feet tall. It's going to grow to 12, but you got it at 2 feet tall. Baby elephant. I say, what do you do with that baby elephant? I say, you tie a rope on its leg, and you tie it to a big stake in the ground, and you leave it there every day for a couple of months. I say, what happens? Every day, the elephant tries to get away. It wakes up, it says, oh, another day, let me see if I can get out of here. Yanks, kicks, rolls on its back, does everything, back and forth, trying to get away. Guess what? A couple of months down the road, the elephant wakes up and says, screw it. I'm not getting out of here. I got the rope on my leg. As long as I got the rope on my leg, I cannot go. That's a belief system now, right? But it's manifest through the expression of it's been tied up. And I go, well, now what? I say, well, now this elephant grows up, 12 feet tall. I say, well, how do you keep it from going anywhere? You tie a rope on its leg. Yeah, but here's the fun part. You don't have to tie the rope to anything else. Just tie a rope on its leg. Why? The feedback of the rope on the leg feeds back to the program and says, rope on the leg, I cannot move. You've got a monster thing here, and it will just stand there with what? The rope not even attached to anything. It's limited. It lost its power. Guess what? We are all that elephant. All of us got programmed with ropes on us that prevent us from going places because of the belief in the rope. So well, how's that work? I go, let me show you how it works. iPod. I go to the store, Apple store. I get a brand new iPod. Brand new. Take it out of the box. I go, oh, okay, here's my iPod. I say, oh, that thing on the front's called the touch screen. The touch screen is creativity. Why? Because that's where I make a playlist. I can adjust the volume, rewind, fast forward, select. It's creative. It's consciousness. I can create. I go, okay, brand new, out of the box, touch screen, says push play. The thing turns on, but nothing happened. What the hell? I just paid a lot of money. You know how much that costs? I push a play, nothing played. Some little 5-year-old looks at me and goes, hey, Lipton, you got to put some program in there before you push play. Oh, all right. What was the point? I cannot be creative if I don't have a program to create with. Point. Imagine a baby could speak the moment it's born. It's coming out of the birth canal. We're all, hey, come on, kid, come on out here, come on out. Kid's coming out, head's out, looking around. You say to this kid, hey, tell us something. I don't know anything. I just got here. The joke? You cannot be conscious if you don't have any programs downloaded to be conscious of. A newborn baby has no awareness of this and can therefore tell me anything. So you need to put programs in. How does it work? Well, the hard drive, the memory, is where the programs are. So I say, what's the difference? I say, creativity, conscious mind. Hard drive, subconscious mind. In your brain, the hard drive with the programs is called the subconscious mind. The conscious mind is the creative part of your life. Okay? Biologically, the conscious mind is a result of something called the prefrontal cortex, about 10% of your brain that is right behind your forehead. This is the seat of your consciousness. Okay, this is where conscious activity occurs. The 90% of the brain in the back was here before that. That 90% of the brain represents subconscious. I say, okay, now what are the differences? You want to get out of this program alive, you have to understand this important understanding, and that is this. The two minds, conscious mind and subconscious mind, work together, and we collectively call it the mind. Mistake is if you think they're the same thing. The conscious mind, the subconscious mind, listen to this, learn in different ways, okay, and have different behaviors. So you can't group them, they're not the same. That's the most important thing right now. Conscious and subconscious are different. What's different? Conscious mind is the source of your personal identity, your spirit, where you are. That little room I said in the brain where you could operate and control things from. Prefrontal cortex, that's you, in here, right there. I go, and what's the character of the conscious mind? Well, it is an evolutionary advantage over every other organism in this regard. The conscious mind is creative. Creative. What do you mean it's creative? I can tell you right now. How you want me to demonstrate creativity for you? What are you doing on Wednesday? Think about that for a moment. If you have an answer, then guess what? You're creating something that doesn't even exist. Wednesday's not here yet. And so the idea is what? You are creating with conscious mind things that haven't occurred yet. Okay? Also, very important. I'm going to come back to it again, but we just said it. You ready? If I say to you, what are you doing on Wednesday? Realize this. If you actually try and answer that question, you have to go into your mind, the Rolodex back in there, where the program is. I say, why is it relevant? The moment you are thinking, you're not paying attention. That's a fact. Why? Because I'm redirecting conscious mind to internal thought. If it's a directed internal thought, then by definition it's not paying attention to what's going on out here. I say, oh, does that mean you're walking down the street and you have a thought? Okay, good, I got that thought. Okay, no. And of course, those driving the car are always surprised to find that they've been in their head for a while thinking, and then when they look out the window and realize, I haven't paid attention to the road for the last 5 minutes. Somebody's driving the car, somebody's walking. I go, here's what listen to this, critical note takers. When the conscious mind is thinking, the brain defaults to subconscious programs to manage whatever you were doing. Driving the car, walking, doing your job, communicating with somebody. Why? They're all subconscious programs in the first place. Okay? But it's just playing a program at that point. Okay, we're going to come back to that. So, conscious mind is creative. It can think into the future, go back into the past. It can think. When it thinks, it's not paying attention, that's a problem. The conscious mind, being creative, has your wishes and desires and aspirations. Why? I say, what do you want from your life? What is it you want? Not what you have. What is it you want? And all of a sudden, it's creative. I want to be healthy. I want to have a great relationship. I want to have a great job. I want to blah, 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 blah. I say, yeah, creative thinking, conscious mind, wonderful. Why? It has your wishes and your desires and what you want. I say, cool. I go, also positive thinking. You say, oh, that doesn't work. I'm going to tell you why, though. It does work. Placebo is positive thinking. Okay? I go, well, this is interesting because that's the role of the conscious mind. Subconscious mind, nobody in there, folks. Nobody in there. Just want you to know that. There's nobody in the subconscious mind, so don't yell at yourself. Because when you're yelling at yourself and you're saying, I'm going to change my subconscious mind, I'm going to say, what a waste of air. Why? There's nobody in the subconscious mind. It's not conscious mind. You're in the conscious mind. Subconscious mind, a record playback device. It records experiences and plays them back. You learned how to walk. Great. Subconscious mind allows you to remember how to do that so you don't have to relearn that every day. You know your ABCs. Yeah, once you learned them, you don't have to do it again. It's recorded now into the program. Subconscious mind is not evil. A lot of people say, oh, all the evilness of humans come from the subconscious mind. I go, is a CD recorder or old-fashioned, let's say, tape player, is that evil? No. Can the program be bad? Yes. Can the machine be bad? No. Machine is good. It's the programs that are evil or the programs that are good. So before you blame the subconscious mind, I want you to give credit to it. Why? Well, you learned how to walk once. You don't have to do it again. You'll be able to leave here tonight by walking. Thank you, subconscious mind. Okay, I go, what else? Subconscious mind is primarily habitual. It has a little creativity, but it's habitual. Habit. Subconscious mind. Habit. I learned how to walk. I can walk again. Why? I just push the button. Old-fashioned jukebox. There's several of us in here that can remember. You push the button, it plays the record. It plays the program. Every time you push it, it plays the program. Same program. Over how many times? A lifetime. You can keep pushing the button. It's always going to play the program. That's what subconscious is all about. Okay? What are in those programs? Instincts and life experiences. Yes, for example, you learned how to walk. That was a life experience. You learned it. Now it's in there. It's in there. Okay? But here comes the one that blows you out of life. It also contains acquired programs. Acquired programs. Beliefs about life that you didn't experience. You got them from your teachers. Your mother, your father, your siblings, your community, your actual teachers will teach you about things. A child can become bigoted. Well, we don't like those people. Child doesn't even know who the hell you're talking about, but says, oh, well, if I ever see one of those, I guess I won't like them either. Don't even know who they are. Got a program, no? What was the point? It was downloaded into them by somebody else. Issue. These two minds have two different functions. Creativity, which is really enhances us, and habit, which is very functional. I mean, if you learn how to drive a car, learn how to walk, you'd learn. You don't have to do it again, okay? Here comes the issue. That the subconscious mind is programmed. It's got programs in it. Why? You couldn't get off the ground if you didn't have any programs. So I said, well, how does it work? I go, the environment shapes fetal development. Well, imagine this is a petri dish with cells in it, but these cells are forming a fetus. I go, in a petri dish, what controls the behavior in genetics? Say it, tell me. Okay, and what is the environment? Culture medium, which is what? Blood? The mother's system brings blood up to the placenta, and the blood crosses the placenta and nourishes the fetus. So the fetus is being nourished by the mother's blood. And when I was teaching in medical school, we said, well, what was the role of a mother? What is the mother must do to become a great mother? And they'd say, she should eat well, she should take vitamins and minerals, and she should exercise. Why? Well, that'll improve the nutrition going across the placenta. I say, well, that's what the mother's role is? Yeah, because genes control the biology. All she has to do is feed them. Oh, that was called genetics. It now changes. Why? It's called epigenetics. It says that culture medium not just is nourishing, That culture meeting is providing information. That information is adjusting the genetics and behavior of your child. Why is it relevant? Your perception as a parent is providing a belief system that changes your blood to respond to the world. If it's a threatening world, it's got a lot of stress hormones in it, for example. And that blood is going into the placenta and adjusting the genetics and the behavior of the child. Parents are genetically altering their own child by their belief system about the world. Why? Because in nature can't tell you what the future is going to be. It can't genetically program to live. Okay, listen, I want to have a genetic program for a child born in 2032. What the hell is the world in 2032? I have no idea what the world's going to be. I cannot program 2032 into your genes. So guess what? I program your body into your genes. But once you get to 2032, the environment will now control the rest of it through epigenetics. So the environment is adjusting you to fit to the environment. The baby is inside the mother, cannot know what's going on in the environment, but the baby, when born, will live in that environment. So the mother is nature's Head Start program. She's telling the fetus, without knowing she's doing it, by her interpretation of the world. If it's scary, she's got stress hormones running in it, and so does the fetus. Okay? I say relevance then is the mother's response to the world alters the genetics of the child. And then I go, oh, lucky father, he's not involved. And I go, no, BS, he is involved. Why? He screws up, it changes the mother's perception of the world. So it's the mother and the father as a team are creating an environment that's supportive or not based on their experience, and that crosses the placenta. So the mother's environment becomes the fetal environment. I go, why is that relevant? Then I show you this, and you may have seen it before. This is a sonogram of a fetus. There's an argument that was generated between the mother and father while they were doing the sonogram. The sonogram shows the response of the fetus to the mother. You think, well, the fetus is inside, it's not really paying attention. It's in Italian, but an argument is the same. I don't care what language, you'll hear it. Okay, you ready? Here we go. Watch the fetus.
Mi hai stufato, non ti sopporto più! Insomma, basta!
Quando un bambino nasce, ha già un passato. Siete voi. Non dimenticatelo, perché 9 mesi valgono una vita.
Is it going to do one more time? No. I'll back it up. Just watch it one more time. Hold.
Mi hai stufato, non ti sopporto più! Insomma, basta!
Quando un bambino nasce, ha già un passato.
The point is very simply this. That child is already learning behavior. It's learning it through the mother's chemistry because her chemistry is controlling her behavior. So her behavior is translated to the fetus even before it's born. The fetus already comes pre-programmed by the time it's born. It's got enough programs in there about how to respond to the world. Okay? Where health begins, obesity, cancer, heart attacks, how your odds are set in the womb. We now recognize that the experience in the womb is what generates the diseases in old age. Cancer was not generated in your older life period. It started when you were even in utero. Okay? I'm running out of time. Okay, here's what we're going to have to offer. You ready? If you left the kids in the car and you got to go get them, go get them. If you can stay, I would appreciate it because I really want to give you the nuts and bolts that, it's not the 12 hours, but I'm going to do it. If it's okay with you. Okay, so here's how it goes. Number one. The story here. This is a chimpanzee in Japan resting on its mother's chest, the baby. The mother was taught a program in Japanese for 3 years. What was the program? How to turn on a computer. When the computer would come on, Japanese script for a color would show up on the screen. Underneath the script was a color bar. If the chimp could pick the right color to match the script, a coin would come out of the computer, and she could take it to a vending machine where she could select whatever reward, nuts, banana, apples, whatever she wanted from the vending machine. So it took over 3 years to get the mother to do this. She had the baby. It's only a few months old. She, as chimps do, carry the baby with her, right? And this particular day, she does the computer thing. The coin comes out, so she grabs the coin, and today she leaves the baby at the computer as she goes to the vending machine. Well, while she's out and the scientists are with their clipboards waiting for her to come back, the little baby pulls itself up to the computer, activates the computer, the script comes on, the baby selects a color, the coin comes out, the baby grabs the coin, the scientists are... Who taught the baby how to do that? It took 3 years to teach the mother how to do it. This thing's only a few months old. Their answer, profoundly important, and their answer is this. It suggests that infants pick up such skills solely by observation and don't have to be actively coached by their parents. This is true for humans and chimps. The behavior that kids get are not coached. They're just by observing the parents and the community and downloading it. A child's brain in the first 7 years is in record. It's not even in consciousness. And I say, why is it relevant? Because it's watching the world and recording that, and it goes down into the subconscious. And I go, why is that relevant? You ready? Because the conscious mind's not working yet, as I'll show you in the next slide. EEG, brain activity of a child. The first 2 years of a child, delta, that's the lowest brain vibration. That's sleeping. It's basically like unconscious. And I go, yeah, for the first year and a half or so, a baby is spending most of its time sleeping. Okay, so that's a predominant brain activity. But between 2 and 7, the EEG ramps up. Now the child is predominantly in theta. Theta is imagination. Yeah, that's why kids at that age mix the real world and the imaginary world. You say that's a mud pie, that's mud, and they say, no, this is an apple pie. This is a horse. You say it's a broom. They say it's a horse. Why? They're living in their world, bathing imagination. But by age 7, the brain ramps up to a higher activity, alpha, calm consciousness. In other words, consciousness begins as a predominant brain state around age 7. Around age 12, it ramps up to the higher vibration called beta. Beta is schoolroom-focused consciousness. I say, what's relevant about this? And if you didn't see it, I will point it out now. And as well, an adult has all of these. A child, to the first 7 years, is not even in consciousness as a predominant brain state. A child is not exercising consciousness. It's exercising theta. I say, theta is imagination. Now, you ready? Theta is also hypnosis. Theta is hypnosis. Point. The first 7 years of a child's life, it learns all the programs to be enculturated. All the things you need to know how to be a functional member of a family and a community. Thousands and thousands of facts of how to behave and how to respond and how to talk to people. All that. How did the child learn it? Just recorded it. Did it go through consciousness? No. Relevant? There is no filtering of the programs that were downloaded. Whatever they are, that's your raw data, that's in your subconscious program. Consciousness was not even working. Okay? Here's the other problem. Who are you? Self-identity comes in the first 7 years. Who am I? How do I know who I am? You ready? It's whatever the people told you you were. You're the most wonderful, loving, happy, beautiful, gifted, smart, brilliant child that anybody could ever have. And maybe one of us heard that. And the rest of us heard, well, that's not good enough. Who do you think you are? You don't deserve this. That's not good behavior. We don't love you. You know, that's not loving, whatever. I say, why is it relevant? You ready? Here it is. Because this is why self-love is not in our population. You ready? Because parents acted as coaches of a team to raise a child. And I say, why is that relevant? I say, look, a player on a team is not performing well. The coach comes up and says, come on, you don't deserve to be here. Who do you think you are? That's not good enough. Well, the player is understanding. What does the coach mean? She says, I'm not trying hard enough. I could do better. He wants me to work harder. That's why the coach is saying all those things. That's consciousness interpreting the coach's words. I say, you're a child under 7. And your parent comes up and says, you don't deserve that. Who do you think you are? No consciousness. What's happening? What's happening? Where did the words go? Straight down to subconscious. Modified? Nope. Exactly what the words are. Not lovable, not worthy, not smart enough, not good enough. You can't do this. You're a sickly child. You can only do that. I said, oh my God. What was happening? The subconscious was being downloaded with programs. Not from us. Not with our wishes, not our desires. Why? Conscious mind has those, but it's not working yet. So what'd you get programmed with? Other people's behavior. You watch your mother, you watch your father, you watch your sibling. All you have to do is watch them, download it, now you have behavior. Consciousness not even working. How do you make behavior? Push the button, and the behavior will unplay. Well, right there at that moment, play. I go, well, this is a problem. Why is self-identity a problem? Because most of the programs psychologists will tell you are negative, disempowering, self-sabotaging. Almost all of us got all those programs. Why is that a problem? Because we become critical of ourselves. We're never capable of living up to something better because we're just not good enough according to the program. I go, well, there's a problem right there. If you can't love yourself because you're critical of yourself, how can anybody else love you? Understand this for a reason. Someone says they love you, you're in your brain going, how can anybody love this? Look at all the critical things. And you say you love me. Well, you have no quality control. That's your problem. I know I'm not lovable. I know what the hell you're talking about. Self-identity. Why? The identity we got was not from us. It was downloaded by what other people said about us. And it didn't go through consciousness. Okay? Net result. Living with patterns of disease. Again, just like the other one with the fetal thing. Environmental processes influencing the propensity to disease in adulthood. Meaning, what environmental influences will influence disease in adulthood? It says, they operate during the periconceptual, the fetal, and infant phases of life. The shaping of your health today was programmed in the first period of your life. And if you have no self-love, the first thing is you're going to deprecate yourself, and your telomerase is not really going to work very well either. No self-love. Okay? So, getting to a conclusion here, late after the 4. Okay, here we go. Oh, go back. Very important article. The Secret Mind. How your unconscious really shapes your decision. You ready? This is now the pivotal point of where you are in your life and where you want to go. You ready? According to cognitive neuroscientists, we are conscious of only about 5% of our cognitive activity. You say, what's the relevance? What is conscious mind? Wishes, desires, aspirations? It only works 5% of the time. 95% of your life is coming from what? It's not the conscious mind. There's only other one left. Subconscious. Yeah. Oh, the one with all the negative programs in it. I go, why is it relevant? And the answer is this. The conscious mind can think. Remember I said, go back, what are you doing on Wednesday? The moment you're thinking about what you're doing on Wednesday, you're not paying attention? Well, it turns out from this science, we are thinking 95% of the time or more. Thinking. Well, if you're thinking 95% of the time, then your behavior, by definition, is not controlled by the conscious mind 95% of the time. Oh, yeah, but the conscious mind is the one with wishes and desires. It's not working. Which one's working? Subconscious, 95%. Whose programs? Not yours. They came from other people. And if they don't answer your wishes and your desires, then you will not manifest them because you will not have a program to get there. And so the reality is this. We have been programmed that we don't operate from consciousness because when consciousness is thinking, we default to subconscious programs. We now know that 70% or more of those programs are disempowering, self-sabotaging, and limiting. And they're working 95% of your day. That's why you have a problem. But here's the issue, and this is the critical one. I stamp my feet. That's how critical. This is how critical. Here's how critical it is. I'll give you a story, and most of you can relate to it. You ready? I'm sure that when you were growing up, you had a friend, you were very close to your friend, you knew your friend's behavior very, very well, and you happen to know your friend's parent. And one day, you see that your friend has some of the same behavior as their parent. You get excited. You want to tell your friend? You go, hey, Bill, you're just like your dad. Back away from Bill. Bill's the first one to go ballistic and say, how the hell can you compare me to my dad? And you're all familiar with that. I say, this is the most profound story of the day. For what reason? Everyone else can see that Bill behaves like his dad. How come Bill doesn't see it? And the answer is simple. He got the behavior from his dad during the 7 years of programming. He plays the behavior as a default 95% of the time because he's thinking. However, because he's thinking, he's the one that doesn't see what the behavior is. And therefore, he is sabotaging himself all day long with behavior that he doesn't see. And as a result, if you don't see that you are participating in the problem, then by definition, you're left to believe that the problem came from outside. The universe is against me, nature's against me, it's not my fate to have these things. And the fact was, no, We are all Bill. Every one of us is Bill. All day long we're playing these programs and we don't see them. Every now and then you may see it. Every now and then the chagrin of, oh my God, I was just like my mother. Oh, geez, I was... But you see it occasionally, but it's happening all the time. And why is it relevant? Because the sabotage didn't come from the outside, the sabotage came from the inside. And since it's blind to you, you have no ownership of it. And therefore, no responsibility for it. I didn't do it. No, come on, what are you talking about? I wouldn't do that. Not in your conscious mind, but your subconscious mind would do anything. All right. What's the point about all this? We now find that the conscious mind wishes, desires, aspirations, 5% of the day wishes, desires, and aspirations, 95% of the day acquired programs. You are not creating your life from wishes and desires. You're creating it from the program. It's invisible. You are sabotaging yourself, and you're the only one who doesn't see it. Other people see it. And wow, well, this really changes everything. We are an expression of our acquired programs. I'm going to show a video, but I'm not. Okay. Why? The Matrix. You've all seen it, I presume, to some degree, most of you. Well, I say, where is it? And you go into the video store, and they say, the Matrix is in science fiction. No! The Matrix is a documentary. The Matrix is the story that you have been programmed. And in that story, they say, well, there's a red pill and a blue pill. You take the blue pill, you go back into the program, and life is just the way it is as it's always been. But if you take the red pill, you get out of the program. But they never really defined what happens. I'll tell you what happens. A, we have been programmed. B, it's been known for 500 years. Give me a child for the first 7 years and I'll give you the man. It was already recognized. If I get your first 7 years of programming, I don't care what your wishes and desires are, you're going to be the program. And they boast about that. Nobody realizes they're boasting that they control you. Yes, that's what it's all about. So, today, we take the red pill. I say, what's the red pill? Let's get out of the program for a second. I say, well, have you done getting out of the program? I say, yes. Have you ever fallen in love? And it may not last. It may have been 3 days, 4 days, a week. Hey, that's good. Okay, 5 days, 6 days. I say, what is the honeymoon effect? Well, the honeymoon effect is simply this. State of exuberant health. Why? When you're in love, what are the secretions? Growth hormone, vasopressin, all these things. Yeah, that'll increase your health. Number 2, you had abundant life energy. Yes. Yes. You made love for days without stopping for food and sleep. Come on, you had a lot of energy. Number 3, you experienced heaven on earth. That up to the moment you fell in life, your life could suck. Every day, God, it's a struggle. Blah, blah, I hate this life. I hate this life. Ooh. Come on, baby. Next part is called heaven. You've been struggling, and then 24 hours later, it's heaven on earth. What? What happened there? More interesting is this. It starts out as a beautiful South Sea romance, grass skirts. Whoa, that's really great. I say it starts out that way, but what does it end up as? That. And I go, why? And here is the answer to why our love fails. The reason you found and experienced that love, okay, show you next slide. A wandering mind is an unhappy mind. You think that makes any sense to anything we said? Let's think about what it means. Your conscious mind is wandering. Who's running the show? Oh, that's a negative mind because of the programming, right? So a wandering mind is an unhappy mind. So they would look at mind wandering. When are people wandering? 95% of the day. Well, they wander through all kinds of experiences, except here's an interesting one. Mind wandering occurred in so many samples, so many percent, during every activity except making love. What was the point? The moment you fall in love, everything you dreamed about, you wanted, is in front of your face. Why would you then wander with your mind? Everything you want is right here. Guess what? There's a period of mindfulness. Meaning, it's the one time in your life where you don't default to the subconscious. Why? Because everything is right here. Defaulting to subconscious, you're going to miss what's right here. So you keep your conscious mind present. I go, what's the conscious mind? Wishes, desires, aspirations. I go, then what happens if you operate your mind from that? The honeymoon. Heaven on earth happened when you did that. You let go of the program. The moment you let go of the program, you started creating wishes and desires. You manifested heaven on earth. Then I said, then how come the honeymoon goes away? You ready? Because you start thinking. I said, what does that mean? That means like this. As long as my conscious mind's present, my cognitive behavior is controlled by wishes and desires, and we're making a great, loving relationship. Now, here's a scenario. I'm in a wonderful relationship with Margaret, and at this moment, now, although the honeymoon's been going, I realized, oh my God, I got to fix the car. Oh geez, I better take the car down, blah, blah, blah. I got to think of take the car down. Margaret comes up to me while I'm in that state, asks me a loving question, thinking about the car. She asked me a question, I turn around and go, blah, blah, blah. She looks at me, universal experience, you ready? Who are you? Where'd that come from? Uh-oh, we have a problem. You know why? This is the problem. You ready? My response to Margaret came from conscious or subconscious? Was I paying attention when I said that? No, because my conscious mind was busy. So guess what? My subconscious throws in the behavior. Yeah, but that wasn't my behavior. It came from my dad and my mom and the way I grew up and all that. I say, why is it relevant? I didn't see it. I'm Bill. She looks at me and goes, what kind of behavior is that? I'm scratching a few remaining hairs. What's she talking about? What is she talking about? I can't be that person she's talking about. I'm not that person. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. That's her problem. What was the issue? I didn't hear what I said. I didn't even know I said it, really. It was default behavior. Here's the bottom line. You created heaven on earth when you didn't default to the subconscious. The moment you were creating from wishes and desires, and two people are both creating from wishes and desires, you manifested wishes and desires, heaven on earth. But the moment life gets busy, the subconscious kicks in. We started with two minds. Their conscious mind, my conscious mind. Things get busy, four minds. The two subconscious minds start joining in with programs. Yeah, but those aren't me. I don't even see them when I play them. And the reality is what? These behaviors show up that she can see because I'm Bill and I deny anything she just said. And she can see it. What does that mean? She has to make a compromise. Why? She said, well, I have this great honeymoon relationship with him, but it's kind of weird. That kind of behavior really sucks. I don't like that behavior. Hey, but the rest of it's beautiful. Okay, we'll accept that behavior. It sucks, but I can see it's part of the story. I compromise. Well, that's one. The next day could be another behavior. It's like, ooh, that one's not good either. That's two compromises. Then three or four. And what happens? There's a point where you realize that these behaviors are in no way related to the behavior of the honeymoon at all. That you don't even know who the hell this person is with these behaviors. And the reality is what? The honeymoon sad sack that we just saw there. We left behind. We're not in honeymoon anymore. We're in compromise land. And I say, well, how many compromises can you have? Not that many. Because there'll be one too many compromises. One more comes up and she goes, I can't do this anymore. This is not working. I'm out of here. And then at some point, both of us are going, how did something that was so beautiful turn into this? And the answer was, it was beautiful when I didn't play the program. But once I played the program, I sabotaged my life experiences on this planet. And the issue is we've all been programmed, okay? And the relevance about that is that the honeymoon experience changes the everyday thing. This is what science has found. 5% of our life comes from conscious mind, everyday life. But when the honeymoon kicks in, it changes the relationship. It changes it to this extent that now the conscious mind becomes 90% of your activity and subconscious 10%. The tables turn. Now you're creating your life from wishes and desires. And heaven on earth is available to you all the time. It's just the fact that we don't recognize that we play these subconscious programs because they're invisible. When they're invisible, it's everybody else's fault. When they make yourself visible, it's like, oh my God, I was doing that. I'm not a religious person at all, but there was one wonderful line attributed to Jesus that I like. There's many of them, but this one, relevant for here. He said, at the very end, Father, forgive them, they know not what they do. I want to tell you, this applies to everybody in this room and everybody in this world. Most of our behavior comes from subconscious. We don't see it, so they don't understand. We don't understand when we lose it, or we can see when they lose it, but they don't understand when they lost it because it's not visible to them. And I say, why should we forgive them? And the answer is this. Well, where do you think your behavior came from all these years? If you start to recognize that, then you have to recognize, well, they didn't learn yet, but their behavior is still coming from those programs. If you can give them love in that case, then you can do something about it. But if you turn off and shut them down, then you have to recognize, look, where were you doing? What were you doing before you became aware, if you ever did? And forgiving people is the only way out of this situation. Why? They're not operating from their conscious mind. They're operating from the program. These programs are self-destructive and now destructive of the planet. The programs we have been living with not only do not support us, they undermine the ecosystem where we started. We need to change these behaviors. You want to change the behaviors? Final thing, and I had a few more hours, but final thing. How do you change behavior? You ready? I said the two minds have different functions. Conscious, creative, subconscious, habitual. But they learn in different ways. You ready? Conscious mind being creative can learn by coming to this seminar, can watch a videotape, can read a self-help book, can just go, aha, I got an idea. And the conscious mind changes. Why? It's creative. It can change. Okay? I say, yeah, but the subconscious mind is not creative. It's habitual. So I say, how does the subconscious mind learn? Oh, entirely different way. You ready? The subconscious mind learns A, from hypnosis first 7 years. That's how you downloaded stuff. After 7 years of age, you can put new habits in there, but how do you do it? By making a habit. By repeating something, learning it. You want to drive a car? You didn't get in there on day one and were the expert driver. You got in the car and you learned how to drive. You want to say ABCs? How many times do you have to say ABCs over and over until you can get to Z? I go, yeah, repetition, repeat, practice. So subconscious mind now learns in two ways. A, hypnosis, first 7 years, and B, repetition. So I say, you want to change the subconscious mind? Well, you can use hypnosis. You can put on what are, subliminal recordings where you put on earphones as you're going to bed. I say, why is it relevant? I'll give you a reason why. Remember, delta is the lowest vibration of sleep. Beta active, alpha a little slower, theta a little slower, and then delta. Well, if you're coming from an awake state and you're up here in alpha and beta and you want to go to bed, you have to reduce the vibration to what? Delta. Well, if you're up here and you're going to go to delta, guess what? You have to pass through theta on the way out. So just as you're going unconscious in sleep, just as you're just drifting off and the consciousness is now shut down, you're engaged in theta. So if you have earphones on and there's a program playing with a behavior you would like, as you're going to bed, your consciousness is shut off. The recording is going straight down into the subconscious mind. That's one way of doing it. Okay? Hypnosis. That's one. Repetition, two. You want to do something and it's not in the way of your life right now? Well, then do it anyway. Practice it. Repeat it. Do it and do it. Why? Because you're creating a new behavior by repetition that replaces the old behavior. You can't just say, I'm not going to pay attention to the old behavior. That's not your choice. The old behavior is part of the mechanism. It's in there whether you want to pay attention or not. The only way to change it is to change the program itself, not to say ignore the program. It's in there. So basically, what does this come down to? It says, I can change a program by putting in a new behavior on top that replaces the old program through habituation. I go, well, how long does that take? Well, it's going to take a period of time. Same thing with the tape. I go, wow, geez, we're running out of time because, as I showed you in the beginning, we're facing extinction and it's coming real close. We've got to change the population. Necessity, the mother of invention. What does it do? It led to a new way of changing these programs. That is the most fantastic thing ever. It's called energy psychology. It's a way of engaging super learning. And super learning, if you ever see anybody with super learning skills, they can read a book by just opening the book and moving their finger down a page. Boom, 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 boom. And they're reading page by page, just as fast as they can move that down. I say, if you engage super learning in a retraining program, you can download a new behavior in less than 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, you can walk away with a whole new behavior that has interfered with your life your whole life. 10 minutes later, you can walk away. But you have to engage in a super learning process. You have to engage the brain. Okay? And there are many ways of doing it. One is called brain gym, which engages the right and left hemisphere simultaneously, because as an infant, as a child below 7, both your right and left hemisphere are working in harmony with each other. I say, what's the relevance of that? I said, a 3-year-old child in a family with 3 languages can pick up all 3 languages as separate entities, vocabulary, grammar, and all that. I say, a 9-year-old child, you want to teach them 1 new language? Not easy. I say, what happened? The answer is around age 7, the brain harmony, the brain synchrony stops. We then express what is called brain dominance. Brain dominance is that sometime during the day you're more in the left hemisphere, and sometime during the day it switches over to the right hemisphere. It's a wave. Sometimes left, sometimes right, left, right, left. I say, what's the difference? Well, left hemisphere is details, focusing on the details. Right hemisphere sees the whole picture. Right hemisphere is emotional, left hemisphere intellectual. I go, why is it relevant? During the day, if you're in the left hemisphere, you respond to life through intellect, right? You respond not through emotion. You're just, responding without emotion, okay? When you get in the right hemisphere, you get to see a bigger picture and it's more emotion. This is where problems come when couples fight with each other, because frequently when they get to argue with each other, one might be in the emotional one and the other one in the intellectual one. Why? What's the difference? Well, let's say the guy's in the intellectual and the woman's in the emotional at that moment. The guy comes on, the argument starts. Oh, intellectual? Man, I got all the words for you. I got words in that intellectual, so I am cut you up with words. The person in their emotional mind is going, can't do anything. No words. We're not dealing with words. We're dealing, oh my God! But then you know what happens? It's a wave. Later in the same day, the one that was in emotion now becomes intellectual. It says, I'm going back. Blah, blah, blah. And the other person who was intellectual now is in emotion going, lack of communication. So the simple reality is this. We have to recognize that we have these behaviors, that these behaviors are programmed, that these behaviors are invisible, that 95% of our lives come from these behaviors. I say, well, what can you do about it? I say, the first thing is you have to identify the behavior. Bill doesn't see the behavior that he's acting like his dad. So how do you get into behavior understanding? First, get into relationships with trust. That if Margaret says something to me, I know she's not, trying to needle me or irritate me. She's trying to just say, Bruce, that behavior is really not supporting where you really want to go. Oh, no argument. Now it's called a discussion. Discussion is a doorway to make change. Okay? So many things I want to tell you. But this one, okay, let's go to this one. This one's important right now for this reason. It says, you got programmed starting in the last trimester of pregnancy with the chemistry from your mother's blood, and you were programmed through age 7. I say, tell me what you learned when you were 1 year old. I don't know. I wasn't there. Consciousness wasn't there. I have no idea what the hell happened when I was 1, when I was in last trimester, when I was 2. I still don't have any idea. You say, oh my God, then I've been programmed, but I have no memory of the program. And I go, cool it. Here's some good news. 95% of your life comes from the program. Your life is a printout of your program in your subconscious. Here's how it works. You ready? Things you like that come into your life easily come in there because you have programs that encourage them to be there. In contrast, you ready? Anything you work hard at, anything you struggle over, anything you sweat over, anything you put tremendous amount of effort to try to make it happen, why are you trying so hard? Answer? You don't have a program that supports that. So, do you need psychoanalysis? Absolutely not. Why not? Well, psychoanalysis will help me find out who did what to who. I go, oh, that's the messenger. You're going to kill the messenger over the message. Yeah, my mother did that to me. It's like, okay, blame your mother, but that's not the issue. The issue is, what is the program you learned? You can blame your mother all you want, but if you don't deal with the program, you haven't done anything. So going backwards in time, waste of time. Look where you are right now. What is it you want that you are struggling over? Own the reality that you have a belief system, inevitably, that's preventing you from getting there. So you take your problem, turn it around into a positive statement, and program that. So how do you program it? Earphones, that's one way. Make a new habit by living that program, or energy psychology. Energy psychology gets the brain into super learning. Download a new program, 5, 6, 7 minutes, walk away with a new program. Okay? Sounds like magic. Most exciting thing in the whole world. It's not New Age anymore. The one that I'm familiar with, I have 20 or 30 of them listed on my website. You can go to my website under resources, find all these different forms of changing belief. And there are probably many people in this room each doing some kind of different belief change thing. You talk about your own thing. The only one I can talk about is the one that personally changed my life, is Psych-K, because that's the one I've used, okay? Psych-K, PSYCH-K.com. PSY, like psychology, PSYCH-K.com. Why is this relevant? And the relevance is this, is that with these things, these new modalities, you can rewrite your program, and we need to rewrite them very quickly. You need to take back control of your health. Your health, less than 1% genetics. It's all the rest of it is how you're responding to the stress. You're the one that can change that, but you have to learn how not to get caught in the behavior that you learn from other people that will cause stress. You can rewrite this, okay? So, the nature of this is you can rewrite it if you understand how. If you don't understand how, it's the most frustrating thing in the entire world, because you're trying to say, I keep trying to do all this. I keep talking to myself to change it. And I say, Bruce, don't eat the donut. Bruce, don't eat the donut. Whoa! Stupid subconscious mind. How many times did I tell you, subconscious mind? Here's the simple reality. There's nobody in the subconscious mind, so you can talk to your blue in the face. There will be no change talking to yourself. The subconscious mind learns hypnosis, repetition, and energy psychology. You want to change them? That's the way you're going to change them. You do anything other than that, it's just going to frustrate the hell out of you. Okay? Do you have to go through analysis? No. Look at your life. Just turn around the negative things in a positive statement and check for your beliefs on that. I have 2 wonderful Psych-K people in this room. Raise your hand so everybody can see where you are. They're going to stay the moment I get off of this stage. And I hope what they're going to do is, those people who are interested want to see how you can change a belief in less than 10 minutes. I think they're going to let them do that for you. Okay? My friend Jeff Fannin, a neuroscientist, his lab person went to a Psych-K training, came back and said, oh my God, you could change your belief in less than 10 minutes. And Jeff Fannin's a neuroscientist who does brain mapping, and he says, no, you can't. They went back and forth like this, but then all of a sudden it's like, hey, we're in a laboratory where brain reading is done. So Jeff put on the electrodes on his head, and this tech person who went to Psych-K did a Psych-K balance, they call that. Jeff saw the results. His life has been 100% changed. He saw the results. He said, this is not possible what I see in this screen right now. He said, I've only seen one person ever do something like that, and that was a Zen Buddhist master who changed his EEG, boom, just like that. EEGs are like fingerprints. What was the result? Well, Jeff now does lectures on this. He's involved with this. What does he do? He'll bring up one of you who says, who wants to change a belief? Bring you up to the room, put electrodes on your head, project onto the screen, EEG live. You go through what is called a balance. The audience is watching the screen, and you. And guess what? Even the untrained audience can see the moment the brain changes. It's a radical change in the EEG. Why I'm bringing that up? It's not New Age, baby. This is scientific. Why? You want numbers? There are numbers all over the EEG machine. It'll tell you everything about it. So why is this relevant? I'm calling on you to recognize that you are the cultural creatives that need to change the world. But before you go out and change the world, the old hippie thing used to be take care of your backyard before you go take care of the world. So taking care of our backyard means this. Let's clear our limits. Let's clear them out. Let's put in there all these successful things you want. Why? And here's the answer. Why? Because then, even if you're thinking 95% of the day and you're defaulting to the subconscious, then the subconscious will be playing the same programs of your wishes and desires. So it doesn't make a difference if you're in your conscious mind or your subconscious mind. Both of them will be going toward the same destination. So what you need to do is rewrite the subconscious of limitations. If you understand this, then you are the most powerful people on this world. And I know this for a fact. Listen, when I started teaching this years and years and years ago, I came into a group of people, 3 or 4, than many I could get in a room. And I would say, if you understand the science I'm talking about, you will have the most powerful control over your life. You will never how powerful you're going to create the greatest life. And those 3 or 4 in the audience would look at me and they'd go, you know, Lipton, your life doesn't look that good for a guy who says you know this stuff. And I almost said, thank God, I almost said, do as I say, not as I do. Well, that was my wake-up call. And I got nervous because I had already started talking about this new biology, and I realized, Jesus, I'm the one that's not doing it. I'm talking about it, conscious mind, but I'm not living it. I got nervous because I said, well, you better try this out. Because if it doesn't work, you cannot go in a classroom and tell people this works if you can't get it to work for yourself. And then I realized, oh my God, I already threw in my I resigned from my job. I'm free out there. And it's like, oh my God, if it doesn't work, I got nothing. Thank you, universe. It worked instantly. The changes in my life occurred within minutes of changing that belief system. Stop operating from the program. Start stepping in, bringing your consciousness into it. Start rewriting any of the negative things. How do you know you're negative? You're living them. You know what they are. Turn them around. So, my parting words, and I never really get there because I still threw out 20 or 30 slides, but my parting words for you are this. You are the most powerful entities on this planet. You have consciousness that exceeds any other organism on this planet. With that consciousness, it's called creativity. And this is why the human population has separated itself from the rest of nature, because of creativity. But we have all been limited. We've been harnessed by these ropes that hold us back. They've been invisible. As a result of being invisible, then you yourself don't even see that you are sabotaging your own life because that behavior is not coming out in consciousness. That if you change this, what is the result? And I say, you already know what the result is. You took the red pill. You fell in love, whatever number of hours that was. And I say, yeah, but go back to that life experience and tell me what it was like. And almost everybody will say, man, it was great. It was heaven on earth. It was love. It was joy. It was juicy. Everything was great. I go, and how did you manage that? And the answer was, I stopped playing the program. And when you get this, you're going to learn my final last thing, which is my final last thing before my next final last thing. I think this might be my final last thing. We have been led to believe that if we really do well on this planet, we move on to that better place. I'm trying to tell you, you've already touched the better place when you fell in love. The fact is this is heaven. You say, why is this heaven? I say, because this is where you came to create. Create what? What is your vision of heaven? You will create it here. You will experience it here. When you pass on, you have a memory. You are there, you're a memory, but you no more have a creative experience. Why? You don't have a physical body to create with. Creation happens here. And when you've done it right, you've touched it. And when you've touched it, you said, oh my God, this is the greatest thing ever. And I'm trying to say, it's always in you. You just have to understand the mechanics of why it's not operating. By providing the mechanics. Now, like me, this is what you have to understand. Great conscious awareness, maybe working 5% of the time, I want you to understand that if you make it the 95%, then it's not a wish, it's a reality. And we can create that reality. So I hope I've given you at least a foundation, an insight, some awareness, some knowledge, some power. Because you're the people that are going to make evolution. I'm not expecting it from government at all. Okay? So I want to thank you for coming, because to me, that means that I see a better, positive future from all of you.
For some more incredible Bruce Lipton motivation, check the video right there next to me. I think you'll love it. Continue to believe, and I'll see you there.
I'm going to ask you a question about that time, so think about this. Go back to that time. I'm going to ask, were you healthy in that period of being in love? Were you like exuberantly healthy and excited about life, yes or no?